right? You don't want to touch the servers anymore. And moving into VMs feels comfortable. But that's not where the real productivity gains are. Right? If you go cloud native with Kubernetes and containers, you enter more the core of the cloud and you let us as a cloud vendor manage more. The same is obviously true with managed databases, serverless technology, and sort of the ultimate I see now in low-code platforms. I do want to recognize that with low-code you have a productive environment, but you lose control, so you cannot build every solution. So there's a place for everybody, I would say, hence also a place for every session today, if you feel you fit more into one of the buckets. But I'd like to challenge you to think about this bigger picture and where you fit in that digital transformation for large organizations. So if you look at all up Microsoft Cloud, right, this is nowadays how we position it. At the core of all our clouds is identity, security, management, and compliance, of key importance to large enterprises that have or are adopting our technology. And then on top of that is our core data center infrastructure technologies in Azure with all of the building block services or PaaS services that I alluded to before. And then the way we look at this, on top of that, you have the developer tools, GitHub, Azure DevOps, and the Power Platform. And on top of that, our ready-made services, the SaaS services that Microsoft offers. And the power is really in this entire platform and looking at it as a set of technologies, set of tools that you can use to solve business challenges. And that is something I try and convert Microsoft people into as well, right? You need to think about the customer challenge first and then look what Legos, if you will, you use to build the solution. And you need to think around, okay, where am I personally as a professional, as a developer in this play. And there was some interesting research here that I'd like to highlight from McKinsey, where if you measure kind of the productivity thanks to the use of tools primarily, you see a huge gap, and this is something I've been advocating ever since my early days as a developer, right? There's a massive difference between a very productive developer versus one that isn't so productive. Because he doesn't have the tools or doesn't have the right skills. So investing in developer velocity and actually measuring how quick you are in bringing solutions to market is key to be successful. And this DVI notion that McKinsey has researched shows that 55% higher innovation, higher revenue growth if you are productive in software development and digitally transforming the organization. So what is developer velocity, right? It's driving business performance through software development by empowering developers, creating the right environment for them to innovate and removing points of friction. There's much more to be read on azure.com/developer velocity, and all our tools and technologies contribute to this. Here's a sort of a bigger picture around developer velocity. Unfortunately, I don't have the time to go deep into all of this, but what I'd like to highlight is the organizational enablement. What I find as a CTO, funnily enough, the second letter is technology, I talk more about organization. When I talk to my counterparts at large enterprises, they are mostly worried about changing their culture, changing the mindset of developers that when you build it, you better run it, right? You own the code, so you need to own it to make it all better. And changing that culture and changing the team characteristics, and especially also with the new people entering the young people entering the marketplace, right? This whole dynamic changes. So talent management, organizational agility, changing the culture are key to make the organization more productive. And next to that, obviously, comes the technology and the working practices associated with it. So when you look at developer velocity, there's three key ingredients which I'd like to highlight and put into perspective of what Microsoft offers. Right? You need to build productively, you need to collaborate globally and securely, especially now that we're in this COVID pandemic, and then you need to scale innovation, and these three buckets are sort of the anchor points of the remainder of my session. So build productively is all about unleashing the power of the toolkit, right? So this is where our developer tools play a key role, and is where you can leverage the Legos that we offer as part of Azure. Again, right, this is where you need to choose the right tools for the right job, and there are so many tools for the right job. But what I'd like to highlight primarily towards you as developers is think in exposing that complex functionality that you have created through APIs, so that on the right side, the people that are developing software from a business perspective, right, the citizen developers, if you will, everybody else, can consume those services and those APIs such that it lowers the need for you to do the basic stuff, right? I don't have the graph, but if you look at the software demand a large organization has, if it's say 1,000, the IT services side of a company typically can only handle 20, 30, 40% of the demand, not all. By thinking in APIs and thinking in exposing data towards tools such as our Power Platform, you can enable the organization to get higher developer velocity and higher productivity. And for people that haven't seen this yet, Power Apps is actually deeply integrated into GitHub Actions. So with Power Apps, you can actually enable this continuous integration, continuous deployment environment thanks to GitHub and deep Power Apps integration. And this is where Power Apps, GitHub, API management all come together to enable the digital transformation. And here are some screenshots of applications that Toyota actually has created for their organization, applications that they didn't have before that actually made their organization more productive. Then collaborate globally and securely. Here, I would say open source is the biggest differentiator for organizations. Microsoft has not traditionally been well known for open source. I would argue nowadays we're probably one of the biggest, if not the biggest, open source contributor. And that makes organizations more innovative. But I'd like to go one step further in this sense, right? The thinking around open source is all about openness, sharing code, and giving, contributing to each other's code. What if you apply that principle in your organization and look more into inner source, where people actually collaborate because the code is open and can leverage each other's learnings? That is, I would argue, another key thing to focus on in terms of developer productivity. When we look at GitHub, obviously that provides a lot of the collaboration. Especially during the pandemic, a lot of developer teams are spread. You need to have this platform where you can collaborate, see each other's code, and develop a secure platform in a DevOps way of working. Collaboration with GitHub is also key in terms of breaking those silos, right, that I talked about before, inner sourcing and really seeing what others have developed is of key interest that we learned really from the open source community. So bringing open source code, culture, and best practices into your organization helps. Then last, scaling innovation. Public cloud adoption is key for developer velocity. Yeah, that's obviously Microsoft saying. I would argue that is really true, right? Increasing business impact by 4 times thanks to public cloud is really because of all of the automation that cloud provides. It's about all of the frictionless access to technology. Trying things out has become really cheap, right? No more procurement processes and buying servers and waiting. No, you can just experiment thanks to public cloud. That's also why I always tell to my largest customers, right? Just jump in with a few workloads, try things out, open it up, give teams autonomy to experiment, and that is going to bring you innovation. Obviously, that needs to happen in a controlled and secure manner, and that is what a lot of the arguments always go about. But as you've seen with all the logos that I showed, most large enterprises are now used to cloud and used to adopting this. In terms of adoption principles, right, you can think of various ways. What I always say is look at your application portfolio, look at what types of applications you have, and apply the best piece, right? Lifting and shifting virtual machines can sometimes be a gate entrant into the cloud, but modernizing using containers or fully managed PaaS adoption apply mostly to the innovation, where you want to differentiate amongst others in the ecosystem the company is active in. And then if you look into modern application patterns, and I know there's a bunch of Kubernetes and container sessions later today, right, this is where the integration between Visual Studio Code, AKS, GitHub repos, Azure Monitor really brings to light this DevOps way of thinking in a cloud-native way, where organizations truly can benefit from the promise of cloud, where you develop software, you go to market quickly, you continuously measure the efficiency and the success of the application and continuously improve such that you can differentiate yourself in the market. The next few slides are a few introductions into how teams and Power Apps and Azure collaborate and can work together. Power Apps plus Azure API Management and Azure App Services. This is where I allude to you as developers exposing APIs into the core systems of organizations, and the business using the Power Platform, specifically Power Apps, to consume those APIs so that they can focus on the user experience and the processes and business steps that they need to take over developing all of the APIs, which obviously is not possible in Power Apps. And then another nice notion is obviously we all live in Teams or in Zoom or in any other of those online working services, collaboration platforms. With Teams, you can actually host applications inside the context of where people are collaborating. So that's another key UI where Power Platform applications can be hosted inside and can deeply integrate into the collaborative way of working that we require nowadays in the pandemic. And then furthermore, you can obviously further integrate this with GitHub and really have developer teams working together with the business to develop the solutions the organization requires. Another key thing I'd like to highlight is AI on Azure. Obviously, a lot of sessions today as well. Those are of my specific interest because that's not my true background. But infusing everything with AI is something people expect, right? We all have mobile phones, we all have the virtual agents and personal assistants, etc. We'd love to infuse AI into all of the applications that are being developed. And Azure obviously comes with a lot of baked-in services, but also capabilities to build your own. And again, exposing those as APIs and embedding them in applications that the business provides can again provide the developer velocity and the productivity and the digital transformation the organization needs. Another piece of research from the same document from McKinsey, companies that empower developers with low-code platforms score higher in innovation. And that really is possible if you do what I just said. So it's not just about Azure, it's Azure plus Power Platform, plus GitHub, plus all of the other services, including, by the way, Microsoft 365 and Dynamics, for example. If you integrate those and think about them as Legos that you can use to build your castle, enables that productivity enhancement that organizations need. With that, I'd like to close briefly with our mission again: empower every person, every organization on the planet to achieve more, especially developers, right? We need to all become more digital, especially in this period of the pandemic. I love the AzureLive atmosphere here. We'll talk a little bit more about what I just said in my keynote on the couch. Thank you all, and thanks for attending AzureLive, and I hope it's a learning and insightful event today. Thank you all. Bye.
Do you miss me at all?
So, Dennis, thank you for joining us on the couch, like you mentioned. Wonderful talk, thank you for that. We have a couple of questions for you, mostly from us, because we always have a lot of questions in general.
I like the shirts, by the way. New shirts.
Oh, I haven't even noticed.
No, okay.
And why didn't you get the memo? Like,
I don't know.
Well, developers.
Yeah. On the topic of clothing, you're here like sharply dressed, but like we want to know, like the rest of us at home, are you wearing
remote?
sweatpants?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Often.
Yes. Yeah, that's quite a relief.
Are we doing
yes.
stuff wrong? But no, that's
Okay.
that's the way of working. All right. So working from home. Sorry, you're the CTO of Microsoft Netherlands. What does a CTO of Microsoft Netherlands do all day?
Yeah, so I always do three. I'm working on three things. One, the biggest one, is customers. So I interact a lot with decision makers of our largest customers, helping them with their cloud adoption journey. And that often is not just about technology, right? It's about people, process, and technology. And lately, one of my customers challenged me, it's also about data, right? People, process, technology is something we've been talking about for years, but actually data, I agree with him, has risen significantly in importance. So, yeah, I talk about that with them. And then towards Microsoft internally, I try and coach and guide and challenge our leadership team in how we should approach the market. So there's also a lot of people coaching, that type of activity, more internal. And externally, I try and do more and more of these kind of events and talk about what I learned.
Yeah, because you talk about leadership, and we have a new managing director in the Netherlands. So how does that go? Like, you're introduced, and then you're just like, I am chief technology officer, and you know, welcome to
funny
Microsoft.
anecdote here. Before I joined Microsoft, I used to work for Avanade.
So you
and Bas, our new GM, actually interviewed me back in the days. That was 20 years ago, I think. And he remembered. So I checked with him, like, did we? And when I sketched kind of the situation, he said, yeah, I must have interviewed you back then. So funny to run across people again in so many years. And yeah, we've been talking about the tech strategy for the Netherlands. And we'll continue to do that.
Yeah. So you mentioned at one point in your presentation that you build it, you run it. So does that mean that your development teams are actually also ops teams, or do you have like a strict division? Do you have like a platform -ops security team that's separate from the dev teams, and they actually build the stuff that the dev teams can build upon?
So if you look into like how Microsoft engineers our clouds, those teams are really very integrated, right? They are run in a DevOps type fashion. They continuously deploy new code and new environments and also run it. Obviously, we do have other operations teams, right, that look at with a different lens to the entire platform. But many of the teams that run, say, Azure Logic apps are very autonomous in terms of when they release code, what kind of decisions they make. A funny anecdote here, I recently had an interaction with the CTO of one of our larger customers in the financial world, and he was saying, yeah, we rely so much on you nowadays. I'd like to know when you update your cloud. And I was like,
it's one big
I'd
thing,
love to
right?
know it too, but you know, this is a different space, right? It's not the outsourced world where there's a outsourced partner with your servers that can tell, oh, there's a change window this weekend. No, it's a continuous play. We do thousands of deployments every day, arguably. So no, we cannot give you that insight. But that's where I believe we need to further enhance our technology stack as well, because sometimes we do have situations where an update disrupts workloads from customers. So that's where his ask obviously comes from, right? He has this top of mind thing where something didn't work. So he was like, I want to know so that I can prepare. But yeah, this is where we need to get better, I would say, in the operations of our cloud and making sure there's no disruptions. And obviously, I would argue thousands of deployments go right, and there's 1% or something that where we hit an issue. But even that 1% needs to go down.
Yeah, exactly. That can also still be a massive disruption.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. You mentioned competitors and third-party vendors. Can you talk a little bit about how there's partnerships and integrations there? Because it's not only like us versus them, but they're
yeah, it's funny. A
overlap.
lot of traditional competitors are now partners and big customers, actually. Yeah, let me highlight SAP, for example. SAP runs their own core SAP system, right? Their financial systems in Azure. And they offer their cloud offerings on Azure and also on other clouds because the customers demand that. So that's an example of a very deep partnership, I would argue. Another one is with Red Hat, right? 50+% of Linux, 50+% of VMs on Azure are running Linux. A lot Red Hat. Well, there we have very deep integration with supporting Red Hat workloads on Azure, but also Red Hat OpenShift for Azure. What's the acronym?
On Azure. Exactly.
Right. That's it's sort of a first-party offering Red Hat as a service, OpenShift as a service, that we operate with them.
Yeah.
Just like Azure Databricks, very deep partnership, right, with the Databricks organization. More and more of that is happening, and it's sometimes they compete, right? I mean, Red Hat OpenShift sort of competes with AKS, but that's not what it's about in my mind. It's about what customers need and what they feel adds value to their organization.
No, but it's been very interesting being at the booth for Red Hat Forum, for instance, and then people coming up to you like, what are you doing here? Like, don't you realize that your competitors like, well, actually, and I think that's the only context where you can use, well, actually.
Well, and that's the shift we made, right, from Windows, Office, .NET, SQL, to an open ecosystem, a platform where everybody's welcome, where everybody can run what is relevant
bring
for
your own stack
the organization.
and we'll make it work.
Yeah. That's what I love about Microsoft. That's why I'm still here, I guess. We continuously reinvent ourselves.
Exactly.
Yeah.
After 23 years, I think, right?
No.
23 years of experience. Okay.
Yeah, 23 years in the industry. I've always been in the Microsoft ecosystem, but the last almost 14 in Microsoft.
So you also talked a bit about inner source, and you touched a little bit on open source. So is there a local open source success story you would like to share with us?
An open source success, okay.
Caught you off guard there.
You caught me off guard.
That's what we do here.
Well,
I think it's the sweaters, really.
Well, I don't really have something top of mind. What I do have top of mind is the inner source phenomenon, where I see a lot of interest from large customers where they're like, we are reinventing the wheel too much ourselves with the thousands of developers we have.
Yeah.
If we kind of, inner source our thinking, for example, in large financial organizations, they need to comply with all kind of regulations and all kind of controls that the DevOps teams that operate a system for the bank need to adhere to. And there's a lot of learning how to apply Azure services in a controllable way that can be shared amongst each other.
Yeah.
And that is the same principle that open source does, right? Here's my code, please contribute.
Yeah.
And that there's a lot of interest there.
You have a personal favorite open source project?
A personal favorite open source project, that probably has to be Kubernetes. I recently did one of those 3-day open hacks that I think your organization actually organizes partly. Right? Fun experience. But on the other hand, if I look at what I had to do there, right, crafting all kind of YAML files, etc., I'm like, this can be more productive. We probably need more tools to make that available to everybody.
We can automate this.
And I'm giggling because I look to our next speaker, who is a famous
YAML developer?
No, famous for his dislike of YAML files. So,
But seriously,
couldn't help
for who
but-
does like YAML
Hey,
files?
wait.
Okay.
We'll talk later, offline.
Okay.
Cool. So a little bit more about inner source. So when a customer comes to you and says like, we've heard about this thing, inner source, where do we start? What do you say?
I say look into GitHub. Look into the open source platform of the world, arguably. What kind of capabilities they have. And our GitHub organization can also help in that cultural transformation. They have people that can help in education and how to set this up and the governance processes around it to make this a success for your organization.
Awesome. I think we're wrapping up. So one last message that we want people to walk away with from this talk or this conversation even, which is totally possible. Because
we're at an event, right? What I learned is most insightful, go out of your comfort zone. So, it's very common that people, are like, I'm in the Kubernetes world all day, so let me go to that Kubernetes session, and then you may get disappointed, right? Because half of it you know already. I would say go to an AI session, go to something you don't know yet. That is very insightful, and who knows, you come back with great ideas on how to do your next project better.
yeah. Out of your
That's
comfort
my-
zone, out of the Kubernetes zone, we go to the serverless zone, I think. Do you want to introduce
That's
our new
another
speaker?
good song.
Oh, yeah. Our new speaker. Yes, I think we're all set to go. Our new speaker, Mark Duiker. He's a lead consultant at Spirit with a strong focus on event-driven architecture and has an extensive knowledge of the serverless offerings in the Azure platform. And he also enjoys helping organizations making effective use of cloud-based technology. So you might have virtually seen Mark at a developer meetup or conference, since he's a regular speaker in the area of Azure cloud and serverless technologies.
And organizer as well.
Oh, and organizer as well, of course. He has a YouTube channel where he talks about Azure functions, and in his spare time, Mark likes to give attention to the creative part of his brain. He likes to code visuals, music, retro games. I love these. If you haven't seen it, just check out his Twitter. His handle is amazing. Or he's fiddling around with his synthesizers.
He also has his own merch. Did you know? Yes.
Tell me more. Where can? Oh, maybe you should just ask him later.
Why are you wearing those?
Yeah, maybe the next outfit.
Well,
who knows?
That'll be.
We'll keep it a
surprise.
secret. What the next? Second.
So do you know what his talk will be about?
I have no idea. Tell me all about it.
Okay, so creating a PagerDuty clone with Azure Functions. So you want to send notifications to support contacts when your application is failing? Look no further. Learn how you can use Azure Functions and durable functions to create workflows in code to notify support contacts, including notifications, retries, callbacks, and escalations. By the end of Mark's sessions, you will have learned how you can solve this real-life use case by using some of more advanced capabilities of durable functions. Okay,
Monitoring
Mark.
all the things with Mark.
Are you ready, Mark?
I'm ready.
Let's do this.
Great intro. Thanks. All right. Thank you, ladies. I love the sweaters, indeed. Too bad there aren't t-shirts or sweaters with pixel art, but it's still pixel art, but we'll fix it later. So I'm going to talk about YAML. Oh, no, I'm going to talk about creating a PagerDuty clone. So let's get going. I already had a brilliant introduction. Thank you. I definitely enjoy the creative part next to programming as well, so I introduced some of my pixel art avatars throughout these slides, so see if you can find them all. We are going to talk about what happens when your application fails. And applications fail all the time and you have to be ready for it. So let's say your application is running inside Azure. You're hopefully using application insights to do some monitoring on your application, and hopefully you've also set up alerting so you can be notified when a failure is occurring. But what then? Hopefully you're not the only one who needs to solve the problem, so hopefully there's a whole team of it. You can call it a support team or an incident response team.
Greg?
Hello, hi Izzy.
Yes, we are live. Awesome, great start. Good to see you. So hi everyone, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depends of course where in the planet you are currently right now. Or as the Dutch would say in the Netherlands, goedemorgen, goedemiddag, goedenavond allemaal, and welcome here back to English at the Digital Track. So my name is Isidora Katanic. You can follow me on Twitter at Isidora Katanic. I'm a Microsoft MVP based in Switzerland. If you wonder how I managed to intro in Dutch, I just learned that. No, just kidding. I actually grew up in the Netherlands. So I'm very excited to be part of this event hosted live from the Netherlands and us here divided over the world in the Digital Track. So today I will not be doing this alone. I have a great co-host on the call, Mr. Gregor Suti, based in Scotland. You might know him as Azure Greg, also a fellow Microsoft MVP. Gregor, yeah, say hi. Welcome to the show and intro yourself.
Hi everyone. Thanks, Izzy. I'm so glad you're here. Help us out. Yeah, so my name is Gregor Suti. Yeah, and I live just in between Glasgow and Edinburgh here in Scotland. So, yeah, I'm an Azure architect at a company called Intercept. I started there in September. So that Intercept are based in the Netherlands, and we're also Partner of the Year. So just a wee plug for Intercept there. So my daily job is, as an Azure architect, I kind of get to design, implement, and optimize customer environments. So that's a little bit about me. My main background is development and C# and a bit of DevOps as well. So it's safe to say I'm a bit of an Azure fanboy. So that's a quick intro to me.
You are, and you're very well known in the community, Greg. I had the pleasure of meeting you in person multiple times at Experts Live Europe in Prague, as well as what from us believe, I think, is one of the last large in-person events we went to, Microsoft Ignite the Tour in London. Yeah. I believe was it January or March 2020? I think January, right?
I think it was January. Yep. That was the last event that we were in person. Yeah, that seems like a long time ago.
It does. It really is forever ago. I'm also a little bit jealous that everybody who's currently in the studio in the Netherlands, they got together, they all did their COVID tests, they're ensuring everybody's safety. But just the fact that they actually get to see each other in person to do this event, as well as the speakers, that's, of course, I would have loved to be there, but here we are. And we're also very excited for our digital track today, where we have speakers from around the world, which is also, of course, very exciting. And then back to you, Greg. So you've recently joined a Dutch company. You're still based out in Scotland, right? Are there any plans for you to move to the lowlands?
No, I'm going to stay in Scotland, I think. Yeah, I quite like it here, even though the weather's not the greatest, but yeah, I do like living in Scotland. So yeah, I'll be remote full time.
Well, the weather is not much better in the Netherlands either. But anyways, even if you do decide to stay in Scotland, there's still some Dutch lessons 101 that you just have to learn. I'm sure you you just have to learn Dutch, right? I want to ask you to just repeat a few words after me before we get Sarah on the phone, just to see on what level of Dutch you are on. So let's start with some words. Can you repeat after me? Droeftoeter.
Say it one more time.
Droeftoeter.
Droeftoeter.
Yeah, well done. All right. I don't even know how to translate that word. It's so special that let's just say there's no translation. Next one, piepschuim.
Piepschuim.
Piepschuim. Yeah, well done. It's I don't even know the English word. It's like the white foam, like to pack something securely, like glass in a box or something. You put piepschuim around it. All right. Something I like very much. Spiegelei.
Spiegelei.
Yeah, well done.
What's that?
Literally translated, it means mirror egg. However, what's meant with it is a sunny side up.
Oh, cool. So now I can order my breakfast.
Yeah, indeed. All right, so let's try one more. Stofzuiger.
Oh, you need to repeat it. Say that again.
Stofzuiger.
You're not making this easy. Stuff. I can't. I've no good. Absolutely no good at this. So I can't even. No, I'm struggling here.
All right, let's try the last one. It's a very famous one. We often ask foreigners to try this one. Scheveningen.
Scheveningen.
Scheveningen. Yeah, you're close. All right, it's a city in the Netherlands, The Hague. All right, so looking at the time, I think we will soon be ready to get Sarah on stage. Is there anything else, Greg, that you want to share with us, with the audience today who's joining us from wherever they are on the planet?
No, I just wanted to say welcome to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and hopefully we can all enjoy some fabulous sessions. So really, the church was really amazing. Just wanted to say a big shout out to that. The organisation and the church having people in person is quite unique at the moment. So good on them for doing all that.
Yeah, definitely. A huge shout out to the organization, to everybody behind the scenes. It looks very great from here on our screen, and I'm sure it's even greater when you're actually in the studio. What I also love to see, it's really a combined effort between community, between Microsoft, between MVPs, Microsoft employees. It's really a mix of people organizing this behind the scenes, and then of course in front of the scenes we will see speakers from around the planet. So yeah, it's going to be a very exciting day. Shall we check if Sarah Lynn is ready for us?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's do that. Hey.
Hello everybody, how are you doing? Thank you so much for having me today. Thank you for inviting me along to speak. It looks like it's going to be an amazing event today. My session is all about migrating to Azure with Azure Migrate. Now, for those that don't know me, my name is Sarah Lynn. I'm a Senior Cloud Advocate at Microsoft. I'm based in Scotland, so that will explain the accent, if you can understand that. I've been in the IT industry for a good number of years now, and I tackle problems from the IT pro side of things, the infrastructure part of everything there. So please bear in mind that when we're walking through today's talk track. Now, as I said, I am based in Scotland, and this is a map of where all my team are based in at Microsoft. The blue dot in the middle is Scotland, and I always like to interject a little bit of Scotland into my presentation. So Scotland is the home of curling. We've just actually came second in the World Curling Championships for the men. And this is a sport I've been playing for about 18 odd years now. And I love curling, and hopefully we'll get to go back to that at some point soon in today's world. Now, in terms of talking about today's presentation, we are talking about migrations, and what we're seeing with customers is people moving for various different reasons. Lots of people are moving because their on-prem data center, their on-premise environment that they have isn't fit for purpose anymore. It's maybe legacy. Everything's needing replaced at some point. Hardware, the electricity, the buildings itself. I know some customers in Scotland here have a data center that was built back in the 1980s, and it's starting to really creak and not be, green or sustainable. So they're looking at alternatives for their data centers. Also things like cybersecurity threats. Unfortunately, I think every day goes by where we have some kind of data breach and we have some kind of security threat going on. So a lot of customers are looking to try and leverage some of the power and the spending that Microsoft put into defeating these cybersecurity criminals and threats, and looking to leverage that for their data centers and their workloads. Now, regardless of why you're moving, how you're moving, the size of your organisation, or even what industry you're in, there are often 4 key stages that I talk about when you're on a migration journey. And I want to walk you through that today and show you how Azure Migrate can actually support your migration paths through these stages. Now, what we'll discover through these stages is it's not just about technology. There's also a part of this project that focuses on people. And I think that's where a lot of people get tripped up. A lot of customers think that it's solely on technology, but they forget about the people that support how this project will actually migrate. And I'll be taking you through those different aspects when we dive into the stages. Now, the first stage of your migration project is the discovery phase. This is the phase where you'll start to understand your environment. Now, I know a lot of you may be sitting there going, that's okay, Sarah, I don't have to do this because I have a good understanding of my environment. Documentation is all there. I am good to go. We can skip this stage. And that might be the case. You might have excellent documentation. You might have a really good understanding of all your systems and have that mapped out in a kind of CMDB database already. However, from my experience, a lot of customers have underwent this discovery phase and uncovered something that they didn't know was still there. They thought it was decommissioned, it was hiding in a corner, it was hiding under somebody's desk, and there's a server there that causes some issues and they have to rethink their migration plan. And the last thing that you want to do is embark on a migration plan and find that there's a key component that you forgot to map out and you need to think about. So definitely do that due diligence in terms of understanding your servers and understanding your workloads and really diving into that. You also have to understand how these servers relate to each other. So you might have a CMDB database that shows you the name of every server. It shows you, the warranty information for that server. It shows you how much RAM and compute and storage that it has. But do you have that understanding of how these servers and these workloads interconnect to each other? Because let's face it, our servers or workloads do not work in silo. They work with each other, even if it's just connecting back to your Active Directory for authentication. But you really need to understand what's happening with each of these workloads. What ports do they use? What services do they use? Can the workload that's installed on that server only actually be installed on a GUI interface? So you're kind of stuck in terms of using just maybe Windows Server or a Linux server or whatever it may be. You really have to start to uncover everything within your environment and map out that picture really well for you. You also have to start to understand why you're moving. So everybody, like I said, will be moving for a different reason. The organisation's objectives for this project will be different from everybody else. And as an IT department approaching this project, this migration project, you need to think kind of beyond the initial objective. So potentially you could be moving because your data centre lease is running out and you're needing to look for an alternative. But what does the business objectives look like for the next 5, 10 years? And how how can your IT plan actually support where you're going as an organisation, and just looking at that bigger picture across your organisation, speaking to other department heads, speaking to other stakeholders within the business, speaking to maybe even, you know, the CEO or whatever, and understanding really where the company is going so that you can plan ahead and you aren't just planning for the next 6 months, but you're planning beyond that as well. Now, one key thing that I think that some people overlook within the discovery phase is understanding how your IT department actually know Azure. So if you're moving to Azure, hopefully you are. I'm obviously biased that that's the best cloud platform, but you know, has your staff got any understanding of how to actually operate within Azure? Do they know how to log on to the portal? Do they know how to manage the workloads if they end up in the portal? There's lots to think about there. Some of your staff might be doing it in their own spare time. They might be attending user groups. They might be attending training courses of their own volition and doing that personal development. But what you want to ensure is that your staff all have a good level of understanding for the platform you're about to move your workloads to. Because the last thing that you want to do is move your workloads into a platform that no one in your staff knows how to support. They don't understand the processes. They don't understand where to go for information, things like that. You really need to dive into that as well. And that's why I was saying that this isn't just about the technology. There's a large part of the people within this process as well. Now, the last thing that I have on my slide there is the cost of your environment. And again, a lot of you might be thinking, I've got the costs, I know how much it costs me to run my environment, but do you really? Because often you are running your data center in the same building as the rest of your office staff, and some of the costs that you have to use to run your data center might actually be hidden from you. So say the electricity costs, that gets rolled up into the whole of the office costs. It's not given down to the IT department on how much they actually run their servers. You don't see how much it costs for the security cameras or the security personnel to be there on site to protect your data center out of hours. And I think that's key. You really need to have a look at the cost of your environment, because when you move to Azure and you look at the cost of moving to Azure, the costs, you need to be comparing apples to apples. The last thing you want to do is be comparing part of your on-prem environment cost with the cloud cost and saying on-prem is still cheaper, let's stay here, when you're not really comparing the right costs. So that's something to bear in mind as well at the discovery stage. Really get all of this information and gather all of it so that you have it for later stages of the project. Now, I am not suggesting for 1 minute in terms of the technology discovery piece that you sit down there and grab a bit of paper, a bit of pen, you know, a PowerShell script or two, and start to uncover all of the information that you need to uncover. This is where some of the tooling can actually help you. You can start to look at the different tooling options that are available, and this is where I want to start to make you think about this process. Now, when you look at the tooling, there is a lot of tooling out there that can actually help you do this discovery piece and do this migration project all in as well. But there's 3 things that I always tell customers to have a think about and have a look at when they're deciding which tool to pick. So firstly, where does the information that's being gathered by this discovery tool store the information that it's gathering? Does it put it into the cloud? Does it put it onto a server on-prem in your secure environment? Because for some customers, they have not got that cloud maturity. They aren't ready to store any information in the cloud. The security teams haven't had a look at it. The compliance teams haven't okayed it. They haven't understood all of the implications of storing information in the cloud. And that can be scary for some organizations. Even if the discovery tool is only discovering things like server name and the internal IP address, very minimum risk to this information, but some organizations are not going to be happy about that going into the cloud. So that's something to ask the tooling rep, or have a look at their website and understand what it is. Also understand how the tooling discovers the information. You've got a bunch of tools out there that will have to have an agent installed on every server that you want to discover. So that can be a large undertaking, especially if you have tens of thousands of servers and you have to make sure that agent gets rolled out across the board. Other tools use network ports, so they have to have certain network ports open. And again, this can be a large undertaking for some organisation, depending on how their network is segregated and how they have to think about it. So again, think about how it's going to collect this information for you. And lastly, the cost of these tools. Some tools are free. They are free at the point of use, so that's a great selling point for you. Others charge per agent that is installed or per server that's discovered, and you only have that maybe for 30 days or 90 days or something like that. So again, dive into what these tools are all about and find the right fit for your organization, and think ahead about, can I install this agent? What's the change request process? Can I make changes to my network for it to do the discovery? And that will help drive your organization's choices. Now, as I said, I want to talk about Azure Migrate. And Azure Migrate is a tool we have here at Microsoft that is really the central hub for cloud migrations. It's been around for a while. I think it was launched at Ignite 2017, so it has been around for a long time, but it's been matured over those years, and it really has become that central hub for your data center migration projects. You can discover your servers, both Linux and Windows. You can discover your databases, your VDI environments, your web apps, or even just your large storage of data that you might have somewhere around there. And you can compare it to understand how you can migrate straight up into Azure as virtual machines, if that's what you want to do, even potentially looking at moving things to web apps or Azure SQL, or even the new service Azure VMware solution. So there's lots of information that this tool can really gather for you. And it helps give that end-to-end visibility. And that's probably the new way of saying that one single pane of glass, where it can help you do the discovery, it can help you do the migration, and it can help you generate some of the reporting that you might need to provide to the CEO or for your business case in order to actually get this project approved. Now, there is a tool within Azure Migrate for every stage of your journey and every type of migration that you potentially are going to do. So like I said, you can do server migrations, you can do data migrations, and we also have partner tools built into Azure Migrate. We have these third-party tools that are available within the Azure portal. So if you want to use Turbonomic, then you can leverage that through the Azure portal, through the Azure Migrate blade, and use that as that one single pane of glass, that end-to-end visibility place for you, so you don't have to memorize another tool or another location that you can go to. Now, to do the discovery, Azure Migrate requires an Azure Migrate appliance to be installed within your environment. Now, you can get this Azure Migrate appliance either as an OVA file or a VHD for your VMware or Hyper-V files. And you can also get something that you can install in terms of physical assessments as well. What these pre-packaged OVAs or VHD files have is the operating system, so they run on Windows Server 2016, and all the software that you need is installed on that file. So it's really a quick deployment to get this up and running, and I've done it on customer sites during lunch breaks to set it up. So it's very simple in terms of doing that discovery and starting that discovery off. If you've got all the right information, you've got all the usernames, the passwords, everything that you need, it can be really quick to set up. Now, as I said, it can discover quite a lot of information for you. We can discover your VMware environments, your Hyper-V environments, your physical servers that you still have. We can even leverage information from AWS, GCP, or another cloud provider if you want to look at moving some of those workloads back into Azure for you. Now, if you aren't comfortable potentially having to interrogate some of your environments that way, we also can import information from your CMDB or a CSV file or whatever you may have it in there. And that will help you for those organizations that maybe can't put something into their environment, can't install another appliance without several layers of change control going on in place. And it will give you some information based on the information you input into the tool. The thing to remember here with Azure Migrate is the data that it gives you back, the assessment reports that it will give back in terms of your environment, are only as good as the information that it collects. So if you are inputting it via a spreadsheet and you're missing some information, it's not quite the right information, you're just kind of guessing along the way, then the information that you get out of it won't necessarily be the best either, unfortunately. Now, in terms of supported versions and the prerequisites you need to think about, I'm not going to read out all of this slide, but you can see that we can support things right back from Windows Server 2012, and we have ESXi support back to version 5.5. What I'll be doing at the end of this presentation will give me a link where you can go and download these slides and have a look, and you can dive into the prerequisites and some of the supported versions if that's a concern for you. Now, as I said, one of the parts of the discovery phase is understanding how everything is connected. And Azure Migrate can help you with that dependency analysis, digging into how everything is interconnected. Now, again, here are all of the supported versions and some of the prerequisites depending on what kind of environment you're supporting. And again, having a quick glance here, you can see there's a lot of supported versions. So there should be a lot of supported infrastructure for you depending on your environment. Now, the dependency analysis works slightly different depending on which environment you are actually having a look at. And I want to walk you through some of this process because it can be key. Again, when I said picking the right tooling, you have to understand how it interrogates your environment. So I want to give you a bit of a deep dive into how Azure Migrate does this dependency analysis depending on the environment. Now, if you're discovering a VMware environment, you can actually do this agentless. So you deploy the Azure Migrate appliance into your environment and it connects into your vCenter environment. And it will start to discover your servers, your server configuration, some of that performance data about how your servers are running, if they're running at 100%, if they're running only at 20% of the resources that they've got. And you can enable the dependency analysis within the Azure portal. And what it will start to do is dive into what's really happening within your environment. And you can view the application inventory, the roles that are installed on your servers, and the dependencies across the servers. Now, if you're interrogating a Hyper-V environment or a physical environment or an environment that lives on another cloud, it's done slightly different because there is an agent involved. And this is where you have to configure Azure Log Analytics and Service Map and connect that with your Azure Migrate project. And then you have to install that agent, or there's two agents you have to install in this case. So you have to install the Microsoft Monitoring Agent and the Dependency Agent on every server you want to discover information about. And then that information is sent back into that Log Analytics workspace within your Azure environment, and it can start to pull out that information for you, and you can start to discover the dependencies across the servers. Now with Azure Migrate, it will start to look at all of this information and start to actually pull it back into a report for you that gives you some really useful information in terms of is your workloads ready to move to Azure? How much is it going to cost? And give you that indicative costs that you might need. Now, what the report will do, well, it will give you an indication as if the workload is ready to be supported within Azure. So if you think about Windows servers only here at the moment, what it would do is have a look at your Windows Server operating system and say, that's a Windows Server 2016 box. So that is supported within the Azure. That's a version that we currently support. And it will tick that and it will say it's Azure ready. If your Windows operating system was, say, something like Windows Server 2003, potentially, it will flag it up as not being supported within the Azure environment. Now, I'm sure you're all saying, I've run a Windows Server 2003 box within Azure, and I've done it as well. It can run within Azure, but it's not a supported position. So what the report will do is flag that up to you so that you know that that's not a supported position, and you can potentially look at updating that operating system or not even moving the workload up into Azure. Now, this report will also give you some indicative costs around your storage and your monthly overall cost if you were to move the workloads as servers into Azure. Now, this is just an indication of what the cost will be. It's not the final bill that you would get if you were to just move everything up into the cloud. And this is something that I think a lot of people have to understand, because at the end of the day, it's only showing you the server cost. It's only showing that compute and that storage for you. When you put workloads within Azure, there are other components that you need. You potentially need like a site-to-site VPN or an express route to connect your current environment to the Azure environment, which will cost you some money. There are things like Azure Security Center that you might want to enable. You might want to enable Azure Backup or Azure Monitor to help with some of the operations around your workloads. And again, they will cost you some money. So this report is just an indicative cost of what it would be like if you were hosting it within Azure in terms of the servers. Now, the report will give you two versions. It will give you the as-is price, so it will look at all your servers as they currently are configured, and it will say this will be the cost. And it will also be giving you a report around performance-based analysis. So I'm sure we've all done this as well. We've all oversized a server on-prem. We've said we'll give it an extra bit of CPU or an extra bit of RAM and more storage than we necessarily need, just to avoid those kind of performance issues that we potentially think that might happen. And that's not a great use of resources, because when you move to the cloud, you're actually paying for every bit of that compute and storage. So the last thing that you want to do is pay for too much of it and it's not being used. So what Azure Migrate will do is will take that performance-based information and give you a cost around what you could actually size your virtual machine to. And it could be a smaller size than you currently have, or it could be a larger size. Now, with the performance-based report, it is only as good as the information that it has collected. And this is where you'll see, when you look in Azure Migrate, little stars beside the performance-based report. Now, the more stars that you have, the more reliable that data is, and the more you can be confident that it's actually giving you the right information. Now, I always say to customers to leave Azure Migrate collecting performance-based data for at least 30 days at a very minimum, so that it's got a good look at what your environment does for that 30 days, because there'll be a workload that'll only spin up maybe one day a week or one day a month, and you want to capture that information. You want to capture what's happening to that. If you just do it for a shorter period of time, you might not catch those little peaks and troughs that happen within your environment on and off, depending on the workloads that are happening during the month. Now, that's the discovery phase. The next phase of your migration project is actually to take all of this data that you have collected and start to strategize about your move to Azure. What workloads are moving, what workloads aren't suitable for moving, how these workloads are actually going to move. Are you going to lift and shift them and move them just as virtual machines? And that's a possibility. For a lot of customers, that's still a possibility. You could potentially look at reorchestrating it into a PaaS solution, so a platform as a service, or a SaaS solution. The possibilities are really endless, to be honest, depending on the workloads that you have. Everybody's situation will be different, and this will drive both the technology that you have within your environment and also your business objectives. What is your plans? Where are you going as an organization with the business as a whole and the technology piece? So everybody's decisions at this point will be different, and there's no right or wrong answer. Collectively, though, there are some things that you need to think about that will be common across every organisation. One of the stages that you'll have to think about and have to really dive into is, what about the operations management? How are you going to run your environment within Azure? Things like backup and monitoring, disaster recovery. Are there tools that you already use that can support backing up resources within Azure? That's great. You could potentially still leverage them and not have to look at a new tool and learn something new. But potentially that tool that you use for your backups doesn't support cloud-based workloads, so you will have to look at either replacing that entire solution or looking at a solution for your on-prem environment and one for your Azure environment. And again, that's a decision that every organisation will potentially have different from each other, but it's part of that strategy. It should be part of the plan as well. Now, your roles and responsibilities is often something that people overlook. And I said this at the start, this project is all about people as well. You need to make sure that your staff understand where all of their roles and responsibilities are. Often a key concern from people is that moving to the cloud means that they're going to be redundant. They no longer need an IT department, or they no longer need X amount of people in that IT department, and there's going to be redundancies. But that often isn't the case, because there is still the workload there. It's just a change in their job. And this is potentially where you might have to look at job titles across the board. You may have to look at understanding how your teams are made up and doing something differently to move towards a more agile solution rather than the static solution that you might be used to within your on-prem environments. And really understanding who looks after what and whose responsibility is it. I'm sure we've all had those help desk cases where someone says, "Oh, it's not the networking, it's the storage," and it gets thrown over to the storage team, and then the storage team go, "No, it's not me, it's the identity team," and that gets thrown over to them, and then the identity team, "No, it's the networking team." And it's just constantly going round and round in circles, and no one's actually fixing those problems. You have to kind of have a look at your culture within your organisation and understand where your roles and responsibilities are going to be when your workloads are in Azure, to try and avoid those solutions in these situations in the future. So again, it's something something to have a look at and understand the culture within your organisation, understand the skill set and the level that everybody's at, and just make sure that everybody knows where their roles are going to sit after this migration project has actually happened. Now, another thing you have to think about at this stage is the landing zone for your environment. Now, a landing zone is a fancy way of saying the resources that you need to be able to support your workloads. So if you are building a physical data center, you would need to ensure that that data center had power and network connectivity, cooling, things like that have to be in place before you start to put the first rack of servers into that data center. And it's kind of no different for Azure. It's just a different set of components that you have to think about. You have to think about how are you going to do the identity piece? Are you going to use Active Directory? Are you going to start to use Azure Active Directory? Are you going to do some BTC information? How does all of that connect? What's the networking going to look like? Are you going to use the same kind of networking strategy? Is it still going to be a 10.0 or whatever it may be? Or are you going to start to use different IP addresses? What does all of that picture look like to be able to support the workloads that you're actually going to migrate into this? And again, some of this will come down to how you're actually moving in the cloud. If you're moving to the cloud and you're looking at going down the virtual machine environment way, then you might need different components than necessarily if you're going down a completely PaaS solution. But again, have a look at your environment, think about what you need and start to build up that full picture so that you can have an architectural diagram that we have on screen today, which is an example of an Azure landing zone that we have within our cloud adoption framework. Now at this stage, you also want to think about how you can try and make the most of your budget. No one wants to increase their costs when moving to Azure, and this is where you start to look at some of the offers and the schemes that we have involved to try and make that better for you in terms of cost. Now, Azure reservations are something that you can commit to for a period of time. So if you know a workload is going to be running within your environment at a certain amount of time, then you can commit to that and get a significant saving. So for example, if you know that you're going to run a virtual machine for the next 3 years, you can say to Azure or Microsoft, you're going to run this virtual machine at this size and I want to commit to the price for 3 years. And you basically pay for that and there's a significant discount for it. And as you can see on screen, there's a number of services within Azure that now offer Azure reservations. So explore the options here so that you can try and save the organisation some money and make it more cost effective for you in the long run. Azure Hybrid Benefit is also something I would tell you to have a look at and read about. What Azure Hybrid Benefit is it allows you to take your Windows Server and SQL Server licenses from the on-prem environment, if you have software assurance, and run it in the cloud. So you don't have to pay for that license twice. Now we also have some support for some of the Linux versions as well in terms of the licensing and the subscription models that they have. So look into this, understand where you can actually make some savings, read the small print of your licensing agreement and understand if you have software assurance and if it is transferable up into the cloud, because again, it can save you a significant amount of money. And if you combine reservations and hybrid use benefit, there's a massive saving to be made. So you really need to, hopefully you've discovered all of this information about your licensing in the discovery phase. And when you get to the design phase, the assessment phase, this information is all at hand and it's really quick to understand how you can apply some of these offers to your new environment within the cloud. Now, once you've done all that planning, this is the stage where it actually all goes into place, the migrate stage, the time to move. This is you moving your workloads into the cloud as you have just strategized and planned to do. This can be the scary part because you're actually putting your plans into fruition, but it is also the exciting part because your plans are getting put into place and you can see if they're right. Now, again, everybody's environment, everybody's migrate stage is going to be slightly different depending on how they are moving within the cloud. So you may have thousands of virtual machines and this may be taking 6 months, maybe taking a year to move all your workloads into the cloud. You might be moving as PaaS, so you might be re-architecting everything. So it's going to take even longer potentially, or it could be taking less time. Everybody's migrate stage is going to be different. Something to think about though is not to move your most important workload first of all, because chances are there's probably going to be a glitch. You're going to have forgotten something or something's not going to go quite right because you're a bit nervous about that first migration. So start with something that isn't impactful on your business. Start with something that isn't going to get the CEO or the financial director champing on your door and shouting at you if it goes down and it isn't available. That way you can learn. You can learn with every migration that you do. You can build up that confidence. You can build up the processes. You can learn how to do this much more efficiently. You can look at how to be better at communicating it to the organisation, to the team. You can look at automating it. There's lots of things to think about in terms of this migration project or this migration part of the project. So again, have a look at it. Do it strategically. And again, hopefully all the information and the strategizing that you've done will make this stage of the project actually go quite easily. Now, Azure Migrate can help you with this part. And again, I want to take you through some of the details of how it can actually help you. Now, if you're migrating a server from a VMware environment to a server within Azure, the process can be agentless, and what you would do is, again, you would use that Azure Migrate appliance that you've done with your discovery, and it would understand your environment. You would then tell it to start to replicate your servers up into Azure, and the the appliance will start to orchestrate that replication for you. So it'll start to take that data, copy the virtual machine data from the on-prem environment up into the cloud. And you can perform test migrations, which we'll be talking about in a minute, and test how to actually migrate these workloads. So again, you can start to build up that plan, you can start to understand the process, and when you're ready, you can start to migrate it and make it live in the production side within Azure. Hopefully with zero data loss and minimum downtime. That's something that we kind of say with this agentless process, that there's minimum data loss and minimum downtime. Again, with practice, with process, with refining it, that shouldn't be an issue for you. Now, if you're moving from a Hyper-V environment, we also have an agentless version. In this version, what we would actually do is deploy a replication provider service within the Hyper-V host on your box. It will start to replicate the virtual machine, so it'll start to take the copy of the data. The replication provider will actually do the orchestration via and with the Azure Migrate appliance that you put in place as well. And it'll start to replicate that data from your on-prem environment up into the cloud. And again, you can start to test the migrations, you can start to understand your process, and then when you're ready, again, you can migrate the workload into Azure, and again, hopefully have zero data loss and minimum downtime for the application. If you're moving something that's different, so a physical server or a server from another cloud provider, this is agent-based, so it's slightly different from the previous processes that we just talked about. What you would do is you would deploy a replication appliance within your environment, so a server somewhere else within that your data center or your AWS environment. You would then install the mobility service onto each of the servers that you want to migrate. So every server you're migrating will have to have an agent installed on it. It will start to replicate all of that data, again, from on-prem up into Azure. The replication appliance will help to orchestrate that, help to make that the checksums are okay and everything that's going is okay for you. You can again do the test migrations using the sandbox environment we'll be talking about shortly. And again, once you're ready, you can start to migrate the workloads up into the cloud and make them the production version with minimum downtime, hopefully, in this scenario. The test migration scenario within Azure Migrate is a great one for you to practice with and try and refine that process. What it does is once the virtual machine is replicated within Azure, you can tick a little box, and what it'll do is spin up an environment that's segregated, completely different from your production environment, and give you that virtual machine up into Azure. So you can log into it, you can check the data, you can understand what's happening within the environment, you can see if there's anything you might have to uninstall, or you might have to reinstall, or you might have to install new in terms of your environment. If it's a virtual machine coming from the VMware environment, you may have to install some of the VMware drivers that get installed on your virtual machines because you don't really need them within Azure. So you can note that down, you can understand that process and understand when you're going to do that within your migration plan. But there's no disruption to your production environment when you use this sandbox environment, and there's no real additional costs. You will start to pay a little bit for the virtual machine because it's live within Azure as such. But once you've done your testing, you can delete all of this sandbox environment and you don't have to to use it, and you don't have to pay anything additional. It's there for you to test the migration plan, and it gives people the chance to try it without actually being within that production environment. So, you know, if I was in charge of the migration, I might do the sandbox environment, I might test it, might write down all of the steps. Then I'd delete that sandbox environment and pass my instructions to someone else to test and verify, and then they can walk through the sandbox environment, make sure that the process is kind of refined and ready for that production move. It gives you that touch point where you can test things and you can smooth things out if things aren't working necessarily the right way for you. Now, there are things that people have to think about when they're migrating these virtual machines or migrating their data anyhow into Azure. And that's one of the bandwidth considerations, is something that we think about. Now, we'll all have good connections, hopefully, from our offices up into the internet and allow us to do this migration. But if you're migrating a lot of data, the last thing anybody wants to do is steal all of the bandwidth or have this migration take days and weeks and months and years, and you need to understand that. Now, on screen is some information about whether you're doing an agentless migration and how you calculate the replication time that will be taken, and also if there's an agent-based migration, again, how to actually understand how long that's going to take. Again, everybody's going to be different, and everybody's environment is going to be slightly different about how much data you're replicating up, how much bandwidth you have, and how quick that will happen. This is a key stage kind of within your planning that you need to understand and you need to be aware of. If you're migrating thousands of terabytes of data, it's going to take a long time. If you're only migrating maybe a one virtual machine or two virtual machines, it's probably going to be really easy, and you can do that over an evening's downtime, or you can do that over a weekend. Plan out this, because this kind of will have an impact on your project plan and how long it's actually going to take. Now, the other thing we have to be wary of is stealing all of that bandwidth that we have, right? If you're migrating, if you're replicating your virtual machines during the day, you will be stealing bandwidth from people doing their day job, and you'll be getting the phone calls from the help desk saying, everything's really slow, can't view anything, what's happening? And again, that's not something that you want to have in place. Now, again, if we have agentless or agent-based migrations, we have different ways of throttling that bandwidth. So we can throttle that bandwidth back so that it only replicates to a certain speed or a certain time, where you can actually think about the replication and do potentially move all the replication to being happening at night, so out of hours, so it's not impacting your production traffic and your business during the day, and then increase, say, at the weekend when no one's working and things like that. Again, these will have to be planned out, and these will have to be thought about depending on how long the project's going to be, when you're going to impact the business, when you're not going to impact the business, things like that. But there are things that you can use within Azure Migrate to help throttle that bandwidth replication and make it maybe go a little slower in the long term, but obviously not impact the organisation during the day as well. Now, a lot of organisations are looking at implementing ExpressRoute within their environment, making that connection from on-prem up into the cloud using ExpressRoute. And again, I'm not going to read out everything on this slide, but there is a way of ensuring that the data is replicating from Azure Migrate and your on-prem environment through your ExpressRoute, so that you're not replicating the data across the internet. Now, you do have to have ExpressRoute with Microsoft peering, which is a caveat. It's not just ExpressRoute. I think there's several flavors of ExpressRoute that you can have. You have to have the Microsoft peering enabled on your ExpressRoute to be able to do this. The orchestration data will still just go over the internet, but that's really just the metadata of what's happening. It doesn't contain any of the organization's data. If you have security implications around your data and you're worried about it just going over the good old internet pipe, then you might want to have a look at implementing ExpressRoute with Microsoft peering for your migrations as well. So again, something you should be thinking about within the planning stage as well. Now, hopefully you've done all your migration and everything's been successful and no one's had to bang down the door at you because you've brought something down and they're a bit angry with you. This is the last stage, or potentially the continuous stage within your migration, and that's the optimize and manage stage. Now, this stage will really be refining what you've just done, refining all of that migration that you've just went through, and optimizing how you as an organisation run within the cloud, train your staff, look at innovations, there's lots that will happen here that will just become that business as usual activity for you. You know, we'll start to look at the operations optimizations. How can we get better as an organization? How can we look at automating things? How can we look at using new features that Microsoft release within Azure? All these kind of things will be happening within this stage, within the migration. And as I say, it'll become a business as usual activity for you as well. Now, Azure Advisor is something that I recommend to everybody because it's free to use, it's turned on by default, and it will give you recommendations on your cost, your security, your performance, your reliability, and your operational excellence within your environment. And that can range from telling you that a virtual machine has been left on and isn't being used, so it could be turned off, or it could be that your virtual machines are not in availability sets or availability zones, and if you were to put them in there, then you would have a better and more reliable, robust kind of experience with your virtual machines. So there's lots of information that is in here, and I definitely recommend everybody have a look at it and maybe make it a touch point once a month within your organization to review the recommendations and see which ones you may want to implement within your environment. Like I said, it's free and it's turned on whenever you spin up an Azure subscription, so it starts to collect and look at the data within your environment straight away. So it definitely is something you should look at. Now, the other thing that you should have a look at is Azure Cost Management and Billing. This kind of does what it says on the tin. It will help you with your cost management. It will help you understand what's happening and how much your bill is going to be at the end of the month and where you can actually optimize. It's used in conjunction with Azure Advisor. So the Azure Advisor cost recommendations are kind of coming from Azure Cost Management and vice versa. So again, it's something that you should look at. It can help you set up budgets, so you can set up a budget email so that when you reach 80% of what you want to spend or what you potentially like to spend within Azure that month, it will notify you and you can be a bit proactive. We've even got forecast budget emails that you can turn on now. So this is a new feature that forecasts that you're going to break that budget limit that you've just set, and it will email you so you can even be more proactive within the environment. And again, it's something that is free within the Azure environment. So again, it's something to consider. It's something to have a look at and try and learn about it. It isn't something I would recommend everybody uses like all the time. Please don't focus on it every week, every day. Make it again another touch point that you maybe check on maybe once a month, maybe once every 6 weeks, maybe once a quarter. You will find the right cadence to do this within your organization as your cloud maturity grows. Please don't focus down on costs solely though, because I see a lot of organizations end up focusing on driving the costs so low that it makes it cheaper than what their on-prem environment does. And they lose the sight of actually using the cloud. They lose sight of the innovation. So when you're looking at optimizing your environment and you're looking at the costs, make sure you're running responsibly. Think about that as the mantra that you're trying to aim towards, not trying to get the bill down as low as you can. And that's coming from a Scottish person who is really tight and doesn't like spending money. But please make running responsibility your mantra rather than running at a low cost within Azure, because that will make your job a lot easier, and it will also make it much more fun rather than continually having to turn off things and move things and resize things. So yeah, that's my advice on that one. Now, just wrapping up, I know I've shared a lot of information today, but I wanted to share this slide, and it can look a bit scary for some customers, but this is drawn from information that we've done with lots of customers, and this shows you the kind of migration path that you'll go through and some of the stages I talked about today. Your migration is never going to be linear, and it's never going to be the simplest project you'll ever embark on to move to the cloud. It is an enjoyable and it is a learning curve for a lot of organisations. There will be times when you'll have to stop, you'll have to completely trash all of the plans that you've come up with, you might have to rethink and you might have to change the plans. Please don't be scared by any of this. This is a normal process. As you grow, as you discover new things within your environment, as you discover new things within Azure, it will change your plan and it will make you rethink things. So your migration isn't going to be linear, but it is going to be a fun project, and it's definitely something that I enjoy doing and enjoy talking about. Now, summarising some of the things that I've said today, define what your success model looks like. Way back at the start, I talked about the discovery phase. Really look at what the objective of the business is. Make sure you're making that success marker so that you know when the project ends, your CEO knows when the project ends, and you can all arrive at that happy success measure together. And the expectations are all set out for everybody, every stakeholder involved in this project. Please involve the business. Like I was saying, there is sometimes a focus on these kind of projects where you focus on the technology and you forget to look outside of the IT department, and you forget to look at the business objectives. You forget to understand how the HR department runs or the manufacturing department runs and how your changes will affect them. So make sure you are speaking to the business, you are speaking to other stakeholders outside of IT and involving them in this project. Try and automate where you can. There are certain tasks within the IT department that we all hate doing. Look at where you can automate them and where you can make your life better, and you can start to make use of some of the innovations that we have in Azure and take away those dull tasks so that you can use some of the cooler technology, and you can start to look at some of the projects you've always wanted to look at and make the organisation better. As I said, please pick the right tool for your organisation. I've talked about Azure Migrate and the benefits and the processes that it goes through. It might not be the right tool for everybody that is listening today, but make sure that you're evaluating the tools as I said. Look at how it's storing the data, or where it's storing the data, how it gathers the data, and how much that will cost you to actually use that tool. And hopefully you'll end up at the right tool selection for your organisation to help you with this migration project. And lastly, although I said please don't focus on cost too much, please don't not focus on it. That's a double negative. But please make it part of your process. Please make it part of your natural operations, and make it again like a touch point every 6 weeks to have a look at the costs, where you can save some money, because 9 times out of 10 you'll probably find something that's been running that you didn't think was running, someone's forgot to turn off, and is costing the organisation money. So touching on it every now and again just to keep it in touch will actually make your life a lot better. Now, if you're looking for some guidance about how to architect workloads within the cloud, please do check out the Azure Architecture Centre. It has some great use cases, some reference architecture. I was actually using one the other day for a presentation I'm doing next week. So it is a good resource, and it can help you think about some of the supporting architecture around some of your workloads and where you can bolt on extra things and how they all play together. So again, have a look at that. Now, in terms of catching up on all the things that I've talked about today and all the things that I probably didn't touch on, the Azure Migration Centre is a great touch point. It will talk about the migration process as a whole. It will talk about the tooling that's available, and I'll also give you some information about partners that can help you with your migration. Some people might want to migrate themselves and do it all in-house. Other organisations can leverage partners to bring in their experience of doing other migrations and make their migration much seamlessly. And last but not least, the Microsoft Learn has some great free technical learning for your migration path. What I've done is I've collated a bunch of learning modules together on the link on the screen, where you can go and learn more about Azure Migrate and actually get some more in-depth information about some of the things that I've touched on. So definitely check out Microsoft Learn if you haven't already. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to me today. Hopefully it's been insightful. I've definitely enjoyed sharing my insights into a migration project. If you want to see more information, if you want to dive into some of the things, or even try and download this presentation for your own notes, please head to that link on screen where you can get the information and you can download the presentation. And if you've got any questions, please do reach out to me on Twitter. I'm not sure if we've got any questions right now, but yeah, I'm always available to talk about migrations or anything that anybody might have. But again, thank you so much for having me today. It's been a pleasure.
You. We had a minor little hiccup at the beginning, so I didn't get the chance to talk to you then and to give you your proper introduction. So it's great to connect with you now. First of all, yeah, thank you so much for showing us how to move our workloads to Azure. It's a very inspiring session, and we're very thankful that you made the time available to deliver that at Azure AzureLive today. So Sarah, at the beginning, I wanted to tell a lot more about you, who you are, your role. You're such an inspiring woman in our industry, with all the amazing things you do. And so you have already, of course, introed yourself. We know you as TechieLass on Twitter. You're the founder of the Azure Glasgow user group. You have a long track record in IT. I mean, there's a lot that we want to know about you, but one of the things I want to highlight is your YouTube channel. You have recently passed your 1,000 subscribers and rising every day. Tell us more about it. You post weekly updates. You're, I believe, already on 80 plus, if I said it correctly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah, my YouTube channel is something that I started when I realised that I would need to get better at presenting to the camera as part of my job. So it really was a pet project to help me focus on the camera, learn all those techniques. And as you say, I do a weekly update video every Friday where I talk about the Azure news. So it helps me keep up to date with everything. And then I also rant about whatever I've been up to during the week. And I think I'm up to, I think it's 85 videos, weekly videos. So I've been doing it for a long time now. So yeah.
Yeah, that's great. And I also love the diversity in your videos. So you really go like technically deep with Azure news, but you also share your life, indeed gardening, or I've seen videos where you're in some beautiful spots in Scotland. So yeah, that's really fantastic. I just want to highlight that. And for the people who are watching or listening, make sure you do follow Sarah-Leen at TechieLass on Twitter or TechieLass on YouTube, where you can find all the amazing content she's sharing, as well as on her blog, which is also techieLass.com.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. All right. Then let's check in with Greg. Any technical questions based on Sarah's session today?
Yeah, first of all, Sarah, great session. Thank you very much. Everyone enjoyed it. I was just watching the chat as you were doing it. We do have a number of questions, but someone was really kind to answer quite a few of them as we were doing it, so that's great. But we do have one or two questions, so let me just read out one or two. Can Azure Migrate be used for smaller companies, or is it just for big organizations?
No, it can be used for anybody, whether you're migrating 2 servers and you want support for that, or you're migrating 20,000 servers, you can use it. It's great. I've used it a number of times in my home lab. So I have a small home lab here, a physical lab still, and I can use it. So it's there for everybody. It can scale whatever you need it to scale to.
Okay, and I had a question from Ivan. How can you guarantee minimal data loss using agentless migration?
Because the team are awesome. I don't.
You just have to trust
it. Yeah. It's one of those things that you probably need to have a dig down in what we do. I obviously touched on the process of how it does it, but there's much more detail on the Azure Migrate documentation page that will show you how we get that and where we get that. Again, going through the process and working through like the sandbox environment and testing it and understanding it yourself will help to prove those claims that I've made today about it. So yeah, it is one of our selling points of the thing, but please do have a look at the documentation and dive into it. Obviously, I only had a small portion of time today to do it, but the documentation will help you with that.
And I think we've got time for one more. So does Azure Migrate support app modernization? And I think the example was like moving from IIS to Azure App Service as an example.
Yes, so the IIS route is absolutely supported. In terms of other app modernization, the team are working on a preview feature that will help look at your applications and actually containerize it for you as well. I should have actually put that link on screen, but yeah, that is something that we are looking towards, because I know a lot of organizations want to move to Azure, but they don't want to use virtual machines. So the team are looking at ways that they can support people and help them with that path, because as I'm sure you're involved in these kind of projects, Greg, they can be quite complex, and it's always about it depends and there's nuances. Yeah. So the team are definitely building on how they can help with that modernization much more nowadays.
Okay, cool.
I also have one more question. I did tell Sarah a few days ago that I will also make her speak Dutch after her session. So how about we try the word that was sort of impossible for Greg. So let's see if Sarah manages to repeat after me the Dutch word stofzuiger.
Stofzuiger.
Yeah!
No?
And if you want
At least you tried it, I can.
vacuum cleaner.
Thanks for that, Izzy.
Yeah, you're welcome. Well, thank you so much, Sarah. It was a true pleasure to have you at AzureLive today. Keep on rocking in the community. We hope you stay happy and healthy and everything turns back to normal at one point so that we can meet again at in-person conferences.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right. Take care, Sarah. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Our purpose is to promote digital transformation for KPMG Japan and its clients. To do that, we created Cloud Next, a multi-cloud and hybrid cloud platform. We wanted to have GitOps. We wanted to have infrastructure as code, code as configuration. We wanted to be multi-cloud, but also hybrid. And we incorporated all of that into Cloud Next. To do that, we searched all over the world. And we found quite a bit of expertise within Wortel.
Wortel is a Microsoft-focused partner from the Netherlands, helping international companies become cloud native and achieve their business goals. Wortel employs a highly skilled group of engineers and architects, among which MVPs and RD, titles only the best professionals get.
Under the Cloud Next banner, we've undertaken multiple high-impact projects that include refactoring our codebase to become modular, end-to-end tested and versioned, as well as changing the Cloud Next system to be accessible by all the KPMG member firms around the world.
In my role as senior engineer, Kit was able to rely on my knowledge of different technologies like Azure DevOps, Git, Kubernetes, Helm, Azure Arc. And based upon that knowledge, we were able to build out the foundational frameworks for the build and release pipelines.
Azure Arc is Microsoft's way of extending Azure out to run anywhere a customer needs it. And that first of all means taking Azure's management capabilities, things like Azure Policy, Azure Role-Based Access Control, and extending that to manage customers' servers or Kubernetes clusters.
The main factors to our success are the 16-hour development cycle that we have thanks to multi-region teams.
The international collaboration with Japan, Bulgaria, Australia, New Zealand, the UK and others, it's amazing, it's really fantastic.
We work as one team that goes the extra mile for each other. The added value for KPMG and its clients is that they have access to a wide range of expertise, people that know the next generation of technologies that are coming up.
The Cloud Next innovation train just never stops.
Hi everyone and welcome back at AzureLive, or if you have just tuned in, a very warm welcome. I like to say good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It of course depends where in the world you are joining us from today. And as they would say in the Netherlands, goedemorgen, goedemiddag, or goedenavond again. All right, so my name is Isidora Katanic. I'm a Microsoft MVP based out in Switzerland, and I'm very excited to be the virtual hostess of this first shift at AzureLive today. And of course, I'm not here alone. I'm with our amazing friend, Gregor Sati, who's based in Scotland. You might know him as Azure Greg, a Microsoft Azure MVP. So Greg, please say hi, intro yourself, and let's get ready for our next speaker.
Yeah, thanks, Izzy. Hi, everyone. So yeah, my name's Gregor Sutty, and I live near Glasgow in Scotland. As Izzy said, I'm an Azure MVP and an MCT as well. I help run the Azure user group, the Glasgow Azure user group with Sarah, who was just on. And I'm really looking forward to the next session. So without further ado, even, let me just introduce our next session. So a very warm welcome to our next session, which will be by the wonderful Ines Ehrlich. She will guide us through the value of AKS and why you should get started with Kubernetes. Anna comes from Berlin in Germany, but she's also lived in Spain and in the United Kingdom. She's now back in Berlin, and Anna works as a developer evangelist at CodeFresh. She's also studying computer science at the University of Hertfordshire, all these words I can't pronounce. She was a developer advocate for a company called Near Protocol before joining CodeFresh. She's also, which is quite exciting, she's an ambassador for Girl Code, which is a women in tech online community and technology consultancy on a mission to close the tech gender gap. And we also had the privilege of having Anna speak at the Glasgow Azure user group in February. So we're all very excited. So Anna, welcome to AzureLive. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the introduction. I hope you can hear me all right and everything is working.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much. That was an amazing introduction. Great. Yeah, so let's dive right into my presentation. I hope you can see it. Great. Here we go. No, this is not my presentation. That's somebody else. Could you please put on my presentation? That's right now at the title screen, how to become cloud native. That would be great for the organizers. I just see another presentation right now, which is not mine. So would it be possible to change that? So maybe in the meantime, I can give a brief introduction of what I'm going to be talking about until the presentation is changed. I hope the organizers hear me, that the presentation is going to be changed. So I'm going to be talking about how to become cloud native, the value of Azure Kubernetes servers, and why you should get started with Kubernetes. And right now I'm on my title screen, so I hope that's going to appear in a second, or I'm going to let know why my presentation is not there, because I'm sharing my screen right now, but that's cool. And yeah, so I'm going to touch in this presentation several different aspects, several different points. And once I'm at my screen, because I really need my screen for the presentation, for sharing it. There we go. Awesome. Thank you so much. That was awkward. Awesome. We're here. Cool. So yeah, let's jump to the next slide. You just heard a really amazing intro about myself. That was really, really nice. Yeah, so as mentioned, I'm a developer evangelist at CodeFresh. Before joining CodeFresh, I worked for several years in the blockchain space, and then I got super excited about everything DevOps and decided to get involved in a new industry. And I hope I can share some of my excitement with you now today. Now, if you have any questions after my presentation, anything you would like to share or ask, I'm really active on Twitter at @orlisane, so that's where you can find me. And let's get started. So here's a brief overview of what I kind of want to convey within this presentation and my live demo. That's why I'm sharing my entire screen, because we're going to have a live demo, which is going to be really exciting. So first, I want to talk a bit more about what is cloud native. What does it mean to be cloud native? Mainly from my perspective and just things within the industry. I'm going to give a brief overview of Docker and Kubernetes. You might have heard about both technologies before. You might use it on a daily basis, or you might be completely new to it. That's completely cool. I'm going to give a brief overview, a brief introduction. And then I hope that everybody can follow the rest of the presentation and follow really the live demo and see the value in it. There's some background noise just for the organizers, by the way. And yeah, so then I'm also going to give a brief overview of Azure Kubernetes Service, as we are completely new to that and what I really like about it. And then I'm going to deploy an application and going to showcase how it can be used and the value of the way that I'm going to deploy it. So it's demo time, and in the end, I really want to reiterate on the long-term benefits of going cloud native, of implementing technologies such as Docker and Kubernetes to run your deployments, and what's next for this example that I'm going to show you. And then we hopefully have some time for Q&As. So what does cloud native mean? I want to take this really from the perspective of, let's assume you're a native speaker of a language, right? You learned this language from infancy, you learned it from a specific perspective, and so it's unique to you and the way you learned it. Similarly, if you would, or the way I learned English at school in Germany, I got different information than a native speaker got, or somebody studying English in a different country. And that's really similar with when you start learning about cloud native. You will approach it from different angles. You will get started with different technologies first over other technologies, and that's completely cool because there are different reasoning for why you would want to get started with one over the other. So cloud native in itself can mean different things for different people. It can mean you're using cloud for storage and computing. It could also mean, in the sense that I'm going to approach it, that you're using specific technologies and specific methodologies for your deployments. So in this case, cloud native and the approach that I'm taking really means that instead of running one large monolithic application, you're breaking down your application into separate microservice applications. So there's a separation of concern within your application of the different services, what they are used for, the different aspects of your application. And all those microservices interact with each other in certain configurations that you determine. So your application is ultimately really modular. It's a plug-and-play way of adding new services, adding new features to your application without affecting any other parts of your application. And how do we make this possible? We make it possible through technologies such as containerization. So we run container-based environments where all the processes are within containers, within a separate environment setting that doesn't affect the other. And I'm going to talk a bit more about containerization in a bit. Now, to manage containers, we want to use specific container orchestration systems such as Kubernetes. Now, Kubernetes is not the only one that we could be using, but a lot of companies and projects within the ecosystem are focusing on Kubernetes, and I'm going to also focus this presentation and my demo subsequently on Kubernetes and tell you a bit more about that. And it goes beyond, so Green Cloud Native really goes beyond the technologies that we are using to also about basically the practices that we're implementing throughout our deployment workflows. So the Agile DevOps practices that we're implementing, they are playing a part with whether or not we are moving towards this idea of being cloud native. And ultimately, we want to use frameworks that are best suited for our functionality, for what we're using, and basically what for our goals, versus using frameworks that are just kind of working, but not actually specific or not the best in the industry for our specific purposes. So this all is kind of a brief overview of what cloud native means so as far as I have learned about it and as far as I'm using it. Now, depending on which organization you're talking to, which person you're going to talk to, you're going to get a different perspective, and they are going to focus on different aspects or a different value system behind cloud native, let's say. And then we have this amazing landscape, and if you have heard about Kubernetes, you might have come across this landscape already. And this landscape is basically the CNCF, the Cloud Native Computing Foundation landscape, and it's really the CNCF provides a neutral ground for a lot of projects that are within the cloud native ecosystem. So all of these projects, they are integrating with different cloud native technologies. So for instance, we have here Kubernetes. We have a lot of other technologies that are within this landscape. Now, depending on which screen you're watching on right now, this might be all just little boxes with fancy colorful dots within them, which is completely cool. Just take away that this is like basically an overview of the different projects that we have within. Also, the CNCF provides an on-ramping curve of how new projects can basically join, how new open source projects can join this cloud native landscape and get involved and basically provide value to the community. So new projects that are donated to the CNCF would start as sandbox projects, and as their adoption within the industry grows and as they are advancing and they are becoming more stable and so on, they can move into incubation and then into basically graduation from the CNCF. So we are going to focus today on Argo, which is this project that is mentioned up here, which is really cool. So that's what we're going to dive into more. Now, when you're first looking at this, it might be that this is your first reaction. You're like, oh gosh, if I'm going cloud native, is this really everything that I will have to focus on? Is this really everything that I will have to learn? All of these projects, are they even all of them used? Who's using all of them? No. Some of those projects, or a lot of them, can actually be used interchangeably. So it's not that you really have to learn all of them, right? Or a lot of them are also used in combination. So you would, for example, implement 10 different projects from this landscape to optimize one use case, right? And it's more like a plug-and-play situation versus you really having to use all of those projects separately if you're going cloud native. Now, when I got started in this space, coming from blockchain, coming really from a technology that's not really adopted, it's really fancy and praised, I got really excited seeing this landscape, seeing how many companies are actually adopting cloud-native technologies, are actually running those. So this was kind of my reaction. I was like, yeah, let's get started with this. And subsequently, I started a challenge that I called 100 Days of Kubernetes, where I basically aim to learn something new related to Kubernetes across 100 days. So you can see here my YouTube channel and the notes that I do for each of those days to basically explore this landscape. And one of the most recent videos is also focused on GitOps and Argo CD, which I'm going to talk more about now. But before that, I want to give you really a brief introduction into Docker and Kubernetes and why do we want to use both of those technologies. So Docker in itself is used for containerization of your application. So ultimately, you want to pack anything that your application depends on into a container image. So you define anything that your application needs to run. In this case, for example, we have here a basic Node.js Docker file that specifies what we need to run our Node application and then ultimately like to pack it up. And then with Docker, we can build this image based on this specification. We can build an image. And once we have built an image, we can run it. And when we run a container, we just run it in a self-contained unit. So it doesn't depend on anything from the outside. Best practices are that you don't want to inject any specific variables into your containers. You really want to have them being self-contained and not being dependent on external information. Now, you can have also containers communicate with each other, which you're going to look at with Kubernetes. And ultimately, the value of this is that you can avoid situation where it's the common scenario of, oh, it worked on my machine. Why doesn't it work in development environment, in staging, in production? Why doesn't it work on your machine? Because everything is ultimately already working within the self-contained unit that it doesn't depend on the external dependencies. And that really allows us to also store those images on a registry, on an external registry. There's also the Azure container registry that you could be using, as well as the Docker Hub for your images. And yeah, once we have those container images, we want to run them. However, some organizations, such as Netflix, they have thousands and thousands of containers for all of their microservice applications. So if you imagine you have to manage thousands of these containers, it's a lot of work that goes in, and it can be really confusing. And there's a lot of dependencies that you will have to take care of and to manage. So that's where Kubernetes comes in. Kubernetes is not the only tool that you could use, but it's by far the most popular by now. So how does Kubernetes actually work? Just imagine it as like, if this is your Kubernetes cluster, there's one main node that takes care of really the important processes usually. It takes care of making sure that everything that you want to run within this cluster is running. And how do you tell this main node what you want to run? You have YAML files, and YAML files are basically just markup files that specify what resources your application uses. So for example, what container image does your application use? How does containers supposed to communicate with each other? So think about it really as a set of recipes on how you want to make a menu. And then you tell Kubernetes those different recipe files, and you tell it exactly what to do with those files by giving that to the Kubernetes API. And then the Kubernetes API is communicating with all those resources within your Kubernetes cluster and making sure that your application runs. And it's usually running at worker nodes that you can see here. Right now in this image and this graphic, I took it from the official documentation. So these are worker nodes that are within your cluster. They make up your cluster, and the main node will schedule your application to be deployed as like pods running and resources running within those nodes. So the overall value of using Kubernetes is really that it's highly community driven. There's a huge ecosystem, as I've shown you, behind it, backing it up and building on top of it and expanding on top of Kubernetes, expanding its functionality, making it more modular, making it more usable for the entire ecosystem. And there are lots of supporting tools overall that you can use, lots of tools that help you to manage your infrastructure and ultimately reduce the time that you will have to manage your infrastructure once set up. And then in the end, over the past years, Kubernetes has become, because it has become so popular, a lot of resources have been created by the community, books and blog posts and tutorials that show you exactly how you can get started. So by now it's really easy to get started, to get on-ramped on using Kubernetes, deploying your application as form of microservices within Kubernetes. So what are the goals that we're actually aiming for when we're using Kubernetes and Docker in this case, or other containerization tools? So for once, we want to have high portability of our deployments, of our application. So we want to use the infrastructure that we need for our application versus being locked in a certain type of infrastructure in certain tools. So we want to really make the external environment of our application adapt to what we need to run our application, to make our application work. And then we want to reach high agility within our teams. So whenever new features have to be deployed, we want to be as fast as possible to do that. We want to have self-contained teams that can work independently on different parts of our code base, of our application. And this is really only done if we have high observability into what is deployed where and how is that running within our infrastructure. And once we have this high observability, it allows us to, because we have higher confidence in what decisions have to be made, what is going wrong, what is going right within our application, we can make faster deployments happen. And all of this should ideally happen at low operational management. So high observability, higher agile teams are really amazing, but if that comes at a cost of us having to create our own monitoring system, our own applications to monitor our application, to make deployments happen, and we ultimately spend more time on those tools that we need to make our deployments effective than our actual deployments, our actual application, then that's highly suboptimal. So we want to reduce all the operational management as much as we possibly can. And in the end, we don't want to introduce any security risks into our deployments when we're using cloud-native technologies, when we're using new technologies that are on a cutting edge, let's say. So overall, to take one thing away here is that humans are really bad at manual tasks, right? We get bored, we're unfocused, we don't know if what we're doing is actually right, if we have repeated the same step for the 1000th time also correctly. So ultimately, we want to really make sure that we are automating as much as we can possibly automate. So when we have to click buttons in a UI, I can show you which buttons to press and then you can repeat it after me, but ultimately, that is really a manual way of setting things up. And in the long term, as if we can automate certain interactions with our applications, then we should aim to do that and reduce the overload or the situations in which humans actually have to interact with our deployments directly. So overall, how does that translate into our processes? Well, when we think about that we want to create a new feature, we want to develop a new feature or fix a bug, we test it, and then we want to deploy it in the end. And we want to make sure that our security configurations and our networking, everything still works and is in place. This process might take a long time. There might be a lot of communication between different teams. There might be different logistics that we have to take care of, that we have to manage, and so on in the background. So depending on your organization, this might take days, it might take weeks or even months to do. So ultimately, when we don't have certain implementations, we don't have separations of concern between our different services, when we're not able to interact with our application in separate units, then this entire process can become quite complicated. So what we want to have instead is moving to this microservice environment as detailed here. Imagine this is our Kubernetes cluster from a really high abstract level, and we have different services running within, and those ideally can behave independently. We can update them independently. We have certain configurations in place on how they might communicate with each other and how we might communicate from the outside world with them. And when we update any of those microservices, we in the end don't want to change any of our existing networking or security configurations. So that's basically the ideal case. So we can have this entire process from development over testing to deployment much faster and much more automated. Now, what are we going to do today? We ultimately want to have this workflow of implementing a new context, whether that's an issue, bug fix, new feature, of a development into implementation as smooth as possible, like an automated wheel, right? And for that, we're going to use Azure Kubernetes Service, and we're going to use Argo today. That we're going to look at basically how to use Argo specifically, how that works, and the methodologies behind it. And before we are looking at Argo, I want to take a quick detour into GitOps. What is GitOps? It was just mentioned in the video that we saw before this talk, really briefly. So let's dive into what GitOps actually is. What does it mean? So GitOps in itself is a principle of defining all of our resources within Git. So Git, our version control system, is the main source of truth for anything that should be running our application, for anything that's needed to run our application. That's really the ideal case. So it's in itself, it's a practice of deploying software. It's a methodology of how we want to deploy new software, or how we want to manage our existing software. And overall, we want to manage all of our resources declaratively. What does it mean to manage these resources declaratively within Kubernetes? So if you think about that, we both went to a really nice Italian restaurant the other day, and there was this amazing lasagna, and we want to recreate this lasagna. The imperative way of creating the lasagna would be to just mix different ingredients widely together, and then figure out what steps are needed, which ingredients are needed to get to the lasagna in the end. We don't know those steps. We don't know what the end state of our lasagna is going to be. We just know that we want to get there and vaguely know what we have to do to get there. Maybe we have done it before and we know how to get there. Now, the declarative way of doing the same process would be that we have a recipe. The recipe exactly defines what do we have to have within our lasagna at the end? What ingredients should be in there? Should there be sugars or should there be salt? What kind of dough should be in there? And then it also defines the different steps that are needed to mix those ingredients. So we already know what's supposed to be at the end and how to mix it up. And by knowing those steps, we can automate it. We can automate the process. So for example, we could use some smart mixer to put everything together. And then we might only have to interfere at certain stages of making the lasagna. Now, this gives us higher confidence in that the lasagna at the end is actually what we want to have. And we also have high observability in what's going into lasagna. So if you're cooking with your child and your child is following the recipe, you know exactly, you can verify whether or not your child is making putting the right ingredients together or not. So this really translates into how we want to manage resources within our Kubernetes cluster. And in this case, the recipe would be our YAML files that we're going to give to Kubernetes. So translating all of this to GitOps, we have Git as our single point of truth with our desired state that should be running within our cluster. Now, our cluster is running our actual state, the actual state that is happening right now there. And we have our different services. And then also within this cluster, we have an agent. Now, this agent lives inside the cluster. It's based on the Kubernetes API, Kubernetes resources itself. So it's living right there, and it can help us define and interact with other Kubernetes resources. Now, by having the agent living inside of our cluster, it's able to pull the desired state from Git. So we can give the agent access to our Git repository and tell it, okay, you are allowed to pull information from this specific repository inside the Kubernetes cluster. And by having this pull mechanism from the agent to pull resources inside of our Kubernetes cluster, we have higher security in place because we are not allowing any application, for example, our Git repository, we are not allowing it to access our cluster, because then we could have other entities that could pretend to be some entity that we gave access to the cluster and could try to basically impose malicious resources inside our resources running within our cluster. So by defining basically that only this agent inside our cluster is able to access resources from the outside, we can reach higher security. And then ultimately, when our developer is building a new feature, pushing it to Git and filing a PR, he or she is changing the state of our cluster, is changing the state of Git. And then the agent will know the next time it's checking our Git repository that there's a new state that have to be deployed. For example, that service 3 has to be updated. And that's ultimately what GitOps is about, that really this process in itself. So where does Argo CD come in? So Argo CD is in this case the agent. It's this case the agent that's living within our cluster. So Argo CD is really a declarative GitOps delivery tool for Kubernetes that's going to be deployed within our Kubernetes cluster. So similar to how you're installing programs on your machine, you are installing Argo CD inside the Kubernetes cluster. It's a CNCF incubating project, so it has already proven some traction and a certain adoption within the community, as well as it's implementing a certain framework of how its governance works. It's an open source tool, so it has a certain governance strategy. And then it also has a comprehensive UI and a comprehensive client, so you can use either or depending what you feel more comfortable with. So if you prefer if you're more a visual type and you prefer to do it through UI, you can completely do that, or you can use the client. In the demo, we're going to use both. And then if you're already using Kubernetes, you could use it with any of those tools, any templating tool. You can use it also with pure YAML, whatever you prefer. Now, Argo CD is part of the Argo project family, which is actually consistent of 4 projects: Argo CD, Argo Workflows, Argo Rollouts, and Argo Events. I'm going to have another talk on Argo Rollouts, so if you're curious in that, check my Twitter. There's a link to the next talk. But let's stay with Argo CD for now. So this is overall the interface that we're going to have, more or less, when we're opening up Argo CD. I'm going to dive into the different aspects in the demo as well. But I'm a bit biased because at CodeFresh, we are integrating heavily with Argo. And I'm also going to briefly show you some of the pipelines that I'm using to manage my deployments, to manage my application. And this is, for instance, our GitOps dashboard that we have in place to allow you to have further insights into your deployments, to know what's happening where, who deployed what, and under the hood, it's managed through Argo CD. Now, I'm using Azure Kubernetes Service. Why am I doing that? It's really easy compared to other Kubernetes providers, cloud providers, where you can spin up Kubernetes clusters. So it's really straightforward. You can have insights into which resources are deployed within your cluster really easily through the UI. And yeah, so now what is the demo plan? What am I actually going to show you now? We are going to implement everything that's within this landscape. All of this tools. Now, of course not, we are not going to do that. We don't have the time. And it would also not be, wouldn't be much reason behind doing that. And we want to really make things intentionally, right? We want to have some reason behind the things that we're doing and why we're using certain tools over others. So the real plan of the demo is now to show you the Argo CD installation within the cluster and how it's running within the cluster, then deploy a MySQL database, and then implement a backend that's communicating with the database so we can make requests to the backend to store information within the database. Now, I wanted to implement a frontend as well and click some buttons to show you really how it's working, to make it more visual, but I'm not the best frontend developer and I didn't get it working for today, so maybe for next time. And then in the end, I want to show you how GitOps actually works, what is the benefits of doing it the GitOps way with Argo CD, and in the end, how we can automate our processes. So let's jump over to our demo. I'm just going to exit my presentation. So you're going to see my pretty screen here. And here I'm in my terminal. Now, right now, I'm connected to my Azure Kubernetes cluster. We can also have a look at my Azure account, actually, and have a look at the cluster here. So this is exactly the same cluster that I've spun up before this presentation, before the demo, actually a few days ago. So here's my cluster. And within the cluster, we're going to need that in a bit, I have kubectl get on. No, you have to spell it right? I don't have anything set up right now within that cluster within my main namespace. So let's check the other namespaces that I have. So as you can see, I have my default namespace that we just checked here, where nothing is set up right now, for now. And then we have an Argo CD namespace. So this is really going to be a really fast on-ramping to Kubernetes. Namespaces, you can imagine it as separate buckets. So those are buckets that hold different resources. So you can, for example, imagine it like Lego, like buckets with which you hold different Lego blocks, and those blocks are used to build something. So it's really like separate buckets that where you can have different policies implemented on each of those namespaces. So now we're going to take a look at the Argo CD namespace and the resources that are deployed there. So as you can see, there are a bunch of different resources that are running right now. Now, those resources are really just deployed through run command. So if you check out the Argo CD documentation, you can install all of that just with one command. Here we have the different pods that basically run the Argo CD application, and then we have the services that make the communication possible from within the namespace between the Argo CD resources as well as from the outside. So we have a type here, a service type called load balancer. And that allows us to, through the external API, to access Argo CD. Quick step. So, okay, now that we have it running, all of the resources look fine. Everything is nicely running within our cluster. We want to tell Argo CD that it should deploy it should first deploy our MySQL database and then as well our backend. Now, here I have the UI running for Argo CD, and right now there's no application yet. Now I can go ahead and I can tell Argo CD about a new application, a new Git repository with the resources that it should deploy. But I could also go ahead and do that through the UI, through the client, which I'm going to do now. So this is the Git repository that I'm using. It has a basic go to do backend, and then the front end that's not working, and here are my manifests. Now I want to tell Argo CD about the manifests that have to be deployed. I could do it directly through, well, I could deploy those resources directly through kubectl. So you have a command called kubectl apply, and then you specify the files or the directory that you want to deploy. So for instance, here is the same manifest directory that I have here within my Git repository. No, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do kubectl apply. Now, why am I not doing kubectl apply and telling Kubernetes directly about the resources? Why am I using Argo CD in the first place? Really to iterate on that. If I'm doing kubectl apply to imperatively apply resources, right? I'm just telling it, please use those resources, apply it, right? And then a lot of times when you have lots and lots of files that you want to, lots of YAML files that you want to deploy to your cluster, it's actually quite difficult to manage all of those different files. And sometimes you will have difficulties deleting your application or modifying your application because you don't know, or you have modified the file and the name is not the same anymore, and your kubectl won't find it, and so on. That's why we want to use Argo CD as an intermediary that's running within our cluster, because then we can just tell Argo CD about the Git repository, and whenever we update the master branch, the main branch in this case, within our Git repository, Argo CD will learn about it, will pull those changes inside of our Kubernetes cluster. So we're going to go ahead and say Argo, and then we want to create our MySQL database first. So we're going to say Argo CD app create, and then the name of the app that we want to create, and the repository that we're going to give it. So as you can see, this is my Git repository within GitHub. That is basically the default branch, the default directory, and then we specify the path for our manifests that have the detail, basically what the database is, like what are the resources that our database needs to be deployed. And then the destination server is the Kubernetes cluster in which we want to deploy to. In this case, we're going to use the same Kubernetes cluster as which we're using for Argo CD itself. And the namespace is going to be our default namespace. So we're just going to go ahead and tell Argo CD to deploy it. And obviously, this is not going to work now. So we're going to check if Argo CD is running. Okay, it wouldn't be a live demo if nothing would break, right? So let's try this again. Okay, so I'm maybe not logged in to my Azure account, so I'm just going to log in. And let's check that again. Okay, this is not working right now. I'll go log in. Let me just quickly check some commands. It worked right before this demo, so I'm hoping I'm getting it to work. I'll go log in. Okay, I found the command. Let's try this out. Let's see if this is going to work now. If it's not going to work, I'm really sorry about that. But it should work. It worked just before, so. Yeah. Okay, so. Let's see what we can do here. It just fails right now to connect to Argo CD, so maybe I have to, let's check the resources again. Maybe I'm just gonna have to deinstall, like remove all of those resources. Let's actually do that. Let's remove all of those resources for Argo CD and just spin up Argo CD again. Since it's not connecting and it's not updating the token, doesn't let me log in. So we're gonna say kubectl delete, and this is all stuff that I'm just gonna do now. That is not part of the demo, just saying. So we're gonna try to apply Argo CD resources again, and then spin it up again. I'm not sure why this is not working right now. That hasn't happened before. So let's see how long this is going to take and how this is working. So what I ultimately wanted to show you is that here within our Kubernetes cluster, we want to spin up our MySQL database and then our backend, and then we're going to make requests to that. But ultimately, what the idea is that we're going to give Argo CD access directly to our Git repository, and it's using the resources that are defined here within the backend and within the database to deploy our application, to get our application up and running within our cluster. Now let's see if it has been deleted, and let's go ahead and create a new kube namespace. Here, kubectl create namespace Argo CD, and deploy our Argo CD again, deploy the manifests again. So as you can see, the resource that we saw here within the Argo CD namespace, that's really the one command that I use to install all of these resources. It's just really straightforward. So let's see if this is going to work now. Now I will have to log in again, get the server running. Great. Okay, so okay, none of this is working right now, which I'm really confused by. So I think we're going to jump back into the presentation. The demo is not working right now. I'm not sure how to make it work right now. So I hope that I can just, well, you can check out my YouTube channel, and there is a similar demo on it. So I hope that would help maybe. So yeah, I'm really sorry that this is not working right now because it worked right before. So we'll see how that one goes now. Yeah, so let's jump back into the demo. So overall, what I wanted to show you is that we can deploy, basically here's the graph, the overview of what I wanted to deploy, what I wanted to make happen. And no, it's not working. So we have here within our Kubernetes cluster, we have Argo CD running, and then we have, we want to deploy the MySQL database and then the backend. Now, right now, I'm unable to connect to Argo CD, something maybe that I did wrong. It worked before, so sorry about that. Anyway, so once we have those resources that are going to be managed by Argo CD, we ultimately are able to connect to the backend. So what we want to have in this case is, or what we want to have next is we want to implement a better networking strategy. We want to improve the storage and the monitoring of our application. That's right now, that would be the example application that I just showed you. And ultimately the goal is to reach, or like why we're using Argo, as mentioned earlier, to have high security and high observability into our deployments so that we can ultimately focus on iterating on the application once everything around it is set up, right? So basically, once we set everything up, let's check the Argo CD namespace and check if all the resources are actually deployed here, actually up and running. So they are up and running. So let's try port forward that. Okay, so it's port forwarding now. Now that the resources are running, we can access the UI. So let's just do it, try it out through the UI. So we can now go ahead and access the secret. So it's giving you basically an original secret with which you can access Argo, which in this case, this is the secret. So we're gonna go ahead and log into the UI, and we're gonna do it through Argo login, and then localhost, since we have it running on localhost 8080, Argo CD login, CD, sa. Okay, so hopefully we can now log in. The username is admin, and then we just paste our password. And now we are logged in. So hopefully now I can show you what I actually want to show you in a second. So if I go ahead and I say Argo CD and I want to deploy my backend, this is what I'm doing here. So I created my MySQL database. This is the demo that I want to show you. Awesome. So now that we have this running, we can check kubectl get all. However, in this case, when I right now check it, as you can see, there's nothing running right now, even though Argo CD already learned about it. So if I'm refreshing this, I will have to relog into the UI and accept this, and then admin and my password. And here we are, here we're logged in. So now I told Argo CD about my MySQL database that's running within, that's basically deployed on my, or like not deployed, that's basically within my Git repository. So I can go ahead and sync this. I can also do that through the client. Now, once I tell Argo to sync with the resource within my Git repository, it's pulling the latest changes. And I can also see that here. So Argo CD is right now pulling those changes. So all the resources that Argo CD is deploying based on the information I gave it, based on the information I have here, the YAML files I have within my database folder here. And so now I have the backend running, and this is healthy now. Now I can go ahead and I can deploy, well, I have my MySQL database running and I can deploy my backend. So I'm going to do Argo and then create my backend. And it's a similar process. So I have my backend that I want to, I have here the repository that's for the backend, manifests backend instead of database. And then the same destination server and the same namespace. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. Now it's creating the backend, and it's a similar process now that I've told it to basically deploy this backend that I have within here, within manifests, not this database backend. It's going to take the YAML file that's here and going to deploy it. So once this is running, I can go ahead and say Argo CD and then sync, and then with my backend. And then I'm basically saying exactly the same thing as what I did through the UI. So basically now this backend is syncing with my Git repository. And once this is up and running, we can use the backend and send some data to the MySQL database. And once this is up, we can also find all of the resources here within my Azure account. So I can go ahead and I can go on namespaces. I hope you can see all of this. And I hope I have enough time. Awesome, to show you all of this. Great. So I have here my Argo CD namespace with all the resources for Argo CD ultimately. And then I have here within my workloads, I have all the workloads, all the resources, the pods, and everything that are running within my cluster right now. So here is our backend. Here is our MySQL database. They are up and running right now nicely. Also, Argo CD is showing that the application is healthy, that it's running like it's described within our Git repository, which is amazing, which is confirming on what we actually wanted to have. And now we can go ahead and we can get the resources, get basically the information to our backend. So this is the IP. And now we can send some information to that external IP to communicate with our backend, which the UI would obviously have been able to, or should have been able to do that. So we're just sending a post request to the backend to store this information, and it's created an ID within our database and stores the description of our new to-do, which is give AzureLive talk. And it's not completed yet, so we can also go ahead and query through our API, basically from our backend, all the uncompleted to-dos that are stored within our MySQL database. And this is hopefully, oh, this is the wrong IP address that I obviously have to change as well. So as you can see here, it's obviously like every time you're going to create those resources right now, it's recreating the external IP because it's not, I have not defined it. I have not predefined it. So the external IP is going to be recreated every time we implement the backend again. And that's not ideal because obviously you don't want to have to manually configure the external IP every time the service breaks. So every time anything else breaks, you don't want to have to manually reset it up, right? So in the ideal case, you have all of these automated, and that's where the future plans for this application come from, really. That you want to have this all set up, and you would do it with other fancy cloud native technologies that allow you to set up service mesh, which basically additional components on top of your Kubernetes cluster that allow you then to have the communication, have the networking in place, which is really cool. But we don't have to set that up because I wanted to keep this demo really simple and straightforward. Now, something else I want to show you within the last 3 minutes is right now, those applications are healthy, right? They are synced with our Git repository. Now, ideally, when you want to make any changes now to that application, you would do it directly through the Git repository. So I'm on the main branch right now, so I would do changes to another branch, then push it to my Git repository and then merge it into the main branch, right? So just normal development workflow. And then once it's merged to the main branch, Argo CD will then query that information and implement it in the actual state that's running within our cluster here, right? So if I go ahead and what if I jump all of the steps and I just do it manually, right? Because I have the power in this case to do so. So I'm just going to do that. I'm just going to change things manually. So I'm going to go ahead and instead of it being a load balancer, which allows us to have an external endpoint to our backend, I'm just going to change it and kind of change it into a different service, so it doesn't have an external backend external access point anymore. So once I make this change, our application here, our backend, is immediately out of sync. Now, why is it out of sync? We can take a look at that, into which parts are out of sync, and we can have a look at the difference between the actual state that's within our cluster, which is this part here on the left, and the desired state. So this is the desired state that we have defined in Git, and this is the actual state of what's running right now within our cluster. And we changed it into node port from load balancer. But our desired state is actually that it's a load balancer. It's not supposed to be a node port. So what we can do to revert back to our desired state within Git, we can just resync our application. We can just go ahead and be like, sync again back with what's defined within our Git repository, and it's going to do that. So as you can see here, maybe I can just catch that. So as you can see here, it's right now, it was before load balance, node port, it was before node port, and now it's changed back to load balancer, and the external IP is just being created right now. And once the external IP is here, we will then be able to see that it's a new IP address than what we had before. And that's actually the problem right now with connecting to this backend, because this IP address will change every time that we will have to redeploy or change the service from load balancer, node port, and so on. Now, this is why you would want to use GitOps and Argo CD instead of making changes directly to your cluster. So as you can see, when I did kubectl patch, where is it? Patch, kubectl patch. So when I basically did that and I changed the service, I make modifications that I shouldn't have done like this, because you will never know the exact modifications that I did through this command. However, if I deploy all my changes to Git, you can exactly know which changes I made over time, which is the beauty of using GitOps and Argo CD in this case. And that's basically what I wanted to show you. Now, I think my time is pretty much up. So I'm going to go back to the demo now and what's left, and maybe it makes now a bit more sense after actually being able to show you what's going on. So really the networking, this is what we focus on here. That's not in place right now. Then storage improvements right now. There's a MySQL database that's running basically within our cluster that we have persistent storage attached to it. But there's probably stuff that you can improve upon it. And then we want to have additional monitoring in place, because right now, as you saw, I had to query information from the cluster and from Argo CD to know what's going on. So you can obviously enhance that with using tools such as CodeFresh and the dashboard that I showed you earlier, which is over here, where you have all this information in one place. I'm not going to show you that now since I don't have enough time, but you additionally would want to have additional monitoring tools in place that show you which endpoints are healthy and maybe the latency of your application and so on, like anything that's going on with an application. And so you would want to have that in place. And then, yeah, here really the benefits that, as mentioned, through using Argo CD, and you can define who has access to making deployments. So you can have a specific pipeline that basically specifies when Argo CD is supposed to synchronize with the resources within Git. You can instead of allowing people to directly make changes to your cluster, you can have just specific policies in place. And then the observability aspect, and you being able to focus on your development, on your deployments. And yeah, that's pretty much it. That's what I want to show you. I'm glad it worked in the end. So all is good. It's a live demo. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you everybody for listening. This was really great.
Hi, Anna. It's great to have you on. Thank you so much for your session. And of course, as it's live, you can see sometimes things like that happen, right? That the demo gods are maybe not on your side, but it's wonderful, of course, how you manage to do all of it. Yeah, well done. Perfect. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing well. Your happy session is done. We're super thankful, of course, to have you on.
Thank you.
Yeah, perfect. You had fun. That's very important as well. So thank you so much for sharing your knowledge. We hope you stick with us a few more minutes because we do have questions for you from the audience. So I would like to hand over to my amazing co-host, Greg, who has gathered all the questions for you.
Okay, cool. Thanks for that, Anna. That was great. The demo gods were obviously looking for your recipe for lasagna. Once you did that, we're all good. So yeah, I do love a live demo, so well done for that. Right, got a couple of questions for you. In the chat, they were asking, is the poster available? But I believe the link's been shared out. So they were looking for your Kubernetes slide poster. I believe we've got that. So we've got some questions, mostly from Richard, actually. So should the management of AKS be only be done by devs, or does IT Ops need to learn it? What's your thoughts?
I think it really depends on the structure of your organization, of your company. So there's not one way that I would recommend it. It really depends on how you want to set up things and what resources do you have available. No, I'm also, to be honest, not as experienced since there are not many engineering teams that I have worked with, and basically I'm not that familiar with the setup of what really worked really well and what didn't. There are some really great people who wrote about it and what they would do it, so I can share some resources later on of what they think is best. But yeah, it really depends. That's
that makes sense. Answer. Yeah, no, that's the answer to a lot of IT questions. It depends. I just wanted to say I loved your energy. I think a lot of people were commenting about your energy when you're presenting, so that's amazing to see.
That's great to hear.
Yeah. So another question from Richard again is, how secure is Argo CD? As in, does it need cluster admin role, or can it be scoped down?
So it can be. I actually haven't really looked at the precise policies that you can set up, but I know that several projects are using it like on the hundreds of clusters. So they for sure have different policies in place. You can also give different access rights to different namespaces and basically not allow people to modify things with an Argo CD directly. So ultimately what you would want to have in the best case, and what I might have shown you is the pipeline where basically your typical engineer should just be focusing on code and then pushing that to Git. And then your CI/CD pipeline should verify whether or not the code is valid and should be deployed within your cluster. And so there should then either be not a deployment happening, or the deployment should go through straight to Argo CD, and Argo CD is taking care of that. So in the best case, nobody will have to touch anything within your cluster directly.
Okay, nice. Next question is, can you deploy Helm charts with Argo CD?
Yes, I've done it a lot of times. It works perfectly. You just specify where your Helm chart is, which repository. You can have it either in the same repository as your application or in separate manifest repositories, and it works perfectly. Yeah. Any manifest tool, templating tool.
Okay, we've got two more. So does Argo CD have to be installed on the Kubernetes cluster you want to deploy on, or can you have your own cluster to control it?
You can deploy it on another cluster. So you can have Argo CD running in one cluster and then it managing deployments on another cluster. That could work. You can do that as well. Yeah. You just then specify which cluster.
Perfect. Sounds good. And the last question is, what is it like being a CNCF ambassador?
It's interesting. You get closer to the community, which is really amazing. So there's definitely more interactions, and just it's fun so far. But the community makes it amazing. So thank you to everybody who's listening also right now. Yeah.
Brilliant.
Good. Yeah. So speaking of community, I have one last question for you. What is it you miss most about community right now in this pandemic?
So actually, a lot of my experience is with like community and community interactions, and specifically within this space, it has just all been remote. So I'm just everybody I'm right now talking to, my team and the entire community, really. I've never met anybody in person because before everything started, I was working in a different industry. So I'm just really looking forward to meeting people face to face, and now even how tall they are, right? That's like the most surprising thing of all. Usually when you meet somebody in person, you're like, whoa. So yeah, just meeting people.
Totally can relate to that. And I believe you, Greg, you are in the same situation, right? You started at a new company, however, you have not been there in person yet.
Yeah, I've not met any of the people apart from, I know, Richard. I've met Richard and Wesley at Ignite, but I've not met anyone else from my company, and I've been there 7 months now, so I'm really looking forward to being able to travel to the Netherlands. I've only been to Amsterdam, so I haven't seen much of the Netherlands either, so I'm really looking forward to that. Without a doubt.
Yeah, so exciting. Exciting times ahead as soon as they come. All right, so back to Anna. Thank you so much for being there today, for sharing your knowledge, presenting your session. Like Gregor said, and the audience, your energy definitely is very, very good. So thank you so much. And we wish you a great rest of the event. And thanks again for your session.
Thank
See you, Anna.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye-bye.
Doet hij het nog steeds? Hapert? Of nog verder naar voren kan ook.
I'm here with Niels, and Niels, you are going to do a health session during AzureLive today.
Welcome guys, I am Niels, a personal trainer and movement therapist, and today we're gonna do a few movements together.
And why is it important to start and keep moving?
We are seated the entire day, so we want to get the body active to make sure that our underactive muscles are active again.
Right. Well, I totally second that, so I'm really excited to see what you will be bringing during AzureLive today.
Well, we better get going. Let's start working out right now. Hello everyone, I am Niels, a certified personal trainer and movement therapist, and today I'm welcoming you guys to a movement session. So we're starting out with all kind of seated positions, so to ensure that everyone is able to be willing and providing some stretches to get the overactive structures of the body less active and the underactive muscles stronger in order to work well. So we're starting out with a upright position, and we're moving to one side, and the opposite hand is moving to our rear side of the spine, so close to the hip. We're trying to pull the head into the shoulder, not too hard, we still want to work. And we're holding this position for 20 seconds. Another 7, 6, 5, 2, 1, and switch. All right, grabbing our head again, having our hand on our tailbone, close to the lower spine, and moving our head a bit. So what we're doing right now is providing some stretch for the overactive muscles, which we use a lot during our seated desk jobs, right? We're rounding our shoulders for 5 times backwards, 5 big circles, and repeating the same principle. So starting again with one hand close to my ear, the other hand close to my lower spine, and pulling my head towards my shoulder. Five more seconds. And swap. Opposite side. Once again. It's nice to move in between your work or during these events. 5 more seconds. All right, 5 big circles. Reverse. Pulling our shoulders up high. Another 2. 1. All right, we're stretching our arms out, having our hand palms open with our thumbs back, and we're doing 10 repetitions by pulling our shoulder blades back, because all of the work we're doing is in front of us, so it's really important that we're also strengthening the posterior side, so the upper back muscles, in order to provide a neutral posture. 6 more repetitions. Try to squeeze your shoulder blades together. Imagine yourself squeezing a pencil in between the shoulder blades. I know we don't use a pencil that often. Last repetition. All right. We are alternating this with a side bend. So we're having our hands close to my hip, bending side to side. Keep in mind that we also want to provide a neutral spine position, so we don't falling forward, keeping an upright position. Another 2 repetitions on each side. That's 1. Once again. All right, back to the previous movement. So again, hand palms open, thumbs back, pulling those shoulder blades together, squeezing a pencil in between, slowly moving back. And keep in mind that we want to have our shoulders low. This will be our 5th repetition, and we're doing 10 repetitions in total. And keep thinking about the movement. Squeezing those shoulder blades together. Another 3 repetitions. Keeping the thumb back, hand palms open. Last repetition, and then we're doing those side bends again. So loosen up the arms, moving side to side, making sure that the spine stays active, flexible. What we might get during these intense days is that we are in a seated position and in a locked position the entire day. So it's really important that we get the joints and muscles moving again. Last 2 repetitions. Last one. Once again, each side. All right. Now I would like to ask you guys to stretch out your arms as high as possible. Try to imagine yourself getting that book just off the shelf as high as possible, pulling up with one hand and switch. Opposite arm again. Reaching out as high as possible. Doing another 4 repetitions. So that's 2 repetitions each arm. Make yourself long as possible. Last one. And we are alternating this with a back bend, which means that we are closing in our hands behind our head and reaching backwards just a bit and coming back to a neutral position. Feels good, eh? Back and forward. Another 3 repetitions. Don't continue if this makes you dizzy. Last 2. Last repetition. And we're reaching up high again. If you want to, you can loosen up the arms again. Reaching up high. One arm at a time. Reach as high as possible. Right? We're looking for a minor stretch on each side. Last 2. 1. And again 5 repetitions of the back bends. So closing in our hands behind our head, reaching backwards and back to a neutral position. Reaching backwards and back to a neutral position. Another 3 repetitions, and then we perform a movement which will be on the floor. So that's the only movement today which we'll do on a floor. All right. I'm gonna slide my chair on the side. So from all that frontal work, so in front of the computer, we have a posture which might lead to this position. So it remains important that we also want to provide the opposite direction. So what we will do is laying down on the floor. Don't do this on office days, right? Do this at home. Or if you really feel comfortable with your colleagues, you can do it during your office hours. What we want to do is having our hip bone on the floor, our hands in front, pushing ourselves up with our shoulders low. We're doing another 2 repetitions. So this is 1, very slow. And 2. All right, take your time to stand up. And I want to remind you guys that your next pose is your best pose. So keep moving, keep the joints active, and I'm wishing you a wonderful day.
Hello.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon. You go first, Flo.
No, please do, Wesley. We give an introduction, I believe.
Yes, we will. So welcome everyone. Good afternoon. Hope you did some great stretching. Hope you didn't break anything. Hope you're fit to see the next couple of sessions. My name is Wesley. I'm hosting this together with Floor. We'll do a brief introduction. So Wesley, I work at Intercept as an Azure architect. I've been working here for about 6.5 years now. Feels like dinosaur time in IT time. I'm also Microsoft Azure MVP, which means I get to do a lot of other cool community stuff. And then we have Floor.
Yes. Hello. I'm Customer Success Manager at Intercept, so making sure our customers will benefit the max out of their Azure environment. And we would like to welcome as well our host for the next session, which is Heini Ilmarinen. I hope I pronounce your name correctly. Hello. She will guide us through the world of machine learning is what she's going to do today. She comes from Finland, works as a DevOps consultant at Polar Squad. And after obtaining her master's degree in mathematics from Helsinki University, where her interest for IT has sparked, she started as an ATEA consultant and where she became an technical architect within 4 years. Now working at Polar Squad, where she delivers rapid, scalable, and reliable software development practices. Well, Heini, I hope I didn't miss a thing, but the floor is yours. So,
take it away. Oh, we can't hear Heini yet.
No. We're trying to make sure that everyone will start to hear Heini.
Yeah, checking with the technical people now.
All right.
Well, I'm not.
Are we hearing me?
Oh, did we?
Okay,
Yes, there
perfect.
we go.
Yeah, I was hearing myself fine, so I was a little confused there for a moment. But I'm glad we got all the technical stuff working. I'm really excited for today's topic. We're going to dive into machine learning. And this session is really for you if you have not been doing so much with Azure Machine Learning, you've maybe tested around a bit with the designer, but are kind of wondering like how far can that visual interface take you and what is your next steps? So we're really today going to focus on what kind of steps can you take to really go into using notebooks for creating your machine learning training models. So if we think about machine learning, why we all want to do it is because we think that we have some kind of valuable data. It doesn't really matter what kind of data it is, whether it's photos or whether it's CSV files or whether you have some kind of databases. But we assume that that data has some kind of value. And of course, when we start to do machine learning, we first need to do some kind of cleaning and prepping to ensure that that data is actually valid. We need to ensure that the data we are using for machine learning algorithms we can trust, because otherwise any results we get out, we cannot quite rely on them. But then we get to the fun part, which is the training. And we do the training on this data because we want to gain some kind of insights. We want to be able to predict something. We need to be able to tell something based on the old data that we have, on the data that will come in the future as well. And the nice thing is that we do have these easy-to-use tools nowadays. We have the designer within Azure Machine Learning, where we can just take and drag and drop these elements, type them together, how they kind of flow through like a pipeline where we do all our steps from getting our data, selecting the columns and doing any cleaning, also splitting the data and training the model, all the way to really checking how well is this model performing. And then we can really end it with evaluating. And then it's easy to go back and tweak any of the parameters within that designer algorithm that we have created and check if we get better results. So the fact is that it's really, really actually easy to get started at this moment with machine learning. There are easy to use tools where we don't need any previous knowledge about machine learning necessarily. We can just get starting right away. And the fact is that we can get the kind of the first results out very fast. It doesn't take a lot of time to run your first kind of experiment with this. And the easy kind of nice part of it is also that we don't need to know any custom code. We don't need to learn Python or R to get started. So it's an easy place to get started. But the question stands, how far can we get with this? What if there's something that's missing there? What if we need a machine learning algorithm that is not available within the designer? How do we go forward from there? So I'm Heini Ilmarinen. I work as a DevOps consultant for Polar Squad, and I my kind of passion is talking about architecture, and it doesn't matter whether it's about the infrastructure side of Azure or whether it's Azure machine learning, but I just like to make those architecture aspects really easy to understand. I'm also a Microsoft certified trainer, and I do some of the Azure trainings as part of my job as well. And as said, I actually did study to become a math teacher, and I am still a bit of a math nerd at heart. And machine learning is such a fun topic for me because it kind of combines everything I know from my past lives that I can take to understanding algorithms within machine learning. And I can also combine everything that I have learned so far in the Azure world, how to just use Azure machine learning, how to do the deployments of those models, etc. So this is one of my favorite topics to talk about. As you might also notice, I'm also a bit of a serial doodler. My style is to draw anything out that I'm talking about, and that's how we'll be walking through this session today as well. So what's the easy place to get started? Well, it is the designer. This is the graphical interface within Azure Machine Learning that we can just drag and drop, get started really fast. And it is actually a really good place to start, even if you're aiming to go to the notebooks. And just before we hop into the designer, we should understand that within Azure Machine Learning, there are actually a few ways in which we can build our training pipelines. So the first of these is the designer, and that's what we're going to start with. The other aspect here is what we're going to be heading towards in the session, which is the notebooks. And there is also a third aspect within here, which is called automatic machine learning. And this is kind of a hybrid between these two. There's no graphical interface, but there's a lot of automation on the background. But you can, for example, call this from notebooks as well. So we'll today mainly focus on how to go from the designer to the notebooks, and the auto machine learning is kind of a topic for another time in this case. So let's get started with the designer and what we can do with a designer to get started with building our very first machine learning kind of training pipeline that we want to start with. So we're going to hop over to the Azure Machine Learning Studio. I have created an Azure Machine Learning resource within Azure before this. And as you can see, it's like a separate graphical interface that we can use for working with our data. And let me just get this just a tad here for you. So even just coming into the landing page, you can see those three options for doing training within Azure Machine Learning. We have the designer, notebooks, and automated machine learning. And we're going to start with a designer. And let's kick off with just an empty designer experiment here. We're going to call this AzureLive demo. And then as I'm setting this up, you can see that it is asking me to choose a compute. So I have already created one compute here that I started a little previously, so we don't have to keep waiting for that to start. So I'm just going to select that one. It's going to run on that same compute node. And then I'm just going to say, let that be. And how the designer works is that we can go into all these kind of areas here on the left that have these tasks here. So I'm going to drag in the diabetes dataset. I have actually created this previously, and we'll come back to this, how to create these in a bit. And the nice thing when you work with a designer, it's really easy to take, for example, one of the sample data sets or bring your own. And the fun thing here is that we can visualize this really easily. We just click visualize, and Azure Machine Learning does its magic, and we're able to see what kind of data we have available there. And yes, that took a little longer than usual, but we have the visualization. So from here, we can kind of just start exploring our data and see what's here. And as you can see, we have the age, the sex, body mass index, and the rest of these are kind of these blood measurements. So actually, to be able to work with our data, we need to start with having some kind of understanding of the data that we're using in our experiments. If we don't have the understanding, then we have no idea what these number values here even mean. And I have no idea how to build my algorithm. So with this particular one, we have these 6 different measurements about, oops, sorry about that, about from the blood. And if we click on one of these columns, which I did accidentally, then we can get kind of these core values from it. What is the mean? What is the median? What is the minimum value, etc. And in this particular data set, we have this column Y here, which is, there we go. This column Y is what is giving information about how likely is that person to develop diabetes. That's why this is the diabetes data set. So this is the value that then kind of gives a likelihood for that. And in this particular experiment, we're going to take this data and we're going to predict over this Y value and see what kind of information we can get out. So to work with a designer, we just take all of these different components that we want to use. There's, for example, data transformation tasks here, from where we can, for example, choose to select columns from the data set. And each of these gives kind of an easy editor to work with. So for example, I can choose to just include specific columns, or I could choose to include all, but then instead exclude one of the columns by the column name. So for me, it's a little difficult. I'm not a medical professional, so I don't know exactly which columns I should choose. So in this particular case, I'm just going to choose all columns for the first run. And then after that, I could adjust when I see maybe there's some data that is not quite as valid for this use case. And whenever I want to connect 2 of these steps, I just drag an arrow between those 2 ones. It's that easy. And then as we go along, we just keep on picking the pieces that we want. And then we just take the portions that we need for our experiment. When we're doing machine learning, as one of the steps, we do need to split the data. So we're gonna take, for example, split the data so we get 70% into the first output, and then that means that 30% is left for the second one. And we're just gonna give it a random seed here, so that will kind of randomize how it divides the data. And we just drag. And after that, we are going to do the training. There we go. And the label column means which one of these are we going to run. So I know that it is the column called Y. And in this case, this is where it kind of gets, we need to know what we're doing. So you can see when I put my cursor on the left side, I see the result dataset 1, and on the right, it then will show number 2. So I want to drag this number 1 over to train the model. But we also need what kind of model are we training this against? So in this particular case, we're going to do a linear regression, just because we kind of, as this is our first notebook that we're creating, we want to keep it kind of simple. So we're just gonna keep the default settings and also connect that to the trained model. So it will then use that linear regression to do the training. After we have trained the model, then we need to score the model. So that's where we will be comparing the results that we get from the training with the actual results that we have from the dataset. So we're going to take model, not have been the best search word here. So we're gonna take the score. There we go. Score the model next. and we're going to bring in the trained branch, and then we're going to take the other branch from the splitted data. So that's what allows us to really see, like, did we get the results we expected from here? And then lastly, once we've scored the model, then we are able to evaluate that. So let's just grab that evaluation of the model as the last one. Let's grab that a little bit smaller. And we're just going to bring that arrow in. So that's everything we need to create our first designer training model, where we have chosen our data sets. We've done a little bit of selecting of columns. Then we split the data. We also chose the machine learning algorithm. Then we bring that all together to train the model. Then we're able to score it and finally evaluate it. So when I submit this, I can either select an existing experiment or create a new one. So the nice thing here is that it actually does kind of tell me everything that is required to be able to run this. So AzureLive demo, and we're going to click submit. So with this one, it's going to take a while on the first run. So I did a little pre-prepping here, so we're able to see the results right away. And I'm going to grab that other designer setup that I did already previously. And so we have all the same steps. We see that all of those have been successful. Here I actually had one additional step, which was removing any rows that had any empty values. For this one, it's not actually doing anything, because if I check the visualization, I can see that each of these columns have the same amount of values as in the entire data set. So I will see that there's no missing data. So there are 442 rows in each. And if I take any of these, I can see also that there are as many values there as well. All right, so it's pretty much the same thing as our previous one. And here what we can see in the score model section, we can also visualize the scored data set. And here now, in addition, what we have is scored labels columns. So remember, we were scoring the column Y. So we can kind of eyeball whether there is a huge difference in the Y values and scored labels. And here we can see, like, some values are really, really close and some are quite far away actually. So we're not kind of point on with all of these values. So in real life, we would go back and adjust our configuration in this designer. And then after that, we would be able to maybe tweak the model a little bit and get a better result. Also, in the evaluate model phase, we have the evaluation results. And these will, for example, give the mean absolute error, the root mean squared error, etc. And these will be kind of telling us information about how much of an error is there between the values and the predicted values. So this will help us then determine, if we run several experiments, determine which one is the best one in this case. So there we have it. We have our first designer experiment together. And with this, we kind of get the sense of what kind of stages do we have in building a pipeline for training. We have kind of getting the data, we have the prepping and cleaning, and then we have the splitting to be able to first train, then score, and lastly, evaluate. So that means that when we're moving to the notebooks as well, we will have to have similar steps in there as well. All right, so let's get back here. So we have now gotten started with the designer quite fast. It didn't take us very many minutes to build that experiment. And so secondly, we're going to first get an overview of Azure Machine Learning. Why is that? Well, when we're using the designer, it is quite easy. It's telling us, well, you need to create an experiment, you need compute, etc. But when we're working with the notebooks, we need to know a little bit how these different components of Azure Machine Learning work together to not kind of get it all to work. So we're going to start with a brief overview before we head over to the notebooks. So if we start with Azure Machine Learning, so we've been talking about these 3 methods of training or algorithms. We've talked about the designer, the notebooks, and we're not going to talk so much about the automatic machine learning today, but it's there, just know it. And so to work with any of these methods and to have some kind of data available, what we can do within Azure Machine Learning is to create data sets and data stores. So these are definitions that will create a relationship from some kind of data store, for example, to your Azure Machine Learning workspace. That way you can, for example, have your, let's say, Azure SQL database, where you might have some kind of data stores that you want the people who are using Azure Machine Learning to be able to access. You can have those defined as data stores. And then they can create data sets from those ones and use them in their notebooks or designer experiments, etc. So we can have these definitions of data sets and data stores within Azure Machine Learning, which then makes it possible to reuse them over and over again and have that experimentation in place as well. Then when we've been able to fetch our data, then we need to run these somewhere. The designer pipelines or the notebooks, we need to run them somewhere. And the second important portion of Azure Machine Learning is managing the compute. And so the compute is, where is that particular experiment run? Is it run even locally, which you can do with notebooks? Or are you running it against the compute within Azure Machine Learning, etc.? So this means both the compute that you use, which you train against, but you can also define the compute to where you want to deploy your machine learning model as well. And so there we go, get different options from Azure Kubernetes Service or Azure Container Instances, etc. And so if you joined the previous session, you just learned some things about Azure Kubernetes Service as well. So even Azure Machine Learning links together with many of the other Azure services as well. So we grab some kind of data from our data sets and data stores. We can also access public data sets as well if we want to. And then when we are running our designer pipelines or notebooks, we run them against some kind of compute. And we can either have compute nodes or clusters. So there are a little bit of different types. We won't go into details today, but just know there are different types there. And then when we are ready to get that notebook or designer pipeline running, then we run that and we get an experiment. And then as we tweak this and we run it again, we can kind of have all of those runs of that particular notebook or designer tracked in the same experiment. And then we can combine the results and access those past results also at a later point. So if we go back to our Machine Learning Studio, we find all those things here on the left. And for example, we put that one of our experiments to run, the AzureLive demo, which was the one that I put to run right here. And it now actually shows us that it is complete. And I can go to the run activity here, click on it, and it wants me to show all the tips and tricks here, but now I can access the results of that particular run. And I am able to go back to the evaluation or the scoring component or whatever I need to go back to. But also, if we look clearly, if we go to the data sets, we will also find this data set that we started working with here in the registered data sets. I actually registered that beforehand, so it's possible for you to create data sets from either just bring your local files if you want to get started fast. You can use data stores, which you define here in the data store section below. You can also grab web files, and this particular one is grabbed from the open datasets. So these are kind of predefined datasets, which means, of course, that the data is kind of validated and good, and it's easier to work with these than, for example, if you start with your real-world data, there might be much more cleaning to do before you're able to run your machine learning algorithms on them, for example. But there are these components happening in the background, even when we're working with the designer as well, but they're a little more invisible and we don't have to poke around with them as much. And also the third portion, the compute, which I was referring to, this particular one was running on this compute cluster, which is made of 2 nodes. So depending on what kind of training you're doing, you might, of course, need a more performant cluster underneath to have that run performantly. All right, so all those are underneath the designer definitions as well, and that's where they run to. And when we're working with the notebooks, we do need to consider those a little bit more. So, all right, we've been able to get quite a good overview of Azure Machine Learning. No, we didn't go into all the details, so if you're intrigued, there's more to get to and more to find out. But we have enough information to be able to start working with notebooks. And that's our goal for today. So we're going to head into actually writing our first notebook next. And so as we've been going through, we're going to start looking into this notebooks portion here. And so we're going to hop over here again, and we are going to go into the notebook section in this particular case. So I have actually created a notebook ahead of time already. So we will be able to then have more time to go through some of the details in there and be able to understand what is happening. And so when we're working with notebooks, the Azure Machine Learning Studio is just one place to work with them. You can actually work with the Azure Machine Learning notebooks on your own laptop, for example, locally. Because Azure Machine Learning there's available both the Python and R SDKs. So you just have to have the SDKs on whatever machine you're working with, so you're able to communicate with Azure Machine Learning and, for example, create resources there, etc. So we have a few different steps when we're working with the notebooks than when we have in the designer. And if you can remember, we were able to start right away from just getting our data set and start working with it. But when we're working with Azure, the notebooks, we need to first kind of connect that with our workspace, and then also specify, for example, the experiment where we want all this data to go to, etc. So let's start walking through this. I already started my compute ahead of time. Again, we need some compute underneath that we're running these against. And when you're running these in Azure Machine Learning, that compute has all the tools installed on it that we need. And so we're going to start with connecting to Azure Machine Learning Workspace. And if you haven't worked with notebooks before, they're kind of this nice combination of where you can add both documentation and commentary, and then also these code blocks that then you will execute and run on that notebook. Oops, that was a little bit of a misclick. So we're gonna start heading down this notebook. We are first going to run this first block. And so in this one, we're just importing some libraries and then using interactive authentication to log in with this particular workspace that this notebook is running on. If I were working on locally, then I would have to specify where am I actually connecting to. But in this case, it's kind of easy. But you would kind of have that workspace configuration also in that case. And of course, as we're working with code, you do need to get familiar. In this particular case, we're using Python, with how Python works. And then a lot of the times with Azure Machine Learning, we're using different libraries. So the code itself isn't very complex, but we need to know which of the libraries we're going to need to import to be able to run different things. And so, for example, to be able to do the authentication, we need to get this interactive login authentication from this azureml.car.authentication library. So we just need to know which ones we're going to use, and that is probably the portion that is going to take the most time to just get familiar with, which libraries do you need, etc. But it's still simple that it does all these commands then do all the heavy lifting, and we don't have to get very complex with the coding itself. So then when we've authenticated, then we're able to create an experiment here. And so I am going to create an experiment called AzureLive Notebook here. And this down here will always tell, like the check mark will tell you it has run now. Next, I am going to get this data set. Now I'm actually getting it directly from the Open Datasets library, but I could actually reference the data set that I have within this Azure Machine Learning Studio. I am going to import that into a Pandas data frame so I can work with that data and, for example, look at it, check what kind of information we have there, etc. So now that I have imported that into a data frame, I'm able to check what kind of data do we have. So I'm able to see all the columns. I'm able to see what types are these. There are some integers and some floats as well, so decimal numbers. And again, I still need to have information about what are these S1, S2, etc. columns really talking about. What are they telling me? And so that just gives me some base information about what is included in my data. As the next step, I took the describe from the data frame. So I'm able to see some of those core values from my data that I was able to see in the designer as well. So for example, I'm able to see that, yes, each of these columns have 442 values, so there's no empty values there. Plus then I'm able to see the mean values, the minimums, the maximums, and how then the data is distributed at the 25, 50, and 75% frames, and the STD is saying standard deviation. So that's what it's shortening from. So now I have some sense of my data. We could also do visualization, but it's a little more work in a notebook. So we'll kind of leave that as the next step for the future. So next up in this frame, I'm actually dividing the data set into two. So I'm having this X data frame and Y data frame. And the X data frame is the full data set, but then I'm taking the Y column from there and pulling it over to the Y data frame. So, oops, what is happening? That is interesting. Okay, just a quick rerun and we'll see if that helps. If not, I'm just gonna do a small tweak. The usual. There we go. Okay, now it worked. Not sure what happened there. So, as the next step, we're going to do the describe for our X data frame so that we can just see, oops, I know where the difference comes from because I reran it twice. That's why it's doesn't work. So I'm running the describe on the X data frame, and now I can see that I don't have the Y column there anymore because I took it over from the X data frame and gave it over to the Y data frame. And instead, when I run the same thing for the Y data frame, I can just see the values for the Y. All right, so we've kind of been able to explore our data. In the designer, you could see it's really easy. We just kind of drag our data and then we can look at the different aspects. Here we do need to do a little more work to understand it and see the differences and see the different values as well. But now we're ready to go into splitting our data. What's happening? There we go. So To split our data, we are going to use the scikit-learn library. And that is where we can find a lot of the things that we need for machine learning. So that's one place to start looking for what is available there. So from there, we find this train test split. And this allows us to split our data into the training data set and then the testing data set as well. So it's the same basic principle as in when we did the split in our designer implementation as well. So we're going to run that, and that is going to split our data into these 4 categories. So the X train, that includes all the columns that we are using to train the data, so everything except the Y. And then we have the X test, which is the other portion of that. So we're dividing it by 0.3 for the tests. So here in the designer, we were specifying 0.7 because that was the first data set and that was our training data set. Here we are specifying the portion that goes into the test data set, which was our second data set in our designer. And I just had the same random state here as in our designer as well. So next up, we need to choose and train the model. We're not going to go into the details of how to choose an algorithm because that's a topic on its own. And yes, and there is a lot to it, but right now we're just going to do a basic linear regression. And how we're going to do that, again, we are going to go to the scikit-learn library and import the linear model. And we are going to use the mean squared error, also get the mean squared error and R2 scores, which will help us to evaluate the model. So these 2 are for the evaluation phase. So to do the actual model training, we are just going to specify the linear model to be the linear regression. And then we're going to fit our training data set into that model. So here we defined it as being regression, so just those four first letters. And then what we're going to do, this is the score model portion of our designer part. So we're going to predict based on the X test dataset and see what it will then give out. So that's what we're going to do. So let's run this whole thing. That got trained. You could see it's really, really fast. That doesn't take long. And then lastly, we're just going to get out in this last part. We are still using this mean squared error and R2 score that we imported. And this means that we're going to get the mean squared error and the coefficient of determination here as well. And let's just do a quick comparison. We might not get exactly the same scores here as in the designer, but we should get quite close to it as well. This did run already. So we're able to go into the evaluate model phase and visualize the evaluation results. And here we have the root mean squared error, which is 57.05. Here we have the mean squared error. So to get the root, we need to take a square root of this, which is really, really close. It's 50, a little over 50. And then we have the coefficient of determination. Here it's 0.47, and here it is a little larger, so 0.52. So there's a little difference. I didn't go into all the little details to ensure that they were completely identical. So also the one part where the difference can come is how the data gets split into the training and testing portion. So they are probably getting separated differently in the designer and here. So that's where the difference comes. But if you really look at it, we had the same steps within this notebook as well as we had in the designer. They look a little different, but they are the same steps there. And so the way in which we can use really the designer to help us create notebooks is to take one of those boxes at a time, for example, the split data, and think about how do we do that in the notebook. And for example, we did the data frame separation earlier, and then in the second phase, we used the train test split from the scikit-learn model selection library, and we were able to do the same split for the data for our algorithm training purposes as well. So we can kind of go box by box and create those little sections in our notebook, and that will really help us kind of know what are the steps that are required for us in our notebooks as well. So what we've been going through today is that we started off quickly with the designer. We took an overview of how Azure Machine Learning is set up and what are the core concepts there. And lastly, we wrote our first notebook and looked at how to do the same thing within a notebook as we did in the designer. And so really, the next time you're looking at your data and wanting to start to get to grasps with what to do with it in regards to machine learning, yeah, we still need to do the training and prepping just as well. And then we need to do the training as the next portion. And from there, then we can start to get our insights into that data and start to be able to predict things. But next time, just go for it and take out notebooks and figure out how to do maybe something you've been doing in the designer previously, and figure out how to do that within the notebooks as well. And yes, it is still a good place to start with a designer, and you can use that as the guideline for you to figure out what kind of blocks you're going to need in the notebooks and what kind of steps to have in there to get everything set up the way you want and figuring the best algorithm for your situation. So thank you so much for joining. I hope you enjoyed it. If you want to connect or you have any questions, you can reach me on Twitter at @HeyNeilMarinen. And of course, I think we have a Q&A portion here as well. So we'll see what kind of questions.
Oh, right. We're back, but the voice of Floor is not back yet.
Yes.
Can you hear me, Heini?
Yes, I can. Yes. I had to put some sound off.
Can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear Floor now. Yeah, there we go.
Thank you so much for your session. It's been amazing and lots of information in just, what was it, 30 minutes that you talked. So I hope you still have a voice.
Exactly.
But yes, we do have Q&As indeed. So we want to thank you for your time, and the questions will come from Wesley. So
all right.
All right, yes, we do have some questions. By the way, I love your sheets. You should do a masterclass on doodling. It would be great if my sheets would look like that.
Thank you.
All right. So yeah, we've got a bunch of questions actually. I've got one from Dylan, and his question is: can I see or extract the Python code behind my machine learning model I made with the machine learning designer?
I have to say that according to my knowledge, no. I might be completely wrong on this, but according to my knowledge, no. And I do recommend to really get comfortable with actually doing the code yourself. It's beneficial, especially when you're trying to solve situations where things don't go as expected. And that really helps in that case.
Yeah, and that will also give you the ability to cut it up into pieces and just run that small piece instead of the whole thing. So,
yeah, exactly.
All right. And you showed that when creating a machine learning project, you had that compute allocated. Does it work the same as it would with virtual machines? So if I deallocate it, do I not pay for it, or?
Yeah, that's actually a good question, and that's completely how it works. So it does get deallocated after a specific time, and then after it does get deallocated, there's no more paying for it. So it's the same. You just pay for what you use. So I've kind of had this same machine learning workspace up and running for months now, I think, and I still have the same compute clusters back there, but they're of course shut off most of the time, so it's not really incurring any costs for me.
All right, and then a question from me. I've been getting into all that NVIDIA stuff with machine learning and AI. I love it. But I'm getting into that Python stuff. Do I need to be an expert in math to get better at machine learning? Because you have that math background.
Yeah, like I might be a little biased to answer this and say like, yes, you need to know everything, but no, you don't need to know everything. I do recommend to know a little bit of what goes under the hood. So as said, it's the same as with kind of knowing the code, especially when things go a little unexpected. It will help you understand and solve where things might have gone wrong. Just understanding some of the math. And yeah, it does help, but you can get started because the libraries do so much of the work and there's good descriptions for how each of them works. So just by looking through those and kind of figuring out from there, you can get quite far. But yeah, some mathematical knowledge is good. We actually did a series with AI42 where we went through kind of the basic maths in 5 different sessions for what you need to get started with machine learning. So if anyone is interested, I think that can be found on YouTube and C# Corner, I think.
All right, I will definitely look that up, definitely interested. So we've got another one, and that's more on the ethical side of things. So how do you deal with privacy and sensitive information? Because I can imagine once you start building your model and it gets better and better, maybe you don't want to have specific connections seen back in the results because they might be sensitive, or maybe you're not even legally allowed to process that data. How do you deal with that?
Yeah, so you do have to start thinking that from the very beginning when you start training your model. So you need to be aware of if there's any of that data that you're not allowed to even process. There's, of course, ways to anonymize data and just be able to kind of see then how things affect other things without actually knowing who it's connected to. But there's so many different ethical topics concerning machine learning about how we can get our algorithms to be biased, etc. And to kind of, when we do a little too much of the kind of overtraining and get too far with it, it's really easy to go overboard and have these kind of biases in place. And in my opinion, it sounds a little scary, for example, if they would use machine learning algorithms for just particularly for you to specify, for example, your insurance policy, like based on your factors, or there's so many areas where it gets a little scary and ethically questionable.
All right, that makes sense. Thank you for that. And one more. So the machine learning area is going really fast. And if we look at the more broader concept of artificial intelligence, which you need good machine learning for that. Will that Terminator Skynet thing ever happen? Will machines use machine learning and be so smart that they don't need us anymore? Will that happen? Here's my science fiction side coming.
Yeah, I need to take out my, what is it called? Crystal ball and see what's happening in the future. But yeah, the machine learning algorithms are going really far. And we're getting better at actually using them all the time. So I see this only as kind of accelerating. But still, there's a lot with machine learning that it has to do with that it's good at one thing. So you make it specifically for some kind of purpose, and then it's going to be good at that particular thing. So because it is always based on the data that it has been given. And of course, it can learn from new data, etc., and get better based on the data it gets on the way, but it's still based on what we taught it. So it kind of
combine those. So if you have 4 or 5 different thoughts, then you combine them into one. Then you get a more clever person.
I have no answer for this. It's an interesting idea, but I think we're quite far away from that still.
All right.
Who knows?
Well, no Skynet soon, anytime soon. That's we'll see. All right, that's it for questions. We want to thank you very, very much. It was a great session. I really enjoyed it. And we're going to a small break right now and then get ready for the next speaker. Thank you, Heini. Thank you very much.
Perfect. You're welcome.
Thank
you
you.
for hosting me.
We moeten ze helaas al een tijdje missen bij ons op kantoor. Maar we doen er alles aan om onze medewerkers het makkelijker te maken om thuis te werken. Vandaag gaan we op pad om een kopje koffie te doen bij een aantal van onze collega's. Kom, ga je mee? We gaan een kijkje nemen op de thuiswerkplek van Natasja, Sven, Danny, Thomas, Alroy, Manon en Annemarie. We proberen het onze medewerkers makkelijk te maken door ze te voorzien van bureaustoelen, beeldschermen en accessoires om goed te kunnen werken. We willen ervoor zorgen dat onze starters een zachte landing krijgen binnen Wortel. En daarom bieden we in de eerste week een uitgebreide online introductie aan waarin ze kennis maken met alle vakgebieden binnen Wortel. Daarnaast sturen we iedereen elke maand een klein cadeautje om te zorgen dat onze medewerkers zich gewaardeerd voelen. Denk hierbij aan plantjes, chocola en voor in de winter een lekkere paar warme sokken.
Hey. Hallo, goedemorgen. Kom even bij jou kijken. Kom binnen. Ja, onze missie is inderdaad We Empower People. Hè? Mensen in hun kracht zetten om het beste uit zichzelf te halen. Ja. En het gaat zowel over onze relaties, maar ook over onze eigen collega's. En ik merk dat we dat op verschillende manieren doen. Kijk, aan de ene zijde willen we gewoon dat mensen geen noodzaak voelen om in bepaalde tijden te werken. Yeah. Dat betekent dat ons bedrijf zo is ingericht op alle mogelijke manieren dat mensen aandacht kunnen geven aan wat op dat moment belangrijk is.
Flexibel werken vinden wij belangrijk en daarom laten we onze medewerkers vrij hun agenda invullen. Zodat al onze medewerkers zich vrij voelen om de uren te werken wanneer het voor hen uitkomt. We doen bij Wortel extra ons best door een coachingsprogramma aan te bieden waarbij onze Wortellers over zowel privé als zakelijke uitdagingen advies kunnen vragen. Daarnaast hebben we een 2-wekelijkse company update waarbij we iedereen informeren over de belangrijkste ontwikkelingen. En houden we vele online borrels. Het koffiezetapparaat in de kerk heeft het voorlopig rustig. Maar we kijken er naar uit om iedereen zo snel mogelijk op kantoor met open armen te ontvangen.
We're still on you.
Yes. Well, very warm welcome back to the next session, which will be hosted by Hannes Lagergruna. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Quite difficult names for me today. He will tell us all about, we would like to know about Azure Virtual WAN, based upon real customer cases. Hans comes from Austria and currently works as a cloud solution architect at ACP IT Solutions. And he has a demonstrated history of working in the cloud. He started as an enterprise consultant at Microsoft back in 2013. So Wesley, if you say 6 years a dinosaur, he's a little bit bigger than you. And he worked his way up since then from senior cloud engineer to cloud architect to lead architect Azure Solutions, and now already over 2 years in the role of cloud solution architect. Hans, welcome to this session. I can't see you yet. Maybe it's me. But the floor is yours. So
yeah, we don't see Hannes yet. There we go.
Oh, welcome. Okay, great. Thank you for the introduction. Welcome to my session about Azure Virtual WAN. One thing, two, you can find my social profile in LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, Xing for sure. I also have my private blog, and a few months ago I'm starting with my private YouTube channel too, where I will describe things about Azure Virtual WAN, Azure Sentinel, and much more. But enough from me, so let's start with the agenda from today. Today we talk about Azure Virtual WAN. First of all, I want to explain why should you use Azure Virtual WAN, what are the benefits from Azure Virtual WAN. Then we go one step back and talk about the traditional approach. So what was the network configuration in the past? What are the discussion about the network configuration in the past? Then we go one step further and talk about the architecture design, about Azure Virtual WAN, their components, and also the different architecture types. Then I will show you the communication matrix, what you can achieve with Azure Virtual WAN, and the partner integrations, which are available for Azure Virtual WAN. This is a highly important part for many of my customers. And at the end of the theory session, I will give you a short introduction about Azure monitoring, the monitoring stuff for Azure Virtual WAN. And at the end, you will see a live demo. Keep in mind, this is really a live demo. It's a little bit tricky, and I will try my best. I hope everything is working fine, but I will give my best. Okay, so let's start. What is Azure Virtual WAN? The official statement from Microsoft is Azure Virtual WAN is a networking service that brings many networking, security, and routing functionalities together to provide a single operational interface. So this is the official statement from Microsoft. In reality, it means, okay, you have an hub and spoke network architecture where you can, which includes scaling, high scaling and high performance built in for your branches. So you have the ability to connect Azure regions, really simple together. And you have also, for sure, the ability to connect on-premise your headquarter or your branch offices also to Azure Virtual WAN. It depends on you which connection you want to implement. So the ability that you have the ability to use a traditional site-to-site VPN, SD-WAN technology, or express route communication from on-premise to Virtual WAN. So we will discuss this a little bit later. And you can also use, for sure, the Microsoft Global Network backbone to connect each regions together. So what is the benefit about the Global Azure backbone? You can see here, I've added the Global Azure map to my presentation. You can see you can use up to 60 Azure regions to bring your data center, to bring your branch office next to the nearest point of the Azure data center. So you can use each data center from Microsoft to provision, to deploy an Azure Virtual WAN hub. You can, the Azure network, you can have more than 130,000 miles of fiber and subsea cables. You have more than 170 global POP location or edge sites. And Microsoft have more than 500 network partners, which you can use, and more than 20,000 peering connections. So this is really important when you think about your virtual WAN or your WAN connection worldwide. There's another thing too. Microsoft So this is normally this a video, but in the beginning we are testing the presentation, and to share a video is not really a good idea. So this is the reason why I present here the last screen from the video. This video show you the starting point for the subsea cable starting in 1815-8. So there are 2 subsea cables, and the starting point from the internet, there are more cables, more subsea cables. And Microsoft with Facebook and Telxius complete the highest capacity cable, the highest capacity subsea cable in 2021. This is the Maria Sea cable, and you can achieve Microsoft and Facebook and can achieve up to 160 terabit per seconds over this Maria Sea cable. So you can use this. You can use this to connect your different branches together. So keep this in mind. This is also a high benefit what you have from the Microsoft backbone. Okay, when we go to the traditional approach, when we think about the past, what happens? So you have a data center, sometimes you have second data center, failover data center, and each of branch offices are connected directly with your data center. Sometimes you have an MPLS connection, sometimes you have a site-to-site VPN connection. It depends on your network strategy. If you have an MPLS connection, you have quality of service to the headquarter, for sure. But the question is, do you need this quality of service, and why do you need this? In some situations, you need the quality of service because you have a bad latency from your data center, from a branch office to your data center, and you have to implement a priority about your network packages. In some situations, you have a bad latency and you cannot use really good and really fast services from your data center. And what MPLS also means is you have a long provisioning duration when you have a new branch office and you want to connect this branch office to your MPLS environment. It takes some time because you have to open a ticket on your provider and they have to implement the MPLS connection and so on. And for sure, it's really expensive. MPLS is not really the cheapest product. So if you have MPLS in place, you know what MPLS will cost. And when we think about the current situation, more and more services are going to the cloud, more and more services are migrated to the cloud. And this means your data center is connected to the Azure cloud or to other hyperscalers or to other cloud providers. And the branch offices have to communicate over the data center to the hyperscaler. And this means you have more hops to the cloud, you have a better latency. So over the time, it's needing, we have to implement a new network strategy because more and more services are going to the cloud. And when I think about 2 years ago, and the customer is coming to me and say, okay, we need a new network strategy. We have to connect our branch offices and our headquarters to the cloud. I will build a design like this one here. So you have different locations. If in this case it's a global customer, so you have branch offices in the US, you have branch offices in Europe, and you have different virtual network gateways and express route gateways in each location. It's highly complex, so you can connect each virtual networks together. It's no problem, but it's highly complex to configure and also highly complex to expand. So keep in mind, if you have one problem in one location, it can have an impact to all locations. So your network will go down. And also keep in mind, you don't have a centralized configuration. So each location have its own virtual network gateway, its own configuration, and you have no centralization. And no centralization in different location maybe also means different location also means different configuration. And also keep in mind, if you provision a traditional site-to-site VPN gateway, you have limitations. The limitation means for a traditional site-to-site VPN gateway, you can only have up to 30 concurrent sessions per gateway. In some situation, it could be a problem. In some situation, it could be fine. So since last year, Microsoft announced the Virtual WAN or the Virtual WAN gateways and also new technologies. You have the ability to use Virtual WAN. The new Virtual WAN approach is much less complex than traditional ways. So you have Virtual WAN hubs in each region, and you can use each Virtual WAN hubs to connect your branch offices on the fastest way to the Azure cloud. You have also the ability to connect each Virtual WAN hubs together, and inside the Azure cloud, you can connect your virtual networks also to the Virtual WAN hub. You have a centralized configuration, so you have one configuration pane for Azure Virtual WAN, and for sure you have a centralized monitoring for the whole environment. This is also a big benefit instead of the traditional approach. From the traditional approach, you only have separate monitoring capabilities for each region. In this configuration, you can see a whole picture about your environment. And the limitations are much higher than the traditional site-to-site VPN gateway, for example. We will see this in a few slides, what are the limitations about Azure Virtual WAN. And for sure, you can use for the interconnect from West Europe to East US, for example, the Microsoft Azure backbone. Okay, so let's go ahead and talk about the Azure Virtual WAN offers a recap. So what are the benefits? You have the global transit, you have the centralization, so the configuration is centralized. It's much easier to configure, it's much easier to expand. You have a transitive connectivity, and you have the ability to different connectivity options. The first option is a traditional site-to-site VPN, where you can use SD-WAN technology. You can also implement point-to-site VPN. I'm using this in my live demo. I will show it in my demo. And you can use, for sure, express route connection, for example, for your headquarters too. From the routing perspective, you have the ability to use the default route. So this means each location will propagate their routes into the default route configuration. You can also use the non-route. So you don't want to propagate the default route to each other locations and want a separation. You can use the default route, the non-route, or you can define your custom route tables too, to isolate different network environments from each other. You also have the ability to integrate firewalls like the Azure firewall, which I prefer, or you can also use third-party NVAs. Most of my customers will say, okay, they want the same configuration pane for the firewall. You can also use, for example, a Cisco firewall or a Fortinet firewall also in the Azure cloud. And also the big benefit from the Azure Virtual WAN is the centralized monitoring. I love this feature really. It's a cool feature in the Azure cloud, and we will see it also in our live demo. Okay, what are the different architecture designs from Azure Virtual WAN? Primarily, we have the single region architecture. This means you have only one region which you use, for example, in West Europe. You can achieve this architecture with the basic or the standard Virtual WAN hub or Virtual WAN configuration. We will discuss this in a few minutes. You have the ability to have to implement the any-to-any connections. So this means you can connect the branch to branch, the branch to virtual network, to branch to point-to-site connection, and you have the ability to connect other hyperscalers. So if you're a company, if a company have multi-architecture or multi-hyperscaling strategy, you can also connect AWS, EC2 instances, for example, or GCP, Alibaba, or other Microsoft service provider. It depends on you, and it's possible. So this is the Azure Virtual WAN single region architecture. When we think about multi-region, we have a global company. We want to bring the branch office to the nearest point, to the Azure cloud, to the nearest Azure data center. We can implement a multi-region architecture. this configuration here is only available with the standard hub configuration, with the standard virtual WAN configuration. And here you can see we have the ability to define 2 regions. Region 1, for example, is in East US, region 2 in West Europe. And also have the ability to use the global transit configuration. So when branch 1 communicates with branch 2, they are using the Microsoft backbone to communicate with each other. Okay, these are the basic architecture design. These are the 2 options that you have. So let's talk about the components itself from Azure Virtual WAN. First of all, we have the Azure Virtual WAN control plane, or the Azure Virtual WAN service itself. When you deploy Virtual WAN, you have the control plane to deploy first. So this is the centralized plane where you can provision your Virtual WAN hub. And the Virtual WAN hub represents the regional core of your Virtual WAN. So this means you have the ability in the control plane, in the Virtual WAN control plane, to provision a Virtual WAN hub, for example, in West Europe. And this is the connection point for your regions in West Europe. But keep in mind, in West Europe, when you deploy a Virtual WAN hub, you have only the ability to deploy 1 Virtual WAN hub per location. So it's not possible to deploy a second Virtual WAN hub in West Europe. You can only deploy 1. But it's not a problem. We will see it a little bit later. And Virtual WAN hub is not the same like a VPN gateway. Why? First of all, we have a much higher limitation. And the second one, what is the main difference? You don't need a Virtual WAN subnet, a VPN gateway subnet inside your virtual network. You connect your virtual network from Azure to your Virtual WAN hub, and you connect directly your on-premise environment to the Virtual WAN, not to the virtual network in Azure. You connect it to the Virtual WAN. So this is the main difference between the traditional Virtual WAN and a Virtual WAN hub. When we go one step further, we have the connectivity. So we have the Virtual WAN control plane. We have deployed a Virtual WAN hub. And then we can add a Virtual hub connection, different connection types, site-to-site VPN connection, point-to-site VPN connection, express route VPN connection. And we also have the ability to connect Azure virtual networks. But keep in mind, here's also a limitation. This is not a limitation from Virtual WAN. This is a peering limitation. You can only have maximum of 500 spokes, 500 peering connection to the Virtual WAN hub. And when it's done, when you have the connectivity, you have also the ability, if you use a standard configuration, to enable the hub-to-hub connection and the hub-to-branch connection. Depends on the configuration what you have. And this represents the global interconnect for Virtual WAN hubs to different locations. Okay. Then at the end, we have 3 points more. The first is the Virtual Hub route tables. It represents a regional routing construct, so you can define your personal defined custom routes for each location. You can isolate different virtual networks, different branch offices from together. You have the ability to use the default, the non-route tables or the custom route tables. And you have the ability to populate manually, so you can define your static routes, or you can populate the routes over dynamic, over BGP, for example. And at the end, if you want to use a VPN, you can define your VPN site. In this case, it represents the site-to-site VPN connection between your virtual WAN and on-premise. And when you define your virtual VPN site, you have to configure your VPN site links, and this represents the connection between Virtual WAN and the remote site itself. Okay, these are the components. It's not really hard to configure. It's really easy. Let's go ahead and talk about the different Virtual WAN types. First of all, we can provision a basic Virtual WAN configuration. This is the cheaper one configuration, but you only have the ability to configure site-to-site VPN. You have no ability to configure point-to-site or express route only site-to-site VPN is available for the basic virtual WAN type. But you have the ability to connect a branch-to-branch, to achieve a branch-to-branch connection, to achieve an Azure-to-branch connection, and to achieve a branch-to-Azure connection for two. And you also have the ability to connect virtual networks from the cloud to the VPN gateway. The cool stuff here is you have a really high scaling option for the virtual WAN gateway. We will see it a little bit later. And each virtual WAN gateway is per default high availability. It's a high availability VPN virtual WAN gate hub. This means you always provision 2 gateways in the backend. Keep in mind, when you deploy or when you provision a basic virtual WAN hub, you don't have the ability to implement a hub-to-hub connection. So when we think back, we have the 2-region option, and this is only available with the standard configuration. And when you deploy or when you provision a standard configuration, you don't have the ability to revert back to the basic configuration. And on top, there are a second virtual WAN configuration type available. This is the standard configuration. This includes everything from the basic plus the hub-to-hub connection is available in the standard. You can connect express route and point-to-site VPN. It's an any-to-any transitive connection, and you can upgrade if you want from the basic configuration to the standard configuration. So this is possible, but the revert back is not possible. Okay, so what about the communication matrix? So we have here once more the 2-region configuration. So this is a standard configuration here. We have the ability to connect from branch to Azure, so no problem. We have a site-to-site VPN to virtual network connection. This means the branch office connect over the virtual WAN hub to the virtual network to the Azure cloud. Works perfect. You have also the ability to connect from the branch over the nearest virtual WAN hub with the Microsoft backbone to the virtual network in the second region. And we have also the same capabilities for point-to-site VPN. When we think about express route, it's also the same. We have here the ability to connect to each network. When we think about branch to branch, it's also for sure possible. So VPN to express route, no problem. We can also have interconnect between those sites, and that's in the same region also, and also to the point-to-site VPN. And when we think about the point-to-site VPN connection, it's also possible to connect to each other locations over the virtual WAN hubs, so no problem. And then at the end, we also have the ability to connect the virtual network. So you don't need the VNet peering itself to each virtual network. You peer your virtual network to your virtual WAN hub and can achieve the following. So the virtual network connection, the same region, and the virtual network connection over the second region. Okay. Then we have here the different connection types: express route, site-to-site VPN, point-to-site VPN. And I will say, okay, this is a little bit different. The virtual WAN is different than the traditional VPN gateway. What does this mean? When we think about the site-to-site VPN, it's available in the standard configuration and in the basic configuration. You have a multi-link support, so you can have up to 4 links per VPN site connection. You have an always-on redundant cloud access. This means, okay, you have always on each virtual WAN hub 2 virtual WAN gateways in the backend, and you have the ability to connect over 2 ISPs, for example. And if one ISP goes down, there's an automatic failover to the other ISP. You can scale up to 20 gigabits throughput, aggregated throughput. So the minimum configuration is 1 scale unit. 1 scale unit means 500 megabit per gateway. So in reality, it is 1 gigabit. And you can have up to 1,000 site-to-site VPN connections per virtual WAN hub. Keep in mind, traditional VPN gateway have a maximum 30 VPN connections per virtual WAN hub. You can use IPv1, IPv2. You have the ability to use VPN-based IPsec and dynamic DNS support. And if you want to connect, for example, to AWS, you have the ability to use a custom IP because AWS need this configuration. And you also have the ability to use a custom BGP configuration for your dynamic propagation. And for sure, it's integrated into the Azure Monitor configuration. We will see it also in my live demo. Then we have the ability to use point-to-site VPN. I love this feature because there is a cool new option here available. It's only available in the standard configuration. You can scale up to 20 gigabit and can scale up to 10,000 user per virtual WAN hub. And this is the feature which I like, which I must prefer. You have the ability to use certificate-based or radius authentication or Azure Active Directory authentication. This is the cool feature. You can use the Azure VPN client, the new VPN client, and also implement username and password, the same like Office 365. And on top, you can use conditional access policies, for example, to enforce multi-factor authentication for your point-to-site. In the current time, we have COVID-19. Most of the customers are working from home office, and point-to-site is a really important part here. I'm using the same configuration. I'm using also point-to-site connection to my company. And here you have the ability to use Azure AD authentication with enforcement for multi-factor authentication. And it's included into the point-to-site VPN gateway, so no problem. It's also included into the Azure Monitor for sure, and you can scale up to 20 gigabits. So really highly recommend this. And at the end, we have the express route capabilities. It's also only available in the virtual WAN standard configuration. You can scale up to 20 gigabits. And now it's possible to define 8 circuits per region. A few months ago, you only have the ability to use 4 circuits. Now we have an upscaling to 8 circuits. Express route, it's not new. You can use the private and the Microsoft peering. The difference between private and Microsoft is really simple. The private peering is only for private networking, so infrastructure as service or PaaS services which are integrated over private link to your virtual network. So the communication to the virtual network from on-premise is over the private channel. If you want to communicate with PaaS services like a storage account, like database as a service, you always communicate over a shared public IP address. And this communication in the express route, option is routed over the Microsoft peering. So you will learn over BGP the public IP addresses from your Azure data center and will route all traffic over the Microsoft peering. In some situations, you can also route the traffic over for Office 365 over the Microsoft peering. It depends on you. You can have both together. So you can use express route and VPN interconnect. This means you have express route, and over the express route private peering, you can transfer site-to-site VPN traffic. Why should you use this? Because you can encrypt the traffic over the express route. It's possible. Okay, so partner integration. We will say, okay, you have any-to-any connections, and when you go to your CISO and you will say, okay, cool, we have any-to-any connection, no problem, everything is working fine. Your CISO will maybe say, are you sure? Are you sure that you want an any-to-any connection? I'm not sure about this. So this is the reason why we can implement custom routes. It's the first way. Or the second part, or the second way is here to implement firewalls. In this case, we can implement the Azure Firewall with the Azure Firewall Manager, the centralized configuration pane. Or we also have the ability to implement third-party NVAs to route the traffic from each region over a firewall. And here you can implement different firewall rules if you want. And at the end, we have the virtual WAN monitoring capabilities. There are different monitoring capabilities available. First of all is the Insights. This is a visual end-to-end connectivity monitoring. Then you have different metrics from your connection from your virtual WAN hubs. You have the diagnostic logs for sure. And at the end, you also have the ability to implement Azure Network Watcher to monitor your network connection. This is also available. Okay, so before we start to our live demo, let's recap about Azure Virtual WAN. What are the benefits? So you have an operational efficiency and also scalability. You have a much simpler architecture design. You have a much simpler networking design with Azure Virtual WAN. In many situations, we reduce the operational cost because it's easy to use and it's also fully automatable. It's increased the scale for site-to-site and point-to-site VPN. You have a higher throughput, so up to 20 gigabits for point-to-site, site-to-site, or express route. And also keep in mind from the redundancy and high availability perspective, each virtual WAN hub is zone redundancy per default. So you don't need an extra SKU from the traditional VPN gateway. You have, if you want to achieve zone redundancy, you have to provision the right SKU. In this case, each virtual WAN hub is per default zone redundancy. And you can implement firewalls or NVAs if it's required. So let's take a look to our demo environment. This is the real demo environment, which I will show you in a few seconds. You can see here we have two different locations, one region in East US. We have one region in West Europe. We have one branch office in East US. And we have two branch offices in West Europe, one branch office in the UK and one branch office in West Europe directly. Each office is connected to different virtual WAN hubs. This is a standard configuration. And when you take a look to the branch offices in the UK and West Europe, there's a little difference because these two offices are connected directly over site-to-site VPN, and the branch office in West Europe have as fallback the virtual WAN hub connection. So what we will do is, first of all, I want to show you the point-to-site VPN connection to the virtual WAN hub. How does it work? How easy it is to implement. The second one is, I want to give you an overview about Azure Virtual WAN, about the control plane, the configuration settings, and so on. Let me go ahead and try a connection test between East US and UK, East US and West Europe, East US and the point-to-site connection. Then we test the failover. So we cut the connection, the direct connection from West Europe to UK, and test the failover over the VPN hub. And at the end, I will show you the monitoring capabilities, and really at the end, I will show you the automation capabilities to provision the whole configuration here. Okay, so let's start with the demo. I switch back to my Azure portal. First of all, I want to show you the point-to-site VPN connection. For this point, I have here my VM. My VM is located in a different location. You can see here I've installed the Azure VPN client. And here I have the ability to import my configuration. The configuration is normally an XML file, which you can download from your Azure portal. I will show you in a few seconds. You import the configuration, and then you have the ability to connect. Here you can see I'm connecting now to the VPN, Virtual WAN, and this is my Azure Active Directory account. I also have enabled the password caching, and you will see in a few seconds, now I'm connected from my home office in this case, and I also have all networks from the Azure Cloud, from the branch offices to communicate with. Okay, it's really simple, it's really easy to implement. And we are going to the virtual WAN control pane. You can see here I have my virtual WAN. Come on. It's a live demo, virtual WAN demo. And here you can see a world map where my virtual WAN hubs are located. One virtual WAN hub in West Europe and the second virtual WAN hub in East US, in West Europe and East US, I'm sorry. You have the ability to use activity log for sure, and also the access control. So role-based access control is also available for virtual WAN hub, and also for sure the tagging option. When we take a look to the configuration settings, you can see here I have implemented a standard configuration. So I have not the ability to revert back to the basic. So if this is a basic configuration, you have the ability to select standard, save it, and upgrade it. And here you can see, okay, I have the hub-to-hub connection enabled, and also the branch-to-branch connection is enabled. Okay, so let's take a look to the virtual WAN hubs. You can see here I have two virtual WAN hubs. I have one virtual WAN hub in West Europe and one virtual WAN hub in East US. This virtual WAN hub in West Europe have two VPN side connection because I have two VPN locations, one in West Europe and one in the UK. And I also have a point-to-site VPN configuration or VPN client. So let's take a look to the virtual WAN hub itself. You can see here I've defined a private IP address range for the virtual WAN hub. You can see on the left side the VPN side-to-side connectivity. And in this case, I'm provisioned a virtual WAN VPN gateway with one scale unit. One scale unit means 500 megabits for each virtual WAN hub. If I want to scale up, I click here, select my the scale units which I want, what I want, and here you have the ability to scale up to 20 gigabit. I don't do this because it's not so cheap. And the second one, you have here the ability to see the public IP address from the virtual WAN gateway 1 and for the virtual WAN gateway 2, and also the ability to configure custom PGP addresses. Okay, then you can see here I have my virtual WAN site. In this case, I have my site in West Europe configured. And inside the site, you can see I have here my link. This is my link to the link provider Fortinet. So I have Fortinet provisioned on-premise, and my link speed is 250 megabits. This is the public IP address from the on-premise environment, and this is the BGP configuration. So in my demo environment, I have a fully dynamic population configuration implemented, and this is the BGP configuration. Okay, then you can see here the export route configuration. In my case, I don't have an export route in place because it's not so cheap. And also a user VPN configuration. Before I show this, I'll go one step back, because for the user VPN configuration, we need for the user VPN hub, we need a user VPN configuration. In this case, we have here the user VPN configuration. And you can see here, I have one in place. And this configuration includes the Azure Active Directory authentication configuration for this VPN profile. I select this here. And here you can see I'm using the OpenVPN tunnel type. And I'm using the Azure Active Directory authentication. Here's the audience, here's the issuer, and here's the AAD tenant. And when I take a look to the Azure Active Directory configuration, you can see here I have a separate enterprise application. And here I have the ability to configure, for example, only selected users can use this VPN application in this case. When I enable this one here, I can select users which are available or which are accessible to the Azure VPN profile. Okay, let's switch back to my virtual WAN hub and to the configuration. You can see here I have here my VPN gateway. In this case, I also provision a one scale unit configuration. This means I have 500 clients. I have 500 client support. I can implement custom DNS if you want. And I'm using the VPN configuration for the Azure side-to-side, for the Azure Active Directory authentication. Okay, then you have here the ability to configure custom routes. For exact this virtual WAN hub, you can use virtual WAN routing tables, separate routing tables. You can use the default routing tables, you can use the non-routing tables, or you can define your custom route tables, what you prefer. And also you have also the ability to convert to the secure hub and to implement network virtual appliance or third-party providers if you want. And when we go back, you can see here, you have also the ability to connect virtual networks from the cloud, from the Azure region if you want. In my case, I've implemented 2 virtual networks in West Europe and 1 virtual network in East US 2 to my Azure Virtual WAN. In this case, 2 virtual networks West Europe and 1 in East US. Okay, what does this mean from the connection perspective? I have here my virtual machines. This is my virtual machine in the branch office in East US. You can see here I have my virtual machine in UK and West Europe too. So when I want to show you here the bandwidth. So I have 3 installed, and I want to test the communication or the bandwidth between East US 2 and West Europe. You can see here I can scale up to 105 megabits overseas. So I'm using the Microsoft backbone, and I have a latency of 120 milliseconds from East US to West Europe. The same is here from UK to West Europe. I have a much higher bandwidth because this is a direct connection. You can see here 1 gigabit connection and a much lesser latency. I have here 10 milliseconds. And what I want to test now is the failover. So I want to cut the communication, the connection between UK and West Europe. For this point, I've implemented a postman comments. So I will execute this, and in a few seconds you will see, okay, now we have a failover. This is now my 10 milliseconds is over. That is the direct connection, and now I have 27 milliseconds, so no downtime. It's working perfect, and we can fail back. So I've enabled the connection between those sides, and in a few seconds you will see we will go down to 10 milliseconds, and everything is working fine. So yes, now we are in the direct connection link between UK and West Europe. Okay, what does this mean from the monitoring perspective? So you can see inside Azure Virtual WAN, we have an insight. And here you have the ability to see the visual configuration from Azure Virtual WAN. Come on. So normally you should see here a separate, okay, I see the metrics. Okay, yes. Now click on refresh, and you can see here a visual design from your network architecture. In this case, we have here the control plane, the Azure Virtual WAN. We have the 2 different virtual WAN hubs, one in West Europe, one in East US. We have here the connection to my first virtual network to my on-premise environment in the East US. And here you can see the whole configuration for the West Europe side, also the point-to-site configuration with the connection to my point-to-site client itself. Everything is working fine. On the left side, you can see the metrics for the bandwidth from the side-to-side and for the point-to-site VPN bandwidth. And you have also the ability to implement Azure end-to-end monitoring. So in this case, I want to switch back to the Azure Network Watcher. And in this case, and here you can use the connection monitor service to monitor from the Azure cloud, from the machines from the Azure cloud to on-premise, the connectivity. In this case, everything is PaaS. So you can see here, I have here my connection monitor, end-to-end monitoring. I monitor port 22 on the on-premise UK, on-premise West Europe, and East US also. So this is the capability what you have. And last but not least, I want to show you the automation options which you have. So I have here my whole configuration with monitoring with the virtual WAN hubs, with the connection to point-to-site and so on. And how I provision this one, with one ARM template. This is the ARM template for the whole configuration, what you see here. You can see here I have 2 virtual WAN hubs in 2 different locations. I have the VPN side configuration. I have here my central configuration pane. And here you can see the 4 different networks, also the point-to-site VPN gateway with the Azure Active Directory configuration. Everything in one template. You can use this, you can deploy it, and everything is work. If you're using auto-res partners like Fortinet, for example, you can also configure in one step the on-premise environment too. So it depends on your provider, on your on-premise provider. If you're more familiar with PowerShell, you also have the ability to use PowerShell commands when you're using the AC network. I'm sorry, this is the wrong one. AC network module, you have the ability to provision a new virtual WAN hub, create route tables, implement the connection and everything else. So if you're more familiar with PowerShell modules, you also have the ability to implement this. Okay, that's it. That's everything. First of all, from Azure Virtual WAN. I hope you enjoyed the session. I hope you liked the session. If you have any questions, now we can open the Q&A. I can hear you. Can't hear you.
Can we hear Floor?
Yeah. Yeah, now it's working.
Thank you so much for your session.
Thank you.
As a not very technical person, it was quite easy for me to follow. So well done.
That's great.
Yeah.
Oh, I missed a bit there, but yeah, no, here we go. Yeah, we do have some questions from the chat, and quite some actually, and some longer ones as well. So I'll try to ask them as well as possible. Let's start with the first one. If you have more than 2 regions, is it possible to create a RAID via the virtual WAN hubs? And as such, can you create some type of redundancy in case of a full region when that would be down?
So you want to implement a full mesh architecture? Yes, you can do this. So you can connect all regions together. You can also connect regions to, for example, to the West Europe virtual WAN hub and also to the East US virtual WAN hub. It's not the problem. So you can do this. Yeah.
All right, thank you. And then
upgrade. You can configure your configuration on premise and switch to the second virtual WAN gateway. You can implement this side by side. It's possible.
All right. Then we have a question about limitations. What about the limitations for Virtual WAN Hub? For example, some companies have 2,000 stores. So what if I need to make 2,000? So what if I need to make 2,000 connections?
Okay, if you have 2,000 stores, 2,000 connections to one region, you have really they have a problem, yes. But you can use the second region, so you have always 2 region pairs. You can provision one virtual WAN hub, for example, in West Europe, one virtual WAN hub in North Europe, and you can have connections, 1,000 connections each virtual WAN hub region. So this is a possibility that you have. You cannot upgrade to more connections. It's not possible.
All right, thank you. And then we have the next one. How much can you mix and match with non-virtual one pairings, like throwing normal hubs, VNets paired to a spoke, which is paired to a V1 hub? How much can you mix and match between all that?
For the what you mean is this is a hard question. So from the virtual, what do you mean exactly? I'm sorry.
So well, I got the question from chat, but if I try to rephrase it, so what if I've got non-virtual one pairings and I've got virtual one hub? So how much can I mix and match between technologies? Can I just indefinitely throw virtual networks in there, paired virtual networks? Can I throw VNet gateways in there? How much can I mix and match, or am I just limited to one technology, and does it stop at some point?
So when you mean, okay, you have different locations with different firewall technologies, you can mix it. Yeah, it's possible. So that's no problem. To connect from a VPN gateway from the Azure cloud, you can connect from a VPN gateway for the AWS cloud, for example. You can connect from on-premise over a Cisco firewall, over a Checkpoint firewall. It's possible, yes.
All right, thank you. Then another question. Can you combine, or is there support for global VNet pairings with Virtual One?
Global VNet peering, you don't need a global VNet peering because you peer your virtual network to the virtual WAN, and then the virtual WAN itself, the hubs itself, have the global VNet peering. If you want to implement the basic configuration only one region, you can for sure peer the virtual network from another region too. This is possible. But I prefer, or I recommend the two-region configuration.
All right, and that kind of probably answers the next question as well. The last one. So if you look at an enterprise, so you have a large enterprise, I think we all know the EA structure. One contract, you have a lot of departments, maybe even companies under there. So let's say I've got two companies that reside in one tenant, and they both have their own Azure setup. And company A is running Virtual One, and company B is not. Can you still connect them? But I think we got somewhat of the answer already. Yeah. Can you still connect those two companies if they're, for example, in different regions? But then you would need a virtual hub in region A and B, I'm guessing.
Yeah. Yes, you can connect it.
All right. Then that answers all the questions. I think yes. We don't have any new questions in chat. Maybe there'll be some questions after. If I see some other questions popping up, I'll try to contact you and we'll see if we can get people an answer. Well, thank you for your session. It was great. I'm not into networking, but I learned a lot. So that was great.
That's good. Yeah? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I've heard that we've all have to stay tuned. We've got a little break now, but there's a quiz coming up. And yes, you can win amazing stuff like an Amazon voucher for 100 euros to spend for yourself. So please stay tuned, get a coffee or a beer, or because it's getting a bit later on the day already here in the Netherlands. And stay tuned, do the quiz, and maybe you win something real nice. And I believe, Wesley, you can participate as well.
I asked, but I'm not sure if I can.
Yeah, well, they said I'm not saying anything. So yeah, everyone stay tuned, do the quiz.
Yeah. All right, and thank you, everyone.
Hi there, and welcome back to Azure Live. We're still live from the church with what may be one of the most epic things happening today for you. Why do you think we planned this quiz during our dinner? So you will have a better chance of winning fabulous prizes. And I am not easily overwhelmed, but really, this session, there's money to be made, people. So for our quiz, we will be using Kahoot. Kahoot can be played through the website, where you can go through kahoot.it to follow along. If you are on that website and you want to participate in our little quiz, just fill in our game pin, and our game pin is now on the screen. So go to kahoot.it, then enter the pin 309318. The 3108, sorry for that one. If you are a Kahoot Pro and you have the app already on your phone, the same thing. Just go to your app and enter the pin code you see down below on the screen. Now, we only have 30 minutes, so this will be a really fast-paced quiz. But again, the prizes are kind of awesome. We first thought about, well, let's do some Microsoft prizes. Then there was no general Microsoft store. So we looked around and we found a company you might have heard of, Amazon. First prize today with a good quiz will win $100 in gift vouchers. The second prize, runner-up, the first loser, will still win $50 in the same Amazon gift cards. And the third prize today will be winning $25. Sounds good, doesn't it? Well, there's a little bit more. Maybe you've heard about this gift box we send out to a lot of folks out there. If you didn't open it yet, be sure to grab it from your children, from your wife, from your husband, because there might be virtual money in there. How does that work? Well, if you open up your gift box you received earlier, and you find a bar of chocolate with a green wrapper, you're in luck. Make a picture, send it over to contact@azurelive.nl and claim your prize. We send out 2 of these virtual golden wrappers, and if you did receive one of those, you too will win an Amazon gift card of $100. So, sounds sweet, doesn't it? So if you received the package, didn't open it yet, open it right now, because there might be money involved. Cool. Now I hope everyone managed to go to either the kahoot.it website or open the Kahoot app and entered game pin number 3093108. Are you ready? Let's see if you know your things about Azure. And of course, if you've been following along all day with our studio sessions and our digital sessions, you might know enough to finish this course successfully. Okay, I see quite some people are already logged into the system, about 31 right now, but if people are late to this party, they can still join later. So we'll keep this registration online. People can start playing along whenever they join. But hey, if you are here already and you can start filling in the right answers from question number 1, you might have a bigger chance of winning this. So I'll just give it a few more seconds before we start. Again, you can go to kahoot.it or join through the Kahoot app. And the game pin 309318 108. And the questions, I've seen them already, can be regarding anything on Azure. It can be stuff with licensing, containers, people's clothes are in there. What else? What else? Whatever you thought you might know about Azure, I think is in this quiz. So I think we have quite some people now that joined us. Let's just start with this quiz. In the app, you will see the quiz as well. Let's start with the first question. Test your Azure knowledge. Here we go. The AZ900 exam will grant you which title? If you think that's Microsoft Certified Azure Fundamentals, click on red. Yellow is you'll get the title of Official Azure Beginner. If you're certain that it's a Certified Cloud Guru with the AZ900, choose for green or blue for Microsoft Certified Azure Administrator Associate. Correct answer, filled in 29 times. Microsoft Certified Azure Fundamentals, of course. It's your first step into graduating into the Azure Administrator role. Didn't know this question? Well, maybe your knowledge is another thing. I see that Shining Fox is doing very well. It's a shared first place with Giving Octopus. Let's see how this stacks up throughout this quiz. What was Azure's code name when it was first being developed? So not upon release, in development. Was it Wolfpack, Longhorn, Red Dog, or Aurora? Longhorn. I know Longhorn from somewhere. What was it? I don't know. Difficult one already. Or maybe it was very easy for you because you know that it must have been Red Dog. Ooh, not so many people knew this. So, you know, everything you see today in this quiz, you can reuse tomorrow at the coffee machine in your kitchen since you're working at home. And the top 5 players have changed around a little bit. Come on, you can still do it. We still have 21 questions to go. When was Azure initially released? Was it the 1st of January in 2010? The 1st of February in the same year? The 1st of March? Or April Fools, we released a new cloud platform, the 1st of April 2010. What do you think? Oh, get your votes in. Only 3 more seconds. Ooh, close. But so very wrong if you said anything else than the 1st of February. Ooh, Shining Fox is on answer streak. Okay, an abbreviation. You know, Microsoft loves abbreviations. So this question is, what does CAF stand for? Is it like an airplane? Charlie Alpha Foxtrot. Is it the Common Assessment Framework? Is it the Cost Assessment Framework? No, of course not. You knew it was the Cloud Adoption Framework. Well, almost everyone knew. And now everyone does know. We'll skip ahead on these rankings and go to the essential thing of today. How many regions are there today? So if you checked last month, no good. How many regions are there today? 65, 60, 55, or 52? Today, right? So we checked today how many Azure regions there are. I checked in my closet at home. There was no region there. But the correct answer today is 65. 65 regions today. Okay. And of course, ever growing. Shining Fox is doing very well. But I see Red Octopus, Proud Squid, all following along nicely. We'll have a look at 10 rounds at the leaderboard. What year did the Azure West Europe region open? So Microsoft started developing and releasing Azure, but in what year did this come to Azure West Europe, meaning the Amsterdam region? Was that 2009, 2010, 2011? Oh no, that must have been 2012? That late? Indeed, it was 2010. Amsterdam was one of the first regions where Azure was available. Super cool. Anyone knows what region in Europe was earlier? No bonus question, no, just if you don't know, look it up. Moving right along with question number 7. What does AKS stand for? Advanced Kubernetes Services, Azure Kubernetes Services, Amazon Kubernetes Service, that must be Eastern Europe, I think. Awesome Kubernetes Service. And I think most of you knew that this was the Azure Kubernetes Service. Well done. Moving along to question number 8. Let's see. If you chain multiple Azure functions together, how do you call that? Is that a durable function, a chained function, a fan-out function, or it's just a fan-in function? How do you call a chain of Azure functions together? It sounds durable, but it's also kind of a chain of functions, right? Yeah, a lot of people followed the same principle there. It must be a chain of functions then, so it's chain no. Sorry, you call that a durable function. I didn't make the rules, I just present this. Let me see, I see Glowing Dog is climbing the ranks. Very good. What is the name of the new DSL for creating Azure ARM templates? I think this is something to do with the fitness instructor that visited earlier today, because I also see all kinds of muscles here. Deltoid, quads, your triceps, your biceps. What's the new name of the DSL to create Azure ARM templates? Okay, bicep. Almost everybody knew this, but that was of course because we also had a session on it. Let's see. Rocky Deer is coming up. Shining Fox still leading the pack. Which of the following is not a part of Azure governance? And of course, read the question well. Is not a part of Azure governance. Is that policy, the resource graph, tagging, or Microsoft Teams? Oh, Microsoft Teams is not part of governance? Oh, for you watchers out there, it doesn't mean that Teams doesn't need governance, right? But that's another topic completely, I know. Very interesting, but not for now. Focus. Because we still have a lot of questions to go through and not that much time. So before the next question starts, I suggest you do the same. Take something to tranquilize you a little bit. Ready? Here we go with the next question. Let's go. Who's the Microsoft employee famous for wearing a red shirt? And no, it's not a bull, it's not a cow, it's not... Well, who is it then? Oh, maybe a hint would be someone in red on this slide. Does Satya wear red? I don't think so. Amy Hood, maybe? Jensen Huang? Or the gentleman called Scott Guthrie? How does he look? Yeah, the Microsoft insider, of course, know that Scott Guthrie never makes a public appearance without his signature red shirt, right? I've seen Satya Nadella in a lot of outfits, not a red shirt. So, good for you if you chose for Scott Guthrie. And Shining Fox doesn't give up the lead. Okay. We're halfway there. And halfway there in the ocean is called Subsea, where Microsoft is researching data centers. Now, how is that project called? Is that Project Nemo, Project Nautilus, Project Poseidon, or Project Natick? Nautilus, I know him from somewhere, and Nemo, he's in the sea as well, isn't he? But what is that project name? The project name is, of course, Project Natick. Project Natick is where they, I don't want to say dump data centers in the sea, but that's basically what they do. They create this big cylinder, they chuck servers in there, and then they drop it in the ocean and still have the cloud in the ocean. What's next? Azure in space? Come on. Okay. Microsoft acquired a company called GitHub in 2018. What did they pay for GitHub? Was that $7.5 billion? $2 billion? $900 million? Or $5 billion? How much money did they pay for GitHub? If only I had a percentage. It was $7.5 billion. That's a 7.5 with a lot of zeros. If you know how many zeros, congratulations, no extra bonus point. Who's the current CTO of Microsoft Azure? Could that be Corey Sanders? Could that be Ravi Krishnaswamy? Could that be Mark Russinovich or Kevin Scott? Who has the business card Azure CTO? Mark Russinovich, and almost everyone knew this. Well, a third. 2/3, yeah. Good job. Let's see if that had an influence on our leaderboard. Shining Fox is still at first. Dazzled Panda, you're up next. Red Octopus, doing very good as well. I've been talking about this virtual machine a long time. But what's the most expensive virtual machine you can configure now in Azure West Europe? Is that the M416MS V2, the M192 IDMS, the NC24RS V3, or the E96AS V4? This is a difficult one. The V4 might be the newest one. But of course, it is the M416MS V2 with an incredible configuration. If you want to spin up this one tomorrow, please do so. But please request a platinum, gold, black card. It's quite expensive. All right. Question 16. What does the abbreviation ARM mean? Azure Resource Migrate, Azure Readiness Map, Application Response Measurement, or Azure Resource Manager? The ARM. What is the abbreviation ARM? What does that mean? Maybe the fitness instructor of this afternoon knows what an ARM is. Okay, Azure Resource Manager. Okay. Very good. Three of you had the correct answer. And just for you, just to make it more exciting for the last few questions, there is this notion of speed involved If you know the question right from the start, punch it in, because the faster you answer the question, the more points you'll have. Just a small tip for the last few questions. Oh, we seem to have this cloud-native SIEM system in Azure. What's its name? How is it called? Is it Azure Guardian? Is it Azure Gatekeeper? Is it Azure Sentinel? Or is it Azure Ninja? How do you call this SIEM system in Azure? Yeah, I know you heard about it, but what was the name? Come on. Oh, a lot of people heard about this service. I can see. Okay. Well, if you think you're that good, let's see if you know this. Microsoft earlier released an experimental PowerShell module to generate infrastructure as code files. How is that module called? Is that PS Bicep? Is that PS Arm? Is that PS IAC? Or is that PS Template? And no, not all modules released by Microsoft are experimental. Don't think that. That's not a nice thought. Okay. Wait for the last few. Here we go. PS Arm. Well, lots of you knew this. And it wasn't that wrong to guess for Bicep. But indeed, PS Arm. Ooh, Rocky Giraffe coming back into play. All right. One of the final questions of these quiz. What is the Azure service used to provision IoT devices without needing human intervention? It's not Skynet. It's not on the slide, Skynet, no. Azure IoT Hub, is that service? Azure IoT Edge, maybe? Azure IoT Hub DPS? Or Azure Edge Provisioning Service? What would the abbreviation be there? AEPS. Azure IoT Hub DPS is the correct answer. Azure IoT Hub is the centralized service that will allow you to connect IoT services to your Azure environment. So, the provisioning service is called DPS. Rocky Deer taking over in second place. Okay, let's see if it's not too late to get Shining Fox from the throne then. Azure has a region specifically for the United States government. Is that true or false like your neighbor's dog? Does Microsoft have a region specifically for the United States government? And if they have one, would this be in Area 51? Something to think about. Okay, so regions, especially for the US government. Ooh, most of you knew this. Yeah, and they do, yeah. Let's see. Ooh, Fabulous Glider coming in hot. Only a couple of more questions. So this one is a pro expert question. How many Azure subscriptions can you associate with your Azure AD tenant? 100? Unlimited? 800? Or 980 to be precise? 100 or 800? I know I talked about 800 somewhere, but was this with Azure AD tenants connecting to your subscription? No. Unlimited. Now, I haven't ever tested this. If you have the resources to test this, send me an email, because I want to do this test together with you to connect unlimited subscriptions to tenant. All right. Just 2 more questions to go. 3 more, actually. What services are always free when you use an Azure free account? And please pay attention. We need multiple answers here. Is that 500 minutes of Azure automation you get for free? Are those 10 web, mobile, or API apps with a gig of storage? Can you just deploy for free 50 virtual networks? Or just any A-series virtual machines you can think of? Are A-series virtual machines always free? No. So the correct answer here was 500 minutes of Azure automation and 50 virtual networks and 10 web apps. You can deploy those for free with any Azure free account. Let's see how you've done. Okay, Proud Squid coming up. Dazzled Panda in third place, Rocky Deer second, Shining Fox is kind of ahead. But hey, still 2 questions left. Now, if you want a backup of your data, you can visit an Azure data center and just pull the disk from your cabinet. You know, it's your data, so you can just go to any Azure data center and say, well, I know my data is here. I'll take the disk. For backup purposes, of course. Not for anything nasty. No. Sorry, no. It would be an awesome thing if Microsoft would release this. I would be the first one at the gates of the data center. But no. Alas. No cookies. Can't be done. Ooh, and I'm thinking that Shining Fox might have a lead that can't be overcome. But let's just try, right? Let's try and take Shining Fox from that throne. In the last question of the quiz, here we go. It's again a multi-select, and that asks you what are valid options to deploy resources into your Azure subscription. So you've got your subscription, you want to deploy resources in that subscription. How can you accomplish that? A, deploy using ARM templates. B, call Microsoft and request a deployment. C, deploy using PowerShell. Or deploy using CLI. And this question can be answered with multiple answers again. And indeed, red, blue, and green were the correct answers. Okay. Building some excitement here. Let's see. Who won this? Dazzled Panda in third place. Second place, Rocky Deer. But today's Azure champion in AzureLive, in this awesome setting in a church, is the one, the only Shining Fox. Congratulations. Now, if you want to collect your prize, and I guess you do want to collect that, please get in touch with our organization. Please send out an email to contact@azurelive.nl with a screenshot of the name you've been using tonight to collect your prize. For now, thank you for playing. I hope you enjoyed this little quiz. I hope you're enjoying AzureLive today and the session we've got stacked up for you after this. If you won today, congratulations, and maybe we'll see each other at the next quiz. See you later.
And congratulations to the winners. If you won,
Hey, hey Shabazz, how are you?
Hi Richard, hi everybody. Welcome everyone to the evening sessions, I suppose we should call them.
Definitely. So yeah, that was an awesome quiz. Shining Fox absolutely smashed that quiz. 21 out of the 24 questions right. Amazing. I did not expect that after writing some of the questions myself. So that was cool to see.
Very
did
good.
you
No, there was some
like any of the
very
questions?
good questions in there. Yeah, there's some very good questions. I didn't play live. I was playing along, trying to see if I knew some of the answers. Most of them I think I would have got, but there's a few. There's an AKS one that I couldn't get. I knew you had something to do with that, if I'm honest. That had you written all over that question. So there's been some great content so far. I've been following it all day. There's been some amazing sessions. We've had some great hosts as well. Obviously Isadora and Gregor this morning, and then we had Wesley on this afternoon. I can't remember the lady's name who was with Wesley.
That was Floor from Intercept.
Floor, yeah, excellent. So yeah, some great hosts, and they've got us two closing up shop.
Yeah. So probably we should introduce you, Shabazz, because not many people know who you are. So why don't you tell us a bit about yourself?
Of course, yeah, I suppose. So hello, everybody who's watching. My name is Shabazz Dar. I'm a senior infrastructure consultant working for Net Company. They're a Danish company, but I'm based in the UK. We have a presence in the UK as well. So I've been in and around the kind of IT community for about 10 years, 10 to 15 years in IT, doing more sort of cloud orientated work for probably the last 6 or 7 years. I actually met Richard for the first time at the Ignite a couple of years ago, wasn't it, in Florida? Is where we met.
A good time.
Seems like such a long time ago.
In-person conferences again. It should be good.
Yeah. I mean, again, this one having in-person presence, they've got like the studio. It looks amazing. I think they've done an amazing job with this whole event, having both the online and the studio content. So it's worked really well.
Yeah, definitely. And I suppose I should probably introduce myself for the people who don't know me. So I'm Pixel Robots online. An Azure MVP for Microsoft Azure. So yeah, I know quite a bit about AKS, as Shabazz said. I work at a company called Intercept, who are sort of helping create this event. So that's awesome. I've been in IT for a long time now. Pretty much probably 18 years. I know I don't look that old, but I actually am quite old now. So this is the sort of face, but yeah, I'm getting along quite well. So yeah, I work with Gregor, Wesley, and Floor. So that's me basically in a nutshell.
Excellent. So we've got some really good sessions lined up to finish off the show in the sort of the virtual hub, you could say. So just to give an overview to everyone, we've got first up is going to be Isaac Levin. I hope I pronounced that right. He'll be introducing him shortly, followed by John Saville, and then finally we've got Jona Andersson. Again, I do apologise. I hope I pronounced that right. I think when we introduce everybody, we'll go into more details around what their sessions are. So yeah, I'd say again, it's a great idea having a quiz right in the middle, breaking it up a bit, gives everyone a bit of a rest from all the techie content. So that was really. How have you found the event so far, Richard?
Yeah, so I've been trying to work whilst look at the event and sort of monitor everything. So far the digital sessions have been spot on. I've unfortunately not had a chance to look at any of the studio sessions, but there's that Bicep one I really want to catch up on because Bicep seems so hot at the moment. So I'm really looking forward to catching that one.
Excellent.
Yeah, how about you?
Again, to be fair, I've been keeping an eye on it. I've had it on kind of the corner of my screen for most of the day, so I've been able to see what's been going on. And just a good chain across the whole board of Microsoft Cloud has been different sessions around both kind of the DevOps and the sort of infrastructure side. Obviously with Sarah's this morning, kicking us off, Sarah Leans this morning was amazing. Around Azure Migrate, that's one of my favorite services within Microsoft Azure, so that was really good to see. And then we had the really bubbly Inayas, is it? I can't remember her name.
Yeah, something like that. Anis.
Yeah, and she did the demo, which didn't go according to plan, but it ended up creating an even better spectacle as just kind of troubleshooting.
Definitely.
So I believe we're ready to
get Isaac
introduce Isaac.
There he is.
Yep.
Awesome. All right, so thank you so much, Sabas and Richard, for the introduction.
No worries. If you want to go ahead and sort of introduce yourself and your session, which looks to be awesome, and about GitHub Actions, which is something I'm definitely excited to hear.
Yeah, awesome. Super excited to talk about it. So let's go ahead and share my screen and we'll get started. All right, so for the folks who don't know me, thank you for coming and checking out AzureLive. I'm really excited to be here. I wish I could be there in the Netherlands in person, but I'm hoping that everybody will take advantage of my virtual presence today. For the folks who don't know me, my name is Isaac Levin. My title is Senior Product Marketing Manager at Microsoft. I work in the Azure App Dev section of marketing. So what that means is I really want developers to have the best experience on Azure as possible. So that involves, doing a ton of fun things like building content for our events and writing all sorts of programs that do things to better the developer experience in Azure. So I also stream on Twitch, random things, mostly around open source. I also am on Twitter and GitHub. My handle is Isaac R. Levin for all the folks that want to follow me and see what I'm doing there. And today I'm going to talk about something that's very important to me, very close to my heart. So as a developer through and through, even though I am in marketing now, I really love tools that enable developer productivity and allow developers to be successful. So today I'm going to talk about how we can accelerate .NET apps to Azure with GitHub Actions. I'm going to talk a little bit about what GitHub Actions are and some of the different options that .NET developers have, not just for building .NET apps, but getting them to Azure and how GitHub Actions can facilitate that in a meaningful way. But first, I want to start off with just a quick little intro to where we are. Well, in the beginning, before the CI/CD thing, before DevOps was very important, and I guess the de facto standard for how developers have to think about shipping applications, how did we get applications to production before that time? So for some of the older folks here, some of the folks that are a bit more experienced and have done things before that time, copy paste, right? So I think when people say copy paste, there's a slew of different things that copy paste means, but basically it's the process of getting built bits onto a production server. In the past, people would maybe remote desktop into a machine and copy paste that way, or maybe you could do something like FTP if you were fancy, right? But the end goal is there wasn't some process that was automated. There was maybe some potential governance around it. Maybe you had a change review board, or maybe you had manager approvals, but everything was very manual, right? This concept of getting things from point A to point B had one and too many people involved, right? And I think the underlying goal of it is that it was challenging and there was ripe for potential issues that came about it, right? And then as we start to progress into the last 15 years or so, tools start to show up. Tools that aren't directly linked to source code, but they allow continuous integration, or even to an extent continuous deployment of your software, right? So the first one that I think of that I started off my career working with was cruisecontrol.net. So the folks who don't know cruisecontrol.net, it was a configurable platform that allowed you to basically link your code up to a repo and allowed you to run particular things off of webhooks. So for instance, if you had commits and things like that. So it was not directly tied to your app, to your source code, but you had the ability to plug it in a meaningful way. And this was kind of the start from my experience of things that were more automated. There was a lot of configuration that you can do with cruise control, and I believe that it was one of the first de facto ones for .NET. And as we start to get more, we have this app called Hudson. If for folks who don't know the Hudson was the precursor to something that a lot of people know, which is Jenkins, right? So this idea, this large piece of software that manages the entire continuous integration and continuous delivery story for your apps, right? Jenkins is still very, very well known and used in the industry, but it was one of those ones that was the catalyst to kind of make these conversations a bit more meaningful. And then finally, as we get closer and closer today, we have more fully functional CI/CD tools. So you have things like Octopus Deploy or Visual Studio Team Foundation Server, which I use Team Foundation Server as an example because that's the first iteration of Microsoft entering this play, right? As most of the people on the attending know, Visual Studio Team Foundation Server no longer exists. It has a different name called Azure DevOps Server, and we have a cloud version called Azure DevOps. I'm not going to talk about those tools directly, but those are Microsoft's approach to doing things in a more enterprise way. Today I'm going to talk about a new way, not just for enterprise, but for anybody, and that is GitHub Action. So what exactly is a GitHub Action? So GitHub Action in its simplest form is a YAML-powered workflow linked directly to your GitHub repository. So what does that mean? So that means that inside, bundled in with your source code, there's a file, a YAML file. Yet another markup language is what YAML stands for. And what YAML file allows you to do is store your configuration, your continuous integration, basically what builds and ships your app directly in your repos. So the people that come to your repos, maybe they're new developers or maybe they're just people who are interested, they can get an understanding of what's required for you to ship your apps. And when you talk about what these workflows do, these workflows are they're triggered on particular events. They can be webhooks. Well, a webhook being maybe a push to a repo or an issue created on a repo, or all sorts of different functions that you do against a GitHub repository. Those trigger webhooks, which then could subsequently trigger GitHub Actions. You can also schedule GitHub Actions using cron jobs, or if you have scenarios where you need to manually kick off some of these workflows, you have the ability to do that with manual events. Where do these workflows run? So developers who take advantage of GitHub Actions can use two different runners. Runners is basically a VM with pre-installed software on it. You can use GitHub hosted runners, which run in the three very well-known flavors of operating systems, so Windows, Ubuntu, and Mac OS. But you also have the ability to have a self-hosted runner. Maybe you have specific software that you need installed on the runners that aren't available for you in the hosted runner. So you can actually configure them with your self-hosted runner and then configure your GitHub action to run against that. And finally, one of the things that I think is really, really great about GitHub Actions is that all of the logs for these actions, all of your continuous integration, your continuous delivery, your tests, all of those logs are available directly for you in the GitHub portal. So you have, right from your repo, you have another tab for actions, and then from there, you can actually look through all the logs for all of your historical actions. And one of the great things, finally, about GitHub Actions is that it's a community-driven thought. Right, so people have the ability to create their actions and workflows and upload them to the community marketplace for everybody to use. So I'm going to show you at the end of this talk a little bit about some of the cool things that you can do in the community marketplace, and maybe potentially show you some of the ones you didn't even thought exist. So when we start talking about GitHub Actions, and especially when we start talking about .NET, which I think is one of the best examples of being able to configure an application end-to-end's development story inside of GitHub Actions, is that it all starts with setup.net. So what is setup.net? Setup.net is a GitHub action that's actually built by the GitHub team to configure a fully fledged .NET CLI environment. So one of the things that I think is really important to call out is that the pre-installed software that comes with the GitHub hosted runners, they have .NET on them. They have .NET 5, they have .NET 3.1, the LTS version. But maybe you have a situation where you have to customize your .NET environment for a particular reason. Maybe you want to use a specific version of .NET. Maybe you want to take advantage of some of the .NET 6 previews that are coming out soon. Maybe you want to configure your environment to use private packages. So for instance, maybe you have something in NuGet or GitHub packages or even Azure DevOps artifacts. You want to take advantage of those private packages, and Setup.net allows you to do that, allows you to basically configure your environment the exact way that you need to build your .NET apps. So when I talk about where are the great places that we can deploy .NET apps to? Obviously Azure is a great place. In my opinion, one of the best places to deploy your apps. And when we talk about what the different services that Microsoft has in Azure to deploy to, obviously Azure App Service. Azure App Service is a great example of being able to deploy web-based applications to Azure. Also, Azure Functions. If you have workloads that run in a stateless way that are very small, Azure Functions is a great example. A new offering that we've recently talked about is Azure Static Web Apps, and we'll talk about all of these in a bit detail later, but I wanted to give you an idea of the plethora of services, Azure Kubernetes Service, and finally, really anywhere else. Azure is a great option to be able to deploy .NET apps to, but really GitHub Actions enables you to deploy your apps to anywhere. So for instance, if you want to deploy to Netlify or Heroku or potentially another cloud provider, GitHub Actions enables you to do that. We think, and I think, that Azure is the perfect place to host .NET apps, but GitHub Actions allows you to deploy your .NET apps really anywhere. I'm going to go through and list a handful of the different scenarios for each service type that we have in Azure. So I want to just call out some of the different things. So when we talk about app service, so Azure App Service is great for your traditional web applications. So think your Razor Pages, your MVC, so Model View Controller, Web APIs, server-side Blazor. These applications are really, really, really perfect examples to be able to deploy to app service. When the reason why it is because it provides you scalable production workloads, so high performance or even dedicated environments without having to manage the configuration. So App Service, for the folks that don't know, is Microsoft's platform as a service offering for web apps. And what that means is that you have configuration control over where your app runs, but you don't need to worry about the underlying OS concerns. So for instance, you don't need to patch your machine. You don't need to worry about security. You don't have to worry about all these things because it's actually managed for you by Azure. But you still have a plethora of amazing features that are available in App Service. So things like VNet support, Azure Active Directory integration, and my personal favorite, which is slots. Slots is really an important story in the DevOps world because it allows you to deploy to another instance of your app. So for instance, you have an app that's running and it's your production app. You can actually have a slot that is your staging environment. And you can deploy to that staging environment, you can test it, it has a different URL, and then once you're ready to actually flip the switch for that application to be in production, it's literally a button click or a command in the Azure CLI that allows you to facilitate that. And it gives you the full experience and the full comfort of knowing that you have these two environments you can test all managed inside the same service. And I want to show you how easy it is to configure deployment of app service or deployment of .NET apps to app service using GitHub Actions. So I'm going to hop into everybody's favorite editor, Visual Studio, and I'm going to zoom in just a little bit here. I'm going to make this bigger. So what I have is a solution. Inside the solution, there is a handful of projects, and I'm going to show you this particular project, which is an API written in .NET 5. So this was written by my friend Brady Gaster, who's on the .NET team. He used this as a demo for .NET Conf, which was a couple of months ago. But one of the things I really, really love about it is that it gives you a kind of a full experience. So this, like I said, this is an API, and we're going to actually host this API in API management and link to an app service. So how do I do that and deploy it from Visual Studio directly using GitHub Actions? The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to right-click and I'm going to publish. So when people hear right-click publish, their first response is, no. Why would I do a right-click publish here? Because as everybody knows, friends don't let friends right-click publish. But what if I showed you that right-click publish allows you to create a fully configured CI/CD experience directly inside of Visual Studio using GitHub Actions? So I already have one here, but I wanted to show you what that flow looks like. So I'm going to click New. And then I'm going to specify all of the things. So this is the typical publishing profile, publishing wizard that Visual Studio has. I'm going to select Azure. I'm going to select App Service for Windows, but I have a plethora of options, even deploying to virtual machines. I'm going to specify the particular app service that I want to deploy to. Here I have one. And then Visual Studio detects that I'm using API management. So it says, okay, where's your API management endpoint? So I select that. Wait for Visual Studio to hop around and load. I'm using a preview version of Visual Studio, so sometimes things hop around. I'm going to click Next. And then this is new. This is new as of, I believe, Visual Studio 16.0 16.9. I'm running Visual Studio 16.10 preview, so it's a little bit later. But starting what we have here is instead of just generating a publishing profile, which we're accustomed to when we deploy our right-click publish, .NET apps, we now have this additional option for CI/CD using GitHub Actions workflow. So this is going to create that YAML file that I talked about a little bit earlier, and it's going to include it in our source code. So the next time that we do a commit, CI/CD is included in our repository going forward. I'm going to click Finish here. And what Visual Studio is going to do is it's going to generate that YAML file for us. This takes a second, but then it directs you right to a screen that shows you basically what the configurations are. So people are probably thinking, Isaac, this is great, but I mean, you were talking about a YAML file, like this is just a results page. I can click Edit Workflow here. And then this is the entire experience to be able to build and deploy my app. And we'll talk a little bit about this. I'm not going to go line by line just because there's tons of great documentation on GitHub Actions and what the schema for them is. But one of the things I want to call that's really important is that to be able to deploy to Azure App Service, we do need a publishing profile. We need some secret configuration that we need to be able to publish from GitHub Actions. And you can actually store that using the secrets nomenclature in GitHub Actions. So GitHub Actions, so in secrets.recipe11fff, it has the actual publishing profile stored there. And then I have some other environment variables like where the app is, what the version of Swashbuckle is, and so forth. Since it is an API, I'm going to be using Swashbuckle. And then scrolling all the way down, I have all of these .NET commands, so .NET restore, build, test, and publish. And then finally, which I think is the most important thing to call out here, and I'm just going to zoom in and I'm going to highlight here, so deploy to Azure Web App. So what deploy to Azure Web App is, that is a step in my Azure or my GitHub Action workflow that utilizes the Azure/Web Apps deploy action, which is written by the Azure team here at Microsoft. And all you need to do is specify the app name, package, and publishing profile that we specified up in the top of the workflow. And then we have magically the ability to deploy to our app. And then finally, when we configure things like Swashbuckle, we might need to do things like use the Azure CLI to import our Swashbuckle file into API management. You can do that directly inside of your GitHub Actions here using commands. So right here, I'm using the Azure CLI to be able to do that. And once I check this file in, the GitHub action that is a part of this is going to kick off and run, and it's going to go end to end all the way to deploying out to app service. So super, super awesome. And also one thing that's really great about Visual Studio support for GitHub Actions is there is some autocomplete. You remember how I said a little bit earlier that GitHub Actions run on a handful of different runners? So right here, this is set to Windows.latest, but I could easily set it to Ubuntu latest or even 16.04, 18.04, and 20.04 of it. So I think one of the things that's really, really important to call out, looks like that look the way I wanted it to, but you have this autocomplete function, right? And obviously, if I was to change the, the operating system that this particular job runs on, I might need to make some configuration changes. Like maybe if there's some file paths that are referenced here, I'll need to change the file location and things like that. But at the end of the day, it gives you the ability to see at a really high level what Visual Studio has from a capabilities perspective. And I think it's really, really impactful to be able to showcase deploying to app service using Visual Studio right-click publish, which we're all told not to do. Now I think it's kind of safe. And my friend Abel Wang, he likes to say, right-click publish the right way, which I think is super impactful. So let's switch back over to our slides. And I think as we go through some of the more non-traditional web approaches for applications, one of the things I love to talk about is Azure Functions. So for the folks that aren't familiar with Azure Functions, they're small stateless tasks that can be run inside of Azure. So there are durable functions. So if you do need to have state or long running tasks, you have the ability to configure them. I'm not going to talk about durable functions because I could talk all day about some of the things that durable functions allows you to do. But think of Azure Functions as a situation where you want to run a very, very small piece of code or a very contained piece of code, but you don't care about what it's running on, right? So for instance, you have this concept of serverless architecture, right? You have this ability to build on top of some of the great solutions that exist in Azure, but all you really want to do is run a piece of code, right? you have the ability to do that very, very easy with Azure Functions. So in the situation where you have event-driven architecture solutions that, that are resilient or relying on triggers that are non-traditional, right? So for instance, a great example is maybe you want to watch a blob container in Azure Blob Storage for new blobs to be dropped in there, maybe new files, and then you want to process those files and maybe insert them into a database. You don't need a web app for that. And typically what people would do in the past is they would run console apps somewhere. Console apps would be doing the work for you. And there's better ways to do that. With Azure Functions, it allows you to take full advantage of all these great architecture principles without having to just put something somewhere. And the best thing about Azure Functions is they're extremely cost effective. So cost effective that there are large companies that take advantage of Azure Functions, and their costs are fairly minimal, especially when you compare them to running a VM somewhere with console apps running on it, right? So I think Azure Functions is a great example for deploying some kinds of .NET apps to. And what's great about Azure Functions is that you have a great story for deploying GitHub Actions to them as well. So I'm going to go back into our Visual Studio real quick. I'm going to close everything. I close all my tabs here, don't save. So in that same solution, I have an Azure function. It is everybody's favorite weather forecast API. So if you're not familiar with it, this is the demo, unfortunately, that everybody at Microsoft uses to show how cool Azure functions are. But I don't think a lot of people know that you can deploy Azure functions to Azure, or Azure functions that are built in .NET to Azure with Visual Studio in a very, very similar way that you can with App Service. So if I right-click on this weather forecast and I go through the very, very similar approach that I just did, as you can see here, I have another GitHub action that I've already published, but I'm going to click New. I'm going to go through the same traditional publishing wizard that we've done in the past. You can deploy to Linux or app function as a container, but I'm going to choose Windows here. Actually, I'm going to go back. I'm going to choose Linux just to show you. So click Linux, and then I'm going to specify a new function. I don't know why that's not showing up. Let's maybe... I'm having some issues with my credentials today, it looks like. So let's see, maybe just switch back. Worst case, we'll just create one. So we'll create one. Just give it some name, click create. This is going to take a little bit now. This wasn't part of my demo, so I'm getting a little bit of a demo fail here, but I'm just going to show you how easy it is to create a function inside of Visual Studio. So this will actually create an app service function for us. And then what it's going to do is it's going to select that, and then we're going to be able to deploy to it directly. So hopefully this doesn't take forever. Otherwise, I'm just going to cancel out and show you the existing one. Let's give it another 1, 2, 3, 4, cancel. All right. Oh, it looks like this showed up anyway. So anyway, let's just do this. Weather forecast, we're going to click next. And then again here, we have that same decision that we had when we were deploying the app service, right? So we have the option to create a publishing profile, which we can, or we can do it with a GitHub action, right? So I'm going to click that. I'm going to click finish. And that's going to, again, build a YAML file for us. What's super, super awesome about this is that Visual Studio is intelligent enough to know, oh, you're doing it for an Azure function. Well, your workflow is going to be different. It's not going to be a ton different because a lot of the things are the same as it pertains to building .NET apps, right? But one thing that's going to be different, if I scroll down just a little bit and zoom in, now you have a deploy to Azure functions step. So again, the Azure team has built a GitHub action, so functions-action that allow you to deploy .NET apps to Azure Functions. So all you need to provide there is the publishing profile again, which we have up here in our secrets. And then we specify the package path and then the name of the function, and then that's it. And as you can see, when I selected the operating system, in the previous example for app service, I actually selected Windows and it was Windows. Now, since I selected Linux, it's going to run on Ubuntu latest, right? So it shows you that, based on the configurations that you specify, it does create a different action for you, which I think is super impactful. And one of the things I want to show when I'll hop back out here is that you have the ability inside of Visual Studio to do some really, really cool things. So I can click Show All here, and it'll show me all my environment variables. But what happens in the situation where I want to manage them. I can manage all these settings in the app and it'll direct me directly to the Azure portal, which I think is super, super awesome. And if I go back, I have the ability to commit and push this workflow directly from here. So it'll create a GitHub commit and push it, which will kick off our GitHub action, which will deploy directly to Azure. So that's super cool. I think that's, App Service and GitHub Action, or App Service and Azure Functions are two great examples for deploying applications to Azure that require servers, right? But you don't really, in some situations, you might not care about the server as much. So now I'm going to talk about what happens when you don't need a server. So what does that mean? So Azure Static Web Apps, for the folks that don't know, is a static hosting solution that exists inside of Azure that allows you to deploy just HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And people are probably thinking, Isaac, why are you talking about HTML, CSS, and JavaScript when you're going to be talking directly about .NET? Well, if you build a Blazor WebAssembly application today, it'll actually just, the output of it in your www root will just be HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Because what happens with Blazor WebAssembly is that after the build process, the output is JavaScript. So you can take your Blazor WebAssembly app and put it on any static hosting solution. Azure Static Web Apps is an awesome example because you can do it with or without an API, or in the situation where you do need an API, and you can use an Azure Functions backend. And I'm going to show you what that example looks like in just a second. One thing that's also great about Static Web Apps is that the CI/CD is actually configured when you create the resource in Azure. And I'm going to show you what that demo looks like. But just think about it. When you build your solution for the first time, or when you configure the hosting where you're going to put your app, the CI/CD is done for you. So super exciting here. And then honestly, SSL search being free is an amazing experience, right? Amazing feature that exists for Azure Static Web Apps. So no longer are you responsible for having to go to a certificate authority and getting a cert that you then upload into the Azure portal. If you have a solution that can take advantage of Azure Static Web Apps, you're going to get free HTTPS along for the ride, which I think is super impactful for people. And finally, I'm going to show you a demo using Azure Static Web Apps. And to do that, I'm not going to go inside of Visual Studio. I'm actually going to go, let me just open this. I'm going to go to the Azure portal. So in the Azure portal, it's as simple as just typing in Static Web Apps new. So Static Web App, preview, and then create. And then it's going to go through the wizard of creating a static web app. And I'm just going to go through that really quick. So I'm going to click just a miscellaneous resource group. I'm going to give it a name. Let's just go test AzureLive. And then I'm going to specify a region. I'm in the West US, so that's the best region for me. And then I'm going to specify the deployment details. So what you can actually do is you actually configure the application or the static web app to actually attach itself to your GitHub repository. So I'm going to scroll down. I'm going to authorize the Azure App Service to do this. I'm going to enter this. Hopefully it's not going to, okay, it's not going to ask for two-factor because I've already done it in this browser. So what it does is it picks up my GitHub account, and then it's going to ask for my organization, repository, and branch. I'm going to specify my organization, and it's going to load all my repos. I'm going to go to .NET Conf Demos, which is the name of my repository that has the code. And then I'm going to go and specify branch. And then once you specify where your code is hosted, it's then going to ask you, if you scroll down, what kind of app are you building? What kind of app is actually hosted here? And with static web apps, since I mentioned it's a HTML, CSS, and JavaScript solutions, it recommends a handful of different frameworks for you. So you can use Angular or React or Hugo or maybe some other one. But for this one, I'm just going to use Blazor. And then from here, it's going to ask me a few questions. Where's my app located in my repository? Where is the API located? And then finally, what is the output location? For people that might be confused by this, I'll show you what it means by these things. So I'm going to go over to my GitHub repo. And as you can see here, I have a folder called Static Web App. And inside of here, I have 3 folders. So I created a .NET Blazor WebAssembly app, which has a backend API. I'll show you what that looks like in a second. But as you can see here, inside the Static Web App folder, there's actually 3 folders. There's the API, which is our weather forecast API from earlier. And then there's a client, and you're going to recognize what this client is pretty quickly after I deploy it. And then a shared folder to share between. So I know that the actual folders that I need to tell the static web app action is actually in static web app-client. So I'm going to do that, static web app-client, static web app API, and static web app www root. I'm going to preview my workflow file here, and it's going to show me exactly what is going to get put into my repo. Because when I click review and create here, it's actually going to commit this workflow file that you see on the right-hand side of the screen directly to my GitHub repo, and then it's going to kick off an action. So one thing, again, I'm just going to showcase this, is that, again, we have another, I'm going to clear that out, so I'm actually going to circle here. Oh man, my writing is terrible today. Again, uses Azure-static-web apps deploy, right? So this gives you yet another Microsoft-built GitHub action to be able to deploy to Azure. And for here, you just specify a handful of things like the token for configuring Azure Web Apps, which is actually generated for you, a repo token that you need to create inside of GitHub, and then some information around the app. So I'm going to close this here, and then I'm just going to review and create. So review create, it's going to validate that it's going to create a correct resource, and then click create. So what this actually does is going to not only create a static web app for us inside the Azure portal, but it's actually going to connect that static web app that we're just going to create to our GitHub repository. So if I click go to resource, and I'll close this. So as you can see here, there's a handful of information that it gives us, right? So it can edit I can go and click and edit the workflow directly. So this is the workflow that was created for us inside the Azure portal. I can actually look at the deployment history, and then I can look at the URL that gets created. So this URL, you can say your Azure Stack Web App is live and it's waiting for your content because a GitHub action has actually been kicked off. So let's show what that looks like. So as you can see here, I have in my GitHub repo, I have an actions tab. And inside that actions tab, I have a whole bunch of actions that are running because I've done this demo a few times. So I'm actually going to go and show you a previous example of what that is. So that's not the right one because I deleted that earlier today. I'm going to scroll down a little bit. And then I'm going to look for this one right here. So Ambitious Wave, because I love the names that these Azure Stack Web Apps give. So if I click inside the build and deployment job, it says my runs have expired. That's great. So let's actually take a look and see if we can find one that actually doesn't have anything that's been deleted. So I'm going to click on the workflow file here, build and deploy job. And then it's going to show, I can actually go through and list all the individual steps. So it builds a container for us, and then this build and deploy step is where all the meat actually happens. So this takes advantage of Oryx, which is Microsoft's open source utility to deploy Azure things to it. So what it does is it'll detect, it detects your platform. So it says, you're running .NET 5, so .NET's not installed. So let's generate a script here. It says that it's installed the SDK, and then it's going to go through and it's going to optimize and build our solutions. And then finally, if we scroll down here, all the way down, it'll show you the URL for your site. I'm going to click this. I have a feeling that I deleted this one earlier. This is one of the ones that I deleted. Awesome. So as you can see here, this is a URL for our Azure Static Web App. And you probably, if you're a .NET developer, you've seen this particular template. So like this is the template that you get when you create a Blazor WebAssembly file. So as you can see here, you have the full experience. And again, this app is running, it's running in a static site configuration. So that means that it's only HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So I have a counter here. That's not very exciting. But then I had this fetching data. So there was a little bit of load here because it's actually, there's an Azure function behind the scenes. It was probably cold, so it needed to get started up. But this is coming from an API. So if I inspect this, let me just move this over. Let's just do this here. I apologize that if the size is a little small here. You'll see that I'm hitting an external API. So White Mushroom, Static Web Apps, API Weather Forecast, right? So this is an external API that exists outside of our scope, and we're actually calling it with a fetch inside of the browser. So super, super exciting because I have a front-end app that has a API backend hosted in Azure Static Web App. So super, super exciting stuff here. I'm going to go back and I'm going to finish off. Wrong thing here. Open that. All right. So to summarize, and I have some more things I'm going to talk about. Some things I'm going to show you as well, but I want to summarize where we've been so far. So GitHub Actions, in my opinion, are a great solution to seamlessly configure CI/CD on your GitHub repo. So I think if you have a GitHub repository and you don't have CI/CD configured for it, but you're doing some task otherwise, it is a great solution for you to be able to configure. And then one of the best things is that if you have maintainers that come to your repository, or if you have teammates that share a repository, you all have the same CI/CD configuration. So no more, how are you deploying here? Because it's all documented for you in that YAML file. building .NET Core apps is painless with GitHub provided workflows. I showed you that, whether it be a setup.net, which is provided by GitHub, or a plethora of the Azure services, Azure functions that are created by the Azure team, deploying .NET apps and building them and putting them in Azure is super, super easy because you have all these workflows that have been built for you. And I think one of the things I want people to take away from this is that use GitHub Actions wherever you want, right? I want people to take advantage of ASP.NET Core. I want people to take advantage of Azure, and I want people to take advantage of GitHub Actions to get them there. And I want to thank everybody for joining. I have one last thing to show before I open it up for questions, but I want people to call out. So if you have a question about any of the things you've seen, like the source code you want to see, or this deck, or some documentation about some of the cool things that we're doing at Microsoft with GitHub Actions, there's a short link, and I'll link back to the short link. But I want to show you one more thing. So one thing that I think is really, really great about GitHub Actions, and I'll just GitHub Action Marketplace. So the GitHub Action Marketplace is a place for everybody to take, and I'll zoom in here because I think it's a little bit small. The GitHub Actions Marketplace is a great place for us to find all sorts of fun things to do. So for instance, if I just want to search Azure, there's over 115 actions that exist that have either been built by the Azure team or built by community members such as yourself to enable us to be able to do great things in Azure. And it's not just as simple as, hey, deploy to app service or deploy to functions. We have some more complicated scenarios, like, for instance, what if you want to deploy MySQL? What if you wanted to configure Helm, or you wanted to do something with Azure Machine Learning? Or there's a bunch here. I'm not going to go through every single one of them, but I guess the point is that there are tons of things that you can do with GitHub Actions that just aren't built in deploying apps. So for instance, one of the things that I love to show, and it might not be here on this first page, is, for instance, what if you have, let me just see if it's on the next page, just because. Maybe you're using Kubernetes. You need to set the kubectl context directly from within your GitHub Action. You have the ability to do that, or you want to get secrets and import them into a GitHub or an Azure CLI command. Oh, here we go. This is one of my favorites here, container images, right? So in order to be safe and make sure that you're following all of the important guidelines and make sure that your containers aren't vulnerable, we actually provide an image scan, which will actually make sure that your images are from a trusted source. So super exciting. And to show you it's super easy to create a GitHub action. I just wanted to show you that, you zoom in here. Yours truly created and published a GitHub action to the GitHub Marketplace, right? So I have an application that I deploy to the Windows Store. Before that, I was doing it in a very manual fashion. And now I have the ability to deploy to the Windows Store using a GitHub action directly from my app. So again, shows you there's thousands and thousands of GitHub actions. To date, there are 7,974, and that is always growing. I think it's really, really important for us to take a look at GitHub Actions as an option for deploying our apps to anywhere, right? So thanks for joining. If anybody has some questions, I have a little bit of time left. I think I have like 5 or 6 minutes. More than happy to get the host back on, chat a little bit about GitHubActions.net and Azure, and answer your questions if you have them. So again, thank you so much for joining, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
That was awesome. Thank you very much for that.
Awesome.
Thank you very much, Isaac.
We have I'm going to start looking at. I was just going to say, tomorrow I'm going to start looking a bit more at GitHub Actions rather than Azure DevOps. So yeah, that was really cool.
Yeah. I want to be clear. Let me just since you brought up Azure DevOps really quick, let me just mention. So I think Azure DevOps is still a great solution for folks, especially if you have a lot of processes that are already baked into Azure DevOps. Please continue to use Azure DevOps, because I don't want people to think from this talk or from any messaging that Microsoft puts out, Azure DevOps is going away. Azure DevOps is still, I think, for the enterprise especially, a great solution for deploying. My recommendation for GitHub Actions is for folks that are just getting started in CI/CD and they want to take advantage of that deep GitHub repository integration. So, Azure DevOps, if you already are there, you can stay there. If you want to play around with Actions, feel free to do it. Maybe do both. You can actually call Azure pipelines directly from GitHub Actions as well, which I think is super cool.
Oh, wow. I did not know that. That's really cool. But that's the best speech I've ever heard about Azure DevOps and GitHub Action. So we need to get that message out to more people. I think the way you just worded that was perfect. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I think, and I know that there's a lot of, Microsoft is doing this versus Microsoft is doing that. I'm not speaking for Microsoft here. I'm speaking as a developer. I'm going to use the best tools to better my developer experience. And I think both Azure DevOps and GitHub are two things that can perfectly fit there, right? So, I mean, it's really, really important to take full advantage of the tools that you have. And sometimes some tools don't work. Sometimes some tools do work. So I think it's really, really cool.
Yeah, definitely. So I think, Shabazz, we've got a few questions as well.
Yeah, so we've got a few questions from the chat. So there's one based around security. So there's one that I think myself and Richard had as well. Is there a high risk of sort of unethical code being developed by others? And, how secure is GitHub Actions, being like community based? What are your thoughts around that?
Yeah, so I think one of the things that's really, really great about GitHub Actions is that in order for you to deploy a GitHub Actions to the GitHub Marketplace, your code has to be open source. So what that means is that anybody who wants to use your action has the ability to review the code that's actually being done inside your action. Is that going to prevent somebody from creating a GitHub action that has a ton of code in it? No. But I think one of the things that's really, really important as a developer is knowing what your things are doing, right? It's super important. Like, I'm very guilty of it myself, like copy pasting code from the internet or taking some tool and using it. And I think one of the things we can do better as developers is just be more mindful of what open source things we are using in our apps, right? Take advantage of all that great open source work and all the giants that you're standing on the shoulders of, but also, if it's important, if security is important, if vulnerabilities is important, it's important to prevent vulnerabilities. I think it's really, really, it's in the developers' best interest to be aware of what they're using when it comes to deploying their apps. But there's nothing's going to do some checks for you and say, oh, your app isn't going to work with this GitHub action because of this whatever, right? It's definitely an opportunity for you to learn more about how some GitHub actions work. So GitHub actions, you can build they can be built as Docker containers, or you can run them as node apps. Those are the two ways that GitHub actions run. So but all the code is available for that, right? Whether it's, bash CLIs or it's, even a .NET app inside of a container or a node app, you have the ability to review them.
That's cool. So basically, review it before you use it is the message we're saying.
Just like anything, right? I don't think it's Yeah.
So you talked about the GitHub Action runners and that. Now, obviously, in Azure DevOps, we have the agents that the tasks run on. Are they shared at all in the back end, or are they totally separate?
I mean,
they're shared?
I can't speak. I can't speak directly to the infrastructure that runs GitHub Actions under the covers, but I think it's in your best assumption that those runners are being shared by other actions and other workflows, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't be a good model for GitHub, right? I think if you have a situation, I guess to the point that you're trying to make, and I'm guessing what the person underlying was trying to make is that, do I have a dedicated environment to run my workflows? And the answer is no. If you want that, and if you need that for your particular workload, take advantage of the self-hosted option, because then you can configure and lock down your runner in the particular way that you need it. But it's safe to say that the VM that runs your GitHub action, if you use the GitHub hosted option, is probably running other actions as well that aren't yours.
Awesome. I think I just got another one here. I think I might just ask.
Sure.
Actually, no, I think you've answered that one already because it was about Azure DevOps and GitHub Action. So Shabazz, I'll let you carry on.
Sure.
Yeah, no problem. So it looked as if what you were showing us was obviously OS independent, but OS X by default uses Safari browser. So do these apps that you were showing us, do they work within OS X or /Safari?
Yeah, I mean, so one of the great things about .NET is the fact we now starting with .NET Core, and now we're all the way at .NET 5, is that they run in every, especially web apps, they run in every every browser, they run every OS, right? So I think if you really wanted to, like, I could build and deploy all of those apps using Mac. Right. I think that's one thing to call out. So cross-platform, end-to-end is super, super important for the .NET team. Even if you want to run it on a Raspberry Pi, this isn't an example, but if you want to run a .NET app on a Raspberry Pi, which is ARM 32, you have the ability to do that, right? Because it's complete cross-platform. I mean, one of the things I think is really important to call out is that the experience that I showed, like I was using Visual Studio in Windows to do all this stuff, but you could easily, you could do a lot of this in VS Code. You can also, create stuff using Visual Studio for Mac as well, right? So regardless of your operating system, you have abilities to do these sort of things. So I think it's really important to call that out.
Awesome.
Thank you for,
I was just going to ask, a little birdie told me you sort of did something to do with rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock. Could you tell us a bit about that?
A little birdie.
Yes,
I mean, I'm
Gregor.
not trying to Gregor. Well, I mean, it's funny because I'm wearing my rock, paper, scissors shirt today, which completely outside the fact. So Gregor is great. I mean, so one of my responsibilities at Microsoft is I actually own the repository Microsoft / rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock. So, for the folks who don't know what that is, it is a completely ridiculous implementation of a completely ridiculous game. So it's the rock, paper, scissors that we all know on steroids, because it introduces new character or new different plays that you can make. But one of the cool things that we did to showcase some of the great things you can do in Azure is we built a web game. So using Kubernetes, using Azure Functions, using all different programming languages, and it allows you to have some fun, play with some friends. I gave away some stuffed animals last year. That was fun too. Super, super impactful, super fun. And thanks for the call out. You have one. Great. I'm so glad.
Sent it to me,
awesome.
So it was good. Yeah.
I'm just putting a link to you did a video with Scott Hanselman, I believe. I'm just putting a link in the chat for that video because I watched it earlier. It was good fun.
Yeah, no, we did an episode of Azure Friday a few months ago. Actually, it's probably almost a year ago now. Goodness. That was a good time. I love talking about all the cool things that Azure does for developers. Right now, I'm on this GitHub Action kick because I decided to, take everything that I do from an open source perspective and use GitHub Actions because I wanted to learn it. And that opened up the opportunity for me to okay, well, this definitely can be a talk. And I've had the opportunity to do this talk at .NET Conf and all sorts of other events. And, I really, really thank the folks at AzureLive for deciding to let somebody from the United States come and do a talk, especially accommodating my West Coast to PST time zone. So this was super fun. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I definitely enjoyed having you here. I've definitely learned a bit about GitHub Actions, so I'm going to go off and go do some of that tomorrow. Hopefully link it into Kubernetes, do some container image scanning and stuff like that.
Oh, please do. And if anybody, I would love it. And, to that point about feedback, if anybody wants to, provide feedback to me around any of the things that I talk about, I'm pretty accessible via Twitter, accessible via GitHub, and accessible via Twitch streaming. So I'll go all the way back to what my handles are. So Isaac R11 is my handle across social media. So please, if you want to follow, you want to chat with me, I'm more than happy to talk about not just these three topics, but literally anything. Because I'm a pretty opinionated guy, and I love to just tell what my opinion is. So, more than happy to chat with folks, especially if you want to talk about fun tech.
Awesome. So I think we've got maybe one more question, Shabazz, if you want.
Oh, sure. Of course.
So this is probably going away from the techie side a little bit. So what's it like being a techie in sort of the marketing sphere?
I mean, it's funny. I love it because I get an opportunity to do things that I've never done many times. So when we talk, with my job especially, I'm my title internally is technical product marketing manager. So that means that I'm more developer centric than say like a traditional marketer. But it allows me to work with all sorts of awesome folks in the marketing space and understand like all of the efforts that it takes to like take a product or a program and bring it to market, right? I think that's really, really important to think about, because as a software developer, like I've just been shipping code my entire career, right? And I think, you know, not really having to worry about like, okay, like how do we, you know, get this message out? How do we talk about this particular product or feature, or even like concept to developers or just, you know, business decision makers or technical decision makers in a way? You know, those are things that are really outside of my scope of skill when I first joined. So I've learned a lot. I still get to do a lot of fun things in tech. Like I'm currently in the middle of planning build stuff. So like we're going to have all sorts of fun stuff for build. But I mean, I love it. I'm really, really, you know, happy to have this gig, and I've been given the opportunity to work and do fun things with all sorts of awesome folks. So, I mean, it's been a great job. And I mean, as somebody who shipped software for a long time, I couldn't ever imagine writing software to like go into production. I just build vaporware, like just demos that kind of work. I mean, that's a great life, right? Just building software that never actually has to be reviewed by people and critiqued. I mean, it's super, super awesome. But yeah, I mean, it's a great gig. And, you know, one of the things that I love a lot about it is getting to talk with folks like you and folks in the developer community about how, you know, we can do really, really exciting things with some of the services we have at Microsoft. And I think it's just one of those opportunities where people love to talk about the tech they're passionate about, and I love having those conversations.
Awesome. So I think that's pretty much all we got time for now. I think we're going to go to a break, and then we'll be back with the next speaker. So thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Shabazz and Richard, for your time. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks, Isaac.
Our purpose is to promote digital transformation for KPMG Japan and its clients. To do that, we created Cloud Next, a multi-cloud and hybrid cloud platform. We wanted to have GitOps. We wanted to have infrastructure as code, code as configuration. We wanted to be multi-cloud, but also hybrid. And we incorporated all of that into Cloud Next. To do that, we searched all over the world, and we found quite a bit of expertise within Wortel.
Wortel is a Microsoft-focused partner from the Netherlands, helping international companies become cloud native and achieve their business goals. Wortel employs a highly skilled group of engineers and architects, among which MVPs and RD, titles only the best professionals get.
Under the Cloud Next banner, we've undertaken multiple high-impact projects that include refactoring our codebase to become modular, end-to-end tested and versioned, as well as changing the Cloud Next system to be accessible by all the KPMG member firms around the world.
In my role as senior engineer, Kit was able to rely on my knowledge of different technologies like Azure DevOps, Git, Kubernetes, Helm, Azure Arc. And based upon that knowledge, we were able to build out the foundational frameworks for the build and release pipelines.
Azure Arc is Microsoft's way of extending Azure out to run anywhere a customer needs it. And that first of all means taking Azure's management capabilities, things like Azure Policy, Azure Role-Based Access Control, and extending that to manage customers' servers or Kubernetes clusters.
The main factors to our success are the 16-hour development cycle that we have thanks to multi-region teams.
The international collaboration with Japan, Bulgaria, Australia, New Zealand, the UK and others, it's amazing, it's really fantastic.
We work as one team that goes the extra mile for each other. The added value for KPMG and its clients is that they have access to a wide range of expertise, people that know the next generation of technologies that are coming up.
The Cloud Next innovation train just never stops.
Hey, welcome back, everyone. That was such an awesome session. What did you think, Shabazz?
Yeah, very much so. I'm not too clued up on the DevOps, like GitHub sort of stuff. So it's very intriguing to see it. Yeah, definitely. Good chatting to him afterwards as well.
Yeah, that game he did, it was so fun, so much fun. Gregor got me involved with it, playing, and you sort of get addicted to it. It's really cool. So yeah, anyone should go watch the video that you posted in the chat. So I highly recommend that. So up next, I think we've got John Saville. That's correct, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's going to be talking about understanding the line between AD and Azure AD. Something I think you know quite a bit about.
Yeah, identity management in general is one of my favorite areas of Azure Cloud. So I'm very intrigued to see this session, and I'll have my questions at the ready for after the session as well.
Awesome. So let's talk a bit about John, I think, first. John is basically amazing. He does Pluralsight courses. He's got about 76 of them at the moment, I believe. He's written about 8 books as well. He has this amazing YouTube channel where he does like weekly updates about Azure. Every Sunday, I believe, they get released. And recently he did this amazing April Fool's Day prank, which basically sort of let you restart a whole Azure region, which would affect so many people. So hopefully after his talk, we can ask him a few questions about that, because I know I would like to know how he came up with the idea and how he even made the fake PowerShell module, because that was really well done.
And who he pranked as well. Yeah, I'd be interested to see who he pranked as well.
Yeah, did anyone actually fall for it? That would be good to know. Did you actually catch it on April Fool's Day, or did you catch it afterwards?
I didn't. I caught it afterwards, but I've seen some of his Pluralsight courses. Some again amazing content, and the weekly updates that John does. So it'll be nice to speak to him in person, actually. Well, yeah, virtually.
Definitely. And here he is talking about him. He comes.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, good, thank you. How are you?
Good. It's excited to speak to you all.
Oh, awesome. I really like your background. Very Star Warsy.
Baby Yoda and Superman. So what else can you have? It's normally I'm standing at a big whiteboard, so this is just sort of my desk where I get my work done. So I like to be surrounded by fun things.
Definitely agree with you in that. I don't know if anyone can see, but I got Octocat in the background, Bit and clouds and everything like that. So I know that feeling. So can you tell us a bit about yourself, John? Like, how did you get into Pluralsight and writing all these books and everything?
Yeah, so I've been sort of creating material for about 25 years now. I think when I started, I had a little bit of hair, not that much, but I had some. And then I was trying to learn NT. So it all started out, I was trying to learn Windows NT. So back then, there wasn't really much of an internet. It was more news groups. And so you'd ask questions and I would sort of help other people once I started to learn. And there were questions that came up again and again and again. And then the internet started to kind of take more of a form. So I created a little website, ntfaq.com, where I would just try and put out frequently asked questions. From there, I started writing magazine articles, then books. And then I just got the opportunity to create training materials through like Pluralsight. And nowadays, I spend more time on the YouTube channel. I really enjoy creating the videos. It's fun for me. It's my hobby. So when I think about what I do in my spare time, it's kind of creating content for that YouTube channel and my Ironman training. So it's those two things is when I'm not with my family or working.
That explains the muscles Ironman training then. Because you don't normally get that working in IT.
Heavy computers. I mean, if they're heavy enough and you're trying to throw them to the cloud, then I guess you could work out that way.
Yeah, definitely. Right. So I think you're going to talk about the difference between AD and Azure AD. So let's you have the floor and let's go.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Okay, so yes, my goal for this session is really just to talk about what is the line between that familiar Active Directory domain services we're kind of used to on premises, we may have been using for 20 years, and then this Azure AD thing. And I think often there's kind of this confusion about, well, it's called Azure AD, so it's AD in Azure. And the reality is it's not at all. So I want to really dive into that. That's my goal for this session. Now, I did create a little who am I slide, but we kind of talked about that, so I'm just going to skip through that quickly. But really, my hobbies are, I like creating content on my little YouTube channel. On my little YouTube channel, I have a whole bunch of playlists. I do that weekly update. I post a couple of deep dive videos. I have like a full Azure masterclass, which is about 20 hours of material if you're interested. So I spend a lot of time on that. And then outside of technology, I enjoy doing Ironman training. So that's kind of the swim, bike, run activity. And I do like a little blog of my stuff there. So that's what I do in my spare time. But my goal for this session is to say, okay, let's talk about what is Active Directory, where did it come from, what does it do, how the cloud shifts what we need. So we can think about, sure, there's a set of requirements when I'm in my island and I have full connectivity to everything and I know everything. But when I start using these other things, the requirements change. I need different things. And so Active Directory on its own doesn't really meet those requirements. And so then we kind of talk about, well, there's this Azure AD thing, and that swoops in and saves us. But what is it? And really, what are some of the key features it provides? And then thinking about why isn't Azure AD in Azure? So what is the difference? Which should I use? Do I use them together? And then finally, just talk about, well, what if I do need AD in Azure? So we're kind of establishing that Azure AD is not AD in Azure, but what if I need AD in Azure? So I really want to kind of talk about the differences between them and how we can leverage those things. So if we think about kind of, well, in the beginning, Active Directory was introduced way back in kind of Windows 2000 days. So legally now, it's 21 years old. It could go and buy a drink in the United States. And it provided a true directory service. So before that, we kind of had the NT4 PDCs and the BDCs, and it wasn't a true directory service. But you introduced this Active Directory domain services new thing, and it was a true directory service. It kind of built on the X.500 structure. So I can actually think about, hey, we had this idea. Oh, let's just reconnect. It's been sitting there being fine for ages. So we had this idea in Active Directory, you have a true structure. So if I actually look at this thing, you can see, hey, look, I have kind of this entire structure of organizational units to which I can place my objects. And in that structure, I can do things like delegate control. How you can manage the objects just in this little part of the world. I can apply things like group policy. I can use it to organize. But it was built on this true structure based on X.500. I could use things like LDAP for the actual communications to it. It was all built around DNS. And the key part is that when I use Active Directory, machines join the domain. So they join the domain, they have this secret. They have a secret between them and the Active Directory. And through that secret, we can do things like Kerberos. We can have data that we encrypt and we sign that can be used because everyone kind of knows about each other. The client machines know about the domain controllers know about everyone else, and I can give out tokens so I can go and access this server or that server. So it's this nice, secure little world where I have this full network connectivity really between everything. So if I think about that, we have the idea of, yes, we have this network. So I have this big intranet. And in there, we create our Active Directory. So our Active Directory is personified through domain controllers that have a copy of the data. Then I have machines on the network. Well, they join that domain. They have objects in the domain. So So then there's full communication. I have a whole bunch of ports. I don't care about what ports I use. I'm on my island. I can talk anything I want. Kerberos, NTLM, LDAP, DNS, RPC. I'm good to go. So in our island, we're completely happy. You have the internet, and I might have a little gate to the internet, but the internet is just a bit of fun. When this all started out, the internet, sure, I might use it to get my email. I've got an MX record pointing to something. I might go to the news groups, maybe look at funny cartoons, but there's nothing important on the internet. Everything I need is on my corporate network that I have full access to. So I'm happy. So these cloud app things came along, and the internet started to serve content beyond just cartoons. There were actually valuable business things on there. So now as a business, I want to leverage those. Now we're now talking about over the internet. So over the internet, I can't just have all of these different ports open. It doesn't work that way. Typically, we can use HTTPS. We have a TLS encrypted session. It's using port 443. That's really all I can leverage. So a lot of those things we used before would break. They would not work over that 443. And so if I think about that, I'm not on my island anymore. I have this constrained set of communications, and there's no secret. There is no relationship between that service I want to use and my machine or my domain. So I have to authenticate, and I have to authenticate somehow. Now what this meant is initially there'd be a separate credential. Every one of those cloud apps I wanted to use would be a different credential. And that was bad for everyone. That was bad for me as a user because now I had a separate credential. Now, if it was just one cloud service, that's okay. But as this kind of cloud thing took off more and more, now there's 2, 5, 10 cloud apps. I can't remember 10 credentials. I can barely remember one credential. So then it became bad news for my company because I, as a user, I'm a human being and I'm terrible at remembering things. I would not create 10 unique credentials. I would use one credential and use the same credential password everywhere. So now if one cloud app got compromised, one part of my supply chain had an issue, and that password's known, they probably know the password to a whole bunch of other things now as well. So that's bad for my company. That's bad for all the other cloud services. And when I leave my company, it now scrambling around trying to work out how do I disable that person's account at 10 different services. So it sucked for me, it sucked for my company, and it actually sucked for the cloud service as well because I'm going to forget the password. They now have to provide support for me to reset passwords to handle all of that overhead. So it really was a horrible experience for everyone. So the goal was, well, can we use my identity? This is where federation comes from. This is where we start talking about the cloud and when we start to think about, well, this is some of the things that Azure AD is going to solve for us. So we wanted federation. Federation enables me to use my home identity with those cloud services. They don't have their own account. They don't have a separate password. It's going to let me use my existing credential securely with them. Now, this federation is a relationship. It's created out of band, i.e. there is no direct communication between the cloud app I want to talk to and my federation. There's some out of band exchange of certificate and, hey, we're going to put this in a claim, which are things it's going to say in these tokens that it's going to encrypt that it would trust. So we have to do that whole federation set of processes. We have to agree on the cert, update the certs, agree the content of the claims. But then we'll use these SAML tokens. Now I just have one identity. That's good. That solves all those problems. I'm not remembering 20 different credentials. My company can now just disable my account and I'm now deprovisioned from everywhere else. It doesn't have to worry about my password going all over the place. And those third-party services don't have to maintain separate accounts. However, it's a fairly heavy set of work. Yes, I'm having to create all these relationships and maintain certificates and claims. I have to have a whole set of kind of proxy servers to talk to the internet, because this is internet facing. I then have to have the back-end federation. So it's a fairly extensive amount of infrastructure and skills. But now, hey, I have my user. I have my object in my home realm, my AD. And now when I want to go and talk to something over 443, I kind of say, hey, I want to talk to you. And it says, hey, give me a token. It might be a home realm discovery. It's going to redirect me to go and talk to my federation service. I say, hey, give me a token. It can go and check things to AD, attributes about me, give me the token that I then give to the service. So at no point did those two things talk directly. But now I'm authenticated by using that token. So this solved the problem. This is fantastic. But it's a lot of work, and there's limitations to it. And we then move into this world of consent and modern authentication. You have probably at some point opened up some app on your phone, and maybe you want to authenticate with your Facebook account or something. And it says, hey, do you want to let this app access your Facebook contacts or your pictures on Facebook? And you kind of say yes. That's a consent. You are now letting that client application get a token essentially from the authorization server, i.e. in this case maybe Facebook, that's going to let it do certain amounts of work on your behalf on resources you own. So Facebook is also the resource server. It has the context, it has the pictures, but they're owned by me. So I've now given it consent to do work on my behalf. And that's really the foundation now of modern kind of working with services. OAuth 2 is kind of all about authorization and that consent. And then we have OpenID Connect, which is really about authentication that sits on top in a more formulated way of OAuth 2. And that's where things are going, and that's what we want. So yes, we're still going to want SAML, maybe WS-Fed, we want this OAuth 2, we want OpenID Connect. How do we get that? Unsurprisingly, the answer is Azure AD. So Azure AD is a really built from the ground up identity provider, an IDP, designed around the cloud. So it speaks cloud, it speaks SAML, it speaks WS-Fed, it speaks OAuth 2, it speaks OpenID Connect. It speaks things like SCIM. So SCIM is this system for cross-domain identity management. It's an open standard. And you can really imagine, hey, I'm talking to this service. Well, even though I'm using my identity, that service still needs an object created on it. Maybe it's a user object. Maybe it's some group manipulation to add me to it. SCIM is REST-based. There's common endpoints like /users and /groups that let me actually use common verbs. It's all REST-based. And I can say, hey, I want to provision a user, provision a group, modify a group on that side. Maybe it's on that Salesforce application or whatever that might be. So now Azure AD does all that for me. Azure AD is going to let me not only do the authentication, but it can actually handle object creation on the other side of that cloud app if I need to. It has a standard library for actually doing authentication. So if I'm writing an application and I want to hook into an Azure AD, I don't have to mess around with, okay, I need to go and get a token and hey, the token's running out. I need to go and renew that token. Oh, I've got this refresh token and So there's this standard, this Microsoft authentication library replaces the old Azure AD authentication library. And I can just make one call to that thing to authenticate. And it's its job to go and work out, well, do I have a refresh token? Okay, do I have an access token? Has the access token expired? Hey, I need to go and get a new access token using the refresh token. All of that stuff, it does for me. Because in the world of modern authentication, we have very short-lived tokens, these access tokens, maybe 60 minutes. But I don't want to have to go and re-authenticate every 60 minutes. We have a much longer-lived token called a refresh token that's commonly a rolling 90-day window that I can use to go and get new access tokens. So that's all key part that this just does for me. I don't have to worry about it. There's the Microsoft Graph. If I actually want to go and integrate with Azure AD, maybe do some management actions, find things out. And what I really think about as kind of a huge feature of all of this is Azure AD can really act as an application broker. We talked about those federations. If I was actually to go and look at, for example, just an Azure AD, so let's hop back over here for a second. If I just go and look at my Azure AD, you'll see this idea about enterprise applications. And I've added some applications here, that's fine. But I can do new application. And I can kind of browse this gallery. Now, straight away, you can see it links to cloud platforms. I could easily be using AWS or Google Cloud or Oracle or SAP. I can integrate Azure AD with them for my kind of authentication. There's also a whole bunch of featured applications. And you can kind of see these little icons. Hey, it supports things like the federated SSO. It supports things like provisioning. So provisioning will be things like SCIM. So you can actually go and create objects on the other side. Federated SSO might mean, hey, it's using SAML. It might mean it's using OAuth 2. So there's all these kind of main key ones. So we could look at one of these, for example, I could say, hey, what is Dropbox doing? So I can see for Dropbox, hey, yeah, look, well, it supports automatic provisioning. So it's going to use SCIM. And it supports, okay, password-based single sign-on and SAML-based single sign-on. Great. So it's that SAML-based. If I was to go and look at something maybe more along the lines of, let's say, Office, well, I can see that is using OpenID Connect-based sign-on. So Azure AD supports these different methods. So if it's it's going to use OpenID Connect, OAuth 2. It can use SAML. If it needs to, and there isn't a true federation supported, it can kind of do credential stuffing. So if we go and search the library, so we search for Twitter, for example, it says Twitter. Twitter doesn't have any of those pretty icons. So we say, well, that's password-based single sign-on. So what that means is, as the administrator, I have two choices. Maybe we have a corporate Twitter account. I could actually say, hey, I'm going to specify the username and the password and then assign it to users. They will never know that password. So they can use the corporate Twitter account to tweet stuff, but don't know the password. So if they leave, they lose access. Or I might say they have their own individual accounts. On first use, let them tell you the credential, and then we'll kind of keep it and enter it in for them. So we have those different options on how I can think about using Azure AD as kind of that federation broker. That's kind of a key point of what it does. Now, there's other types of apps we support in there. So super quick. I mean, yes, it has a large number of built-in enterprise apps, but I could add my own corporate developed application. So you can see here, I can create my own app. I can just kind of put in a name, test app 1. This could be, hey, I'm registering an application with Azure AD. It's saying I'm developing. So then I can actually use Azure AD for my custom app. Maybe it's just for my company. If there's an application I want to add that isn't today in the gallery, well, I can say integrate another app, and then I can actually go and use things like SAML. I could do kind of just add it as a link. So if I integrate just any other app, just kind of hit create on that thing, I can actually go and say, hey, this is SAML based. So now I actually need to go and specify the claims. What do I want to put in those tokens? Or maybe I just want to go and add a link actually to the My Apps portal or the Office 365 portal for the users and do that. So I can say, hey, set up single sign-on. Is it SAML? Is it password based? Is it a link tap? So I can actually go and add things. So even if it's like a big app that's not in the catalog, and there are literally thousands and thousands of applications in there, doesn't mean I can't do it. I just go and add it in as maybe a regular SAML or password or whatever I want. So thousands of apps just built in, thinking about, hey, be in that federation broker for me. And then, as I said, non-gallery, I can add whatever I want. I can even publish apps from on-prem. So I can actually use Azure AD App Proxy to take an app that's on my network. It has some agents that it puts on my network, and I can actually publish them out to the internet. It can do things like pre-auth. There's a whole bunch of features and security around it. Just make them more available. Okay, so it's a federation broker. Fantastic. It simplifies my world of now using cloud applications. And obviously things like Azure and Office 365 all leverage this. But it does a huge amount more. So things like conditional access, multi-factor authentication, and really conditional access, I think, is one of the critical features of Azure AD. Whenever I want to do a new authorization, I am going to go and get an access token to something. As part of that authorization, it's going to go through conditional access. I have a whole variety of different conditions, and I can have various controls that can include things like MFA. So if we were to go and just super quickly look at one of these, so if I go to my environment and I go and look at kind of security, I have conditional access. Now, there's a mass of things I can do. I can create things like a terms of use, a document they have to approve before they can carry on. I can add some custom controls now. I can have specific locations based on IP ranges or countries. But then I'm basically going to create these policies. And I can think about, okay, I'll just look at a general one here. I can assign it. So I can assign it to certain users, certain groups, certain roles if they're a guest. I can exclude certain users, certain groups, certain roles. I can target all cloud apps, no cloud apps, specific ones. So here I could go and search for, I don't know, I could just start typing something here. Okay, I could target Azure DevOps as I want to think about this. I could target the Azure Kubernetes service that's actually using Azure AD integration. Maybe I want to target, I don't know, some other application, maybe Exchange in some way. Any application I've added to my Azure AD, I actually see it here. So, hey, Twitter, I'll see it in here. If I create my own app, I would see it here as well. I don't know if I have any with my name in them. So I've got a bunch of things, Savile, AZ app. So anything that integrates with Azure AD, now I can apply a policy to. I can set conditions. Now I can integrate with things like identity protection that can detect user risk, session risk. I can think about, hey, there's some heightened risk detected because maybe it's a location they don't normally access from, or it's an IP we've seen malicious work coming from. I can target particular platforms and I can exclude particular platforms. Obviously, if I saw it coming from Windows Phone, that would be super suspicious. And I'd probably want to definitely deny that. No one ever uses that. I can target locations. I can target particular types of application, device states, huge amounts of integrations. But then fundamentally what I can do is I can then control, well, do they get access? Do I need multi-factor authentication? Do I want the device to be marked as compliant according to things like Intune? Is it hybrid Azure AD join? Do I need a terms of use accepted? So I have this massive different controls, and there's even things like session control now. I can have various app enforced conditions. I can actually change how often I need to sign in. I can override the default kind of token lifetimes. I can configure things like browser persistence. So I have this phenomenal set of controls. So not only is Azure AD doing those kind of federations for me, that brokering, and then I have this phenomenal capability to actually put controls around it to make sure, hey, I need these certain conditions, maybe based on the criticality, based on what it's doing. And yes, I can hook into things like Azure MFA. But then there's also features like privileged identity management, PIM, i.e. just in time. I can elevate up to an Azure AD role or an Azure role when I need to do something. Access reviews, do you still need access to that stuff? And there's just a whole host of really enterprise features. Now, Did that finish? Yeah, okay. So that's core kind of, okay, some of the conditional access, the MFA. What about other users? So sure, I've got people that I'm used to. I have my Active Directory today. And what we're going to do most of the time is extend that to Azure AD. So we're going to extend that using things like Azure AD Connect or Azure AD Cloud Sync. Azure AD Cloud Sync is kind of a newer technology. I did a video on it a few weeks ago. That now the engine actually runs in Azure. So instead of having kind of a fairly heavy engine running on premises, now the actual engine doing the synchronization runs in the cloud, and it does all the work. It's just a very light agent running on-prem. So I'm going to replicate my accounts from on-prem to Azure AD. If I was to go and look at my tenant and I was to go and look, for example, at my users, we'd see most of my users are kind of synced. I can see, yes, they're kind of synced from on-premises. They are extending my existing identity. So I have an AD account. I can use it in Azure AD as well. Sometimes you'll just have a cloud native account. So I can create an account directly in Azure AD. But often I want to support someone outside my organization. Now I'm going to have partners. So there's two different types of external identity I can think about. People I'm collaborating with, my partners, and then maybe my customers. So for people I'm collaborating with, that's B2B, business to business. I'm going to collaborate with them. I want to give them access to groups and applications and services. So I'm going to let them use their existing Azure AD, their Microsoft account, their Gmail account, Facebook. I can do direct SAML. And if none of those apply, I can email them a one-time passcode every time they want to get to my services. And you see those in my directory. So if you actually look at my environment, you can actually see, well, who is my identity issuer? Some of them are mail. So that was a Yahoo account. Okay. I have Facebook. I have another mail one here. If I keep scrolling down, I've got things like Google. So it's a Gmail account. So we have all these different ways that I can have external people known to my Azure AD, and then I can add them to groups, add them to applications, and work with them. So that's the point of B2B. Now, quite separately from that, I have customers. I don't want them in my Azure AD tenant. It will just muddy the thing up. And I'm probably going to want different types of requirements. So then we have Azure AD B2C. So think of this as people want to use an app that I've created for my customers. I don't want them in my corporate Azure AD. And they might need to create a local account on my store, my service, or they want to bring an existing social identity. So if I quickly kind of looked at this and I just switched over to my B2C tenant, and then I actually looked at my Azure AD B2C, this supports a massive number of social identity providers. You can see here, Amazon, Apple, Facebook, GitHub, Google, LinkedIn, the list goes on. And I can create local accounts. So we have this ability with B2C. I can customize every pixel of the experience. They can bring their social identity with them. They can create a local account. But I don't want them in my Azure AD like a B2B is. This is a separate identity instance. And I can customize everything about it. But it's where my customers are going to live. I definitely do not want them in my regular Azure AD. So we have these two different types depending on what I'm trying to do. Now Azure AD does huge amounts more than that, but I'm trying to kind of distinguish between them. So AD, fantastic, stuff on-prem, in my little island, talking Kerberos and NTLM, LDAP. Azure AD, stuff in the cloud, Speaks Cloud, all those OAuth 2 and OpenID Connect, SAML, lots and lots of authorization technology to control, thinking about what do I need to do when I'm using those cloud technologies, the controls, the risk mitigations I need for them. And so it should be pretty obvious that Azure AD is far from AD in Azure. Yes, clever marketing. AD had a great brand. And so, hey, let's call this Azure AD, but it's not AD in Azure at all. It's completely different. There's no there's no domain controllers running in Azure for Azure AD. There is no Kerberos or NTLM or LDAP or OU structure or group policy or any of that stuff running in Azure AD. It's flat. Now, there is a concept of administrative units. If I really need to maybe delegate permissions to a subset, I can go and look at my Azure Active Directory. And we do have this kind of nice little administrative unit idea that I can put users in and groups in and then delegate different people roles just on this administrative unit. So I can do some fine-grained kind of management capabilities to it, but there's no structure. It's not like organizational units. This just gives me some ability to now say, hey, you can have the help desk capability for maybe the people in your business unit as opposed to the entire Azure AD. But it's very different than that AD construct. Most organizations are going to have a hybrid. You're going to have a combination of AD and Azure AD. I see often these people saying, hey, we've moved to Azure. Can I turn off AD? Because now we have Azure AD. And the answer is probably no. The answer is probably they're doing very different things. I have servers today that are joined to the AD that do Kerberos or NTLM and LDAP. I still need Active Directory. Again, we really think about AD and Azure AD complementing each other. I'm going to think about extending Active Directory. So Active Directory will be the source of truth. When I have AD and Azure AD, the flow of replication is AD to Azure AD. There is very, very little Azure AD to AD. So AD is your source of truth. I'm going to create my users there. I'm modifying things there, and they will replicate up to Azure AD. And I can make that a very seamless experience for the end user. So yes, behind the scenes, I still have two different accounts. I have an account in my AD. I have a separate account in my Azure AD. Now, my Azure AD account has a link to my AD. It knows about this source anchor attribute. It knows what the AD account is. I might be replicating a hash of the password hash to Azure AD, so it's the same credential. There are things like seamless sign-on that actually kind of sneakily, and I kind of lied to you. I said there's no Kerberos in Azure AD. Well, with seamless sign-on, I'm fundamentally giving Azure AD the ability to trust a Kerberos ticket from AD and authenticate the user. I can't directly do Kerberos to it, but that's how seamless sign-on works. Hey, I'm talking to my domain controllers. I now want to talk to Azure AD. Azure AD basically acts as a machine that there's an object sitting in my Azure AD for. Let's see if I can quickly find it. But you kind of have this idea. There we go. You have this Azure AD SSO account. So that right there, that represents Azure AD. So I'm actually behind the scenes, the way I get completely seamless sign-on if I'm doing cloud authentication is Azure AD pretends to be a computer, and it will take that token and it will trust it and use it to authenticate. So as a user, I get this completely seamless experience. Where possible, I want to use native cloud authentication. I want to have that password hash sync going into Azure AD. It gives me additional features as well. I'll talk about that in a second. I really don't want to use things like federation. And some people will. And in the old days, it was the only way to get a single sign-on experience. It doesn't really buy you anything today. There's a few edge cases around cert-based authentication. But if I think about, hey, my federation server doing these checks and it does this stuff when I try to authenticate, that's great, but it's only going to happen the first authentication. After that, and I have a refresh token, Azure AD will not talk to that federation server again. Now, as a refresh token, it's only conditional access that will do the things you want it to do. So I really want to try and think about cloud native authentication. It's kind of got that broad scale, that global footprint. I can do pass-through authentication if I need my domain controllers involved and still try and keep a minimal amount of overhead on there. But I'm typically going to have cloud authentication, and I'm getting kind of the best of both worlds. Now, my devices, I can actually Azure AD join them. So we talk about, hey, you probably need AD and Azure AD. That's true, but I can start to think about getting to kind of modern management for machines. So my desktops, for example, do I really need them to be domain joined anymore? It depends, but I can actually join them to Azure AD. And then I can actually authenticate with an Azure AD account. I can start to move away from kind of that more legacy and I have to have a line of sight to a domain controller. More and more machines are on the internet now, maybe mobile traveling. I don't have a VPN. I can Azure AD join them. So we move away from domain joined to Azure AD joined. We move away from group policy to using things like Intune. And we move away from things like maybe configuration manager to using Intune for the app deployment. I can use things like Microsoft Update for patching. So there's a whole set of services I can start to think about as I kind of shift the focus. Key point. Most of you are going to use both. So there is a line between them, absolutely. AD is doing one set of things for a known set of devices, that Kerberos, NTLM, LDAP, ADSI, whatever. Azure AD is talking cloud. It's talking that OAuth 2, that OpenID Connect. It talks that SAML. It does the SCIM. It's your broker to all of those cloud services. So if the stuff on-prem probably still integrates with AD, great. Stuff in the cloud integrates with Azure AD. So I'm going to leverage my AD domain services where I need that, where I need the Kerberos, the NTLM, the LDAP. Leverage Azure AD for my desktops for the cloud applications. Now I can actually start to move away. If I have my own federation today, and it says ADFS, there are actually reports in Azure AD if I'm using the ADFS Connect Health that will show me these are the applications you are actually leveraging through ADFS. So I can actually go and look. Okay, so I go to my Azure AD, over here, my kind of Connect. And I have all these ideas. There's a whole set of kind of workbooks over here. And I can actually go and look at exactly, well, how am I doing this? What am I actually using? And can I start moving them? So I'll kind of see these applications and what I'm actually using. So this is ADFS application activity. Now I'm not using it, but I can actually run this, and based on that ADFS help, it will show me, hey, these are the apps you're talking to. You can move these to Azure AD and start to remove that overhead. Now there's other things where they work together though. And there are features of Azure AD that can help AD. Identity protection, for example. If you send the hash of the hash, it's not the hash, it's the hash of the hash, to Azure AD, it then goes and trawls the dark web for those kind of leaked credentials. It will say, hey, we found this leaked credential. Let's make them change their password after they've done an MFA. There are things like password protection. So password protection is all about the idea that, hey, I don't want you using these particular passwords. So here, for example, if I went to kind of my security, I looked at my authentication methods, I have password protection. So I can say, hey, ban common passwords. I could also add additional custom ones, but I can actually turn this on for my on-prem AD as well. There's a little agent I would run on premises. So now I can block people using these passwords that are easy to guess, that I don't want them leveraging. There are things like Defender for Identity. It used to be called, was it Azure ATP? That was the cloud version of ATA. But it will go and find things like pass the hash, golden ticket, all of those types of activity, DNS grabbing. It will find those things and stop it. Really quickly, I know I think I'm getting to time. What about if you do need AD in Azure? I just said it's not. Azure AD is not AD in Azure. What if you need it? What about if you need Kerberos and NTLM and LDAP? We've got two choices. So the first is, what is AD really? AD is the ability to resolve services through DNS and then connectivity to the domain controllers. So if I have things in Azure, I can extend AD into Azure, my existing AD. Either I could just kind of point the DNS to my on-prem DCs and make sure I have an IP path to it, could be ExpressRoute or site-to-site VPN, and they can use AD. Or I could extend my AD into Azure. I could actually create IaaS virtual machines that are domain controllers in Azure, and then point the DNS to those domain controllers in Azure, create a separate site and site link and everything else. But I've essentially extended my AD into Azure. That's it. I've now got that running. Or I can leverage something called Azure AD Domain Services. Now, this would be my second choice. If I could extend my AD, I would do that. This is a managed Active Directory instance. I can't access the domain controllers. I have limited permissions, but I can do some group policies around it. It's going to create domain controllers in up to 4 regions. I can have 4 replica sets. Now, those 4 regions, the virtual networks must be fully meshed. They must be able to talk to each other because they're actually going to use multi-master replication. But this will actually replicate from Azure AD to these managed domain controllers. It's the only time it will ever do that. But this is a managed AD built from the Azure AD content. So there's limited access, up to 4 virtual networks. I need that full mesh. But if I got into a scenario where, hey, maybe I don't have an AD I can extend, or I'm not allowed to, or I just don't want to, but I need LDAP, I need Kerberos, I can turn on this Azure AD Domain Services. So hopefully that kind of makes sense from where kind of the line is between those various things. And again, I think I'm kind of at my time. I've got this kind of little timer that I'm looking at in my corner. So with that, I kind of wanted to open it up to really the questions. Hopefully the difference is clear between AD and Azure AD.
That was awesome. Very nicely done. I've definitely learned some stuff about AD and B2C and stuff. So thank you very much for that.
Cool.
How did you find it, Shabazz?
Yeah, very good. Like I think I said before you came on, John, identity, I've got a massive interest in it. So it was good to have a lot of my own thoughts confirmed by you. Nice. We do have a good couple of questions. Cool. So I think, Richard, there's one from the chat.
Yeah. So we had one from Wesley. He's wanting to know if there's a way to set expiration on the consent. So if Facebook asks you to consent and he does consent, is there a way to say it's only valid for X amount of months?
So there are things within Azure AD. So there are ways to withdraw the consent. I'm not aware that there's a built-in way to set an expiry time. I'd have to actually check on the docs on that, but you can certainly withdraw the consent. So one of the things you can actually see now is like if you go to like the My Apps portal and you look at your apps, you can actually withdraw the consent. So for Azure AD, you have the ability at any time to go and withdraw that consent.
Would just-in-time access through PIM not cover that at all? I'm not sure if it does the external identity.
PIM is really about roles and kind of group membership. That's really what that's focused around. So PIM would be the idea that, hey, there's this Azure AD role or Azure role that has elevated permissions, and I don't want to walk around with that all the time. So PIM would let me say, hey, I need to be a global admin for the next 2 hours. So PIM would enable me to actually elevate up an Azure AD role, but it wouldn't affect things like consent.
Excellent.
Cool.
Wesley says thank you for answering that. Quick question from me. So as you mentioned, the sort of current landscape, you could say, of identity management is very much hybrid. We've got a lot of organizations using a combination of Active Directory on premises and Azure AD. With obviously Azure AD Domain Services now becoming more of a used service, would you say that the kind of the what's the phrase I'm looking for? It's kind of shifted now a bit towards cloud native identity management taking over a bit and at some point replacing on-premises AD?
So I think at a certain point, there'll be maybe a shift in the direction. So the cloud will become the predominant thing. But it's always difficult with the way kind of from a hashing perspective. And like today you can have HR systems, for example, where you create the accounts and it provisions to Azure AD. So you're like, okay, well, it must be able to do it because then that goes to AD. But the reality is it doesn't. The reality is the HR system talks to a provisioning service in Azure AD. That provisioning service talks to a special component of Azure AD Connect that creates it in AD, and then it replicates to Azure AD. So even if you think you have a HR system that's provisioning to Azure AD, it really isn't. It's provisioning via Azure AD to AD and then back up again. I think if you have things on-prem, you're going to keep AD. If I have servers that use Kerberos and NTLM, you're going to keep AD until they go away. Now, I think once they do go away and everything is kind of moving to the cloud, then I might think about, well, okay, I have these IaaS VMs and they need Kerberos, but it's very limited. I don't need to do a huge amount of customization. Maybe then I would use Azure AD domain services. So I think at that point you could kind of shift. But until that, I think you're going to keep AD for a long time.
Cool. So we have a question from the chat by, I think it's Pieter D. He wants to know, is it possible to use AAD application proxy with RD Gateway? He's tried without success. And if it is possible, do you have any good guides that he could use?
Joe, I think I think I'd have to honestly check. I don't memorize every single pattern there is. I think there is a pattern about Azure AD app proxy with RD Gateway. I think I've seen something like that. I'd have to check. So maybe I'll do a check. I don't know if I ping you or something else, I can check. But I think there is some pattern, there is some integration. But I don't remember off the top of my head what it is.
Cool. So if the person who asked the question reaches out to us through the AzureLive email address, we'll get the answer back to you. That'd be good. I think there's a few more questions in the chat if you want to ask away, Shabazz.
Yeah, sure. Gregor Sutty has asked, what would John rename Azure AD to? Any thoughts on a good name for it?
Not anymore. I think it's established long enough that you can kind of argue that AD was the identity provider for on-prem, and now this is our cloud. So it doesn't mean AD in Azure anymore, I guess. It's been around long enough, it's established. But I know even, it was like, I think a week ago, I had someone saying, hey, I can get rid of AD because I have Azure AD, and Azure AD is AD in Azure. I mean, I like the name. And I'm not a marketer, so I don't know if I have a better one, but it confuses a few people because I think it's like, oh, great, AD in Azure, and not at all.
Cool. Do you think Azure AD will replace ADFS in the future? That's coming from Fabian in the chat.
Yes. So if you think about what does ADFS do, so if I think about in relation to the cloud, it can be done it can be used for two ways today. One, I might use it for the Azure AD authentication itself because I want to use my domain controllers to authenticate. That absolutely, I think, will go away. If it's not, it's gone away for a lot of companies already. Even if I still need domain controller interaction, I can use partial authentication instead. And then if I think about I'm using federation to establish connectivity to cloud applications, it's, again, a huge amount of built into Azure AD. And if it's not built in, I can still do the same kind of SAML manipulation and whatever I need in Azure AD and save myself having to maintain federation proxies and the back-end farm and having internet-facing stuff. So yes, I think Azure AD will kill off the federated servers. Yep.
Awesome. We've got one more question from Menno. I hope I pronounced that right. What's the best solution to recover when you've lost your synced accounts in Azure AD? So recover or sync them again with AD Connect. I suppose that leads on to, is there any sort of backup as well of Azure AD?
I'm curious how you've lost them. But I mean, for the most part, if they've just gone from Azure AD completely, I mean, technically you could recreate them, but in Azure AD, there's kind of like I can bring them back for a period of time. So I would probably do that, because the problem is if you just recreate them, it's going to be a new object in Azure AD. Any permissions it had, I'm going to lose, which would be a sad day. So I would try and bring them back rather than just recreating them all.
I know there's a grace period when you do delete a cloud object. There's like a 30-day grace period, I think. Where you can
you have that, so I can bring it back.
Awesome.
Yeah, I think if you go to users and go, I think it shows you the deleted. I can just bring that back out. Now, if it's past that time, why didn't you notice for 30 days? There's probably an issue there. I mean, certainly, yes, you could just sync it again, but it's a new object to that point.
Yeah.
So you're going to lose any permissions you gave it. It's gone. So I would definitely try and bring it out of that deleted.
Cool.
That's a scary question. I hope that's not pertinent to a situation.
So I think we're pretty much out of time now. So we're going to go to another break, and then we'll be back with our final speaker. So thank you very much, John.
Thanks, John.
Thanks for having me. Cheers.
Welcome back, everybody, for what is actually, I believe, is the last session of the day, the digital session anyway. That was an amazing session by John, don't you think, Richard?
Yeah, definitely. Like, I didn't know Azure AD could do that much stuff, to be honest with you. I try and stay away from identity because it's like a massive can of worms. So, yeah, that's impressive what we can actually do with it.
Yeah, and I agreed with what John said around the sort of cloud native identity, especially with now Azure AD domain services becoming more prominent at some point. I think personally very soon, cloud identity management is going to become more prominent than on premises, and people are going to start, or organizations are going to start looking to move services into the cloud more now that Azure AD domain services is there. And they've got that Kerberos and NTLM. So yeah, that was again a very good session. So the next session, the final session of the day of what's been an amazing event, is from Jonah Anderson. I hope to God I've pronounced that right. I'm sure she'll correct me when she joins. So she's going to be talking about Jumpstart with serverless.NET development and Azure durable functions. So she's a software developer at Forefront Consulting. And I saw quite an interesting blog about Jonah, which we can ask her about after her session. And it's around her journey. She's got an amazing story, which hopefully we can go into after her session. An amazing story about how she got involved in tech and got involved in coding. It's it's very much inspired me reading it earlier. So that'll be very good to get some more information around her on that. And she's got a tech blog as well that she does, obviously around her coding, around her work that she does. So again, any questions that anyone has around her session, or if around her story, by all means, put them in the chat, and myself and Richard will do our best to ask them at the end. I'm finding it hard to concentrate because I'm being asked to do a song and a dance at the end, which is not happening. So
I was just reading that and thinking, what can you sing? Maybe
I could see you
lucky.
So no, this should be a very good session from Jonah, and I think a great way to finish off what has been an amazing event. So well done to Waterland Intercept on putting it on. And I think it's been covered really well. Some great tech sessions, both in person and virtually. So, is there any sessions that stood out to you, Richard?
So there was one by Mark Ducker this afternoon. That looked quite good, sort of about Azure Functions again, because I'm finding Azure Functions are becoming a lot more prominent. Even I'm being an IT ops guy, starting to make Azure Functions as well, mostly just with PowerShell at the moment. So I'm really interested in this one, to be able to do something with .NET and Azure Functions. So yeah, this one's one of the ones that I've been looking forward to.
Excellent. And here she is. Welcome, am I pronouncing that right?
Yeah, Jonah or Jonah. Yeah, that's correct. In Sweden, they call it differently, but that sounds good.
Thank
That's
you very
me.
much. Excellent. Welcome.
Nice to be
by the
here.
way.
Yes, the last
Excellent.
but not the least session.
Well, I think we're
We
saving
saved
the
the best
best
to
to
last.
last, is what I'd like to say. Yeah.
Yes.
So the stage is yours, Jonah.
Yeah, sure. Let's see. Okay. I hope you can see my screen. Okay.
Yep.
Hi everyone. Thank you for tuning in to my session tonight. The last but not the least, maybe one of the best. Tonight we'll be talking technical overview and introduction about serverless .NET development with Azure durable functions. And to start with, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Jonah Anderson. I am a software developer at Forefront Consulting. It is an IT consulting company here in Sweden, which also believes in the power of cloud transformation through Microsoft Azure. And on my daytime job, I work with full stack development, mainly with C#.net. And I am personally passionate in developing personal projects and coding with Microsoft Azure. And during my free time, I volunteer as a mentor in several women in tech communities here in Sweden, like in Datashay Guidance, and even internationally for a group called Girl Code. And I like sharing about Azure and diversity in tech through public speaking. And I am one of the Azure heroes here in Sweden. And recently, I founded a new user group called Azure User Group Sundsvall because I saw that the Azure tech community in my area was missing, even though I know that there are several or some good Azure developers in my area. So hopefully it will be something that will be useful in my local community. And on my free time, I like spending time with my family and dog training with my Belgian Malinois dog, and also play some chess. And I would like to start my talk by sharing a story about the experience that I had when a few years ago when I'm originally from the Philippines. So the last time I went home from the Philippines, from Sweden to Philippines alone, I had to stand in a queue, a check-in line. And it was there were a lot of people there, and I wanted to buy and grab my favorite coffee in Starbucks, but I couldn't leave the line in the queue, and there wasn't any self-service kiosks nearby me. So I had that dilemma that I wish I could do something else without losing the status or my line in that check-in queue. So what's my point in this airport story? So my point is that we developers, or we in our development process, sometimes we have to solve problems related to concurrency, maintaining the state of our test. So this is a good real life examples that I wish that Azure durable functions could solve in airport queue problems. So what does durable function solve? So it solves simple and even complex state problems, specifically for serverless architecture. And my plan for tonight is to go through a bit of introduction about cloud computing, what is serverless, an introduction of Azure functions, and of course the highlight of the session, Azure durable functions, a short demo of a simple app that I created with durable functions, and some recommended learning resources for beginners or to those who want to get started with durable functions. So to start with, I would like to show what cloud computing is. So cloud computing is pretty popular today, and this is the reason why we are here today, to learn more about Azure and cloud services. So as an overview of cloud computing, we see different ways how we can deploy our applications to the cloud. And each deployment models that we use really depends on the type of requirements or business requirements that we need in our applications. So for example, there's infrastructure as a service, a platform as a service, function as a service, or a serverless, as well as software as a service, or SaaS. And tonight I will be focusing on function as a service, or the serverless computing. And to compare serverless in a sweet real life scenario, I compare serverless as like mini candies that you have in a bowl, in which you can choose different flavors, different kinds of it. And you want something sweet, and it serves its purpose by picking up one. And you're satisfied and you're good with that as a dessert after a meal. And I also compared with microservices is I kind of different. So it's like cupcakes in small, so like small services. And the monolith architecture are like having a piece of cake with different layers in it, and it's all in one, and you get all of it, a piece of it. And to start with a description of what serverless is, it is a cloud execution model where you create backend services using the pay-per-use model of the cloud. And the good thing about it is that it has the full abstraction of servers, which means that your organizations, your development team, and your IT team don't have to think. If you choose serverless as a solution for a certain application, for example, you don't need to think about servers or maintaining it. And the good thing about it too is that it is scalable. You can scale it, and it is instant. That means that you can create an Azure function up or durable functions in few minutes using different ways. And it is also event driven. And to be honest, it is not really serverless. It's a misconception. It is. There is actually a server or servers behind our Azure functions or behind our durable functions. It's just that the cloud provider like Azure are taking care of those servers for us, so we can focus on delivering services to our clients. And why do we consider building serverless in Azure? It is to enhance developer productivity. For me, for example, I am a developer, and I always, every day when I code, I try to strive hard to be productive in solving problems or creating development tasks, because as a developer, being productive, it's also it also developed me as a developer. So it is that this is the reason why, as a developer, I truly believe in the power of serverless. And next benefit of using serverless is that the ability to auto scale, which means that you don't need to manually scale your functions. Azure can give you the option to auto scale it. And the pay-per-use model gives you the ability to save cloud expenses by only paying when your functions are running on the cloud. And of course, once you have your functions working and developed it, you also have the capability to develop intelligent apps with serverless in Azure. For example, machine learning, AI, and even other cognitive services that already exists in Azure. And the ability to solve complex problems. Mark shared another session earlier today about about a use case that he shared to others, and I believe it is one of the examples that shows how durable functions or serverless can solve advanced and complex problems. And seamless connectivity means that with serverless in Azure or durable functions, you have the option to connect or integrate your functions with different Azure services and external or third-party services as well. So before I dig deeper into durable functions, it is important that we know the basics of Azure functions. It's because it is like the main part. It is the main reasons why durable functions exist. So Azure Functions is counted as serverless computing service that is event-driven, and it is triggered by events. And those triggers can be HTTP requests, queue trigger, and timer trigger, and all the basic features of Azure Functions. And also, as mentioned, it can be integrated with Azure services that we have, and even the third-party ones. And here is an example of an HTTP trigger, a simple one. I have a function name called function1, and it's triggered by either get or post. And I have a request in which I can send in a query, for example, send in a name, and then I return, my function returns a greeting, hello, equals the value of the name that you sent to the request. So that's a simple example of a standard Azure function. And now let's go deeper into Azure Durable Functions. So Azure Durable Functions is the enhanced version or the extensions of Azure Functions, which means it is a set of durable, like powerful functions that comply or supports Azure functions, like the things that a normal Azure functions can do. It's what durable functions are for. So the main purpose or benefit of using durable functions is creating stateful, long-running workflows. And it also enables us to implement complex stateful functions. For example, durable functions allow us to create an orchestrator with sub-orchestrations. So it can be, there are different patterns, but it can be, you can solve different complex problems with durable functions. And one example of that is what Mark shared earlier today in the studio session. And durable functions supports, as of today or now, it supports C#, JavaScript, Python, F#, and PowerShell. So it's not all the time. Even though the durable functions are powerful, there are certain things that we need to consider when to use them and when not to use them. So as mentioned, just like choosing the best cloud deployment models, you have to also consider and think and plan if durable functions are suitable for your business requirement. So when do you need to write to durable functions? When you need to create long-running workflows or recurring workflows and some recurrence intervals. And also if you want to manage the life cycle of your tasks in your applications. And also, if you want to work with multiple Azure functions, you might as well use the orchestrator or the orchestration feature of durable functions. So, what's the technology behind durable functions? Why is it so popular and so powerful? It's actually the technology behind durable functions is the Durable Task Framework. It is actually open source and lightweight framework that is designed to build workflows in the code, especially the long-running and persistent ones. So if you want to check out this open source durable tests, there's a link in this presentation, github.com Azure Durable Test. And here are some examples of the different types of durable functions. So we have the client functions, the orchestrator functions, activity functions. The client function serves as the starter, which kickstarts the orchestrator or the orchestration that you're going to do in your flow. And then once the orchestrator is a function that contains all the actions, or it describes how you want your task to perform, how you want your task to perform. For example, how you want them to run using certain patterns. So in this case, once the the starter, the client function kickstarts the orchestrator. The orchestrator orchestrates the activity functions or the tasks that needs to be done in your workflow or orchestration. And there is also a special type of durable functions called entity functions. I believe Mark showed it in his use case earlier too. So entity functions are special. There are different types because they're designed to define and reading and updating small pieces of states called durable entities. And then they're only available in latest version of durable functions, which is from 2.0 and above. And they use a special trigger called entity trigger. And it only supports .NET and JavaScript as of today. And I'm sure Azure will, or entity functions in Azure will be supporting more languages after time. So we can definitely expect that. And so when you code Orchestrator, even though Orchestrator is provides the feature of writing long-running workflow, we developers or our development team needs to think of the good practices to think about when we're designing our workflow for our task. So it is important to do that because the orchestrator is deterministic, which means that when we code logic in the orchestrator functions, it should be decided. It should be exact and deterministic. It is because of the reason that the entire orchestration function will be replayed. So the technology behind orchestrator being deterministic is because of the deterministic API, which you can also read more in details through this link. All right, so what are the things that we need to consider when we're designing our workflows, or the do's and don'ts? So I come up with a few lists. This list I got from the Microsoft documentation as well. And the first one is when we code our workflows, it is recommended not to generate or to create logic that generates GUIDs or random numbers. And what we can do is instead is that we can retrieve data in activity functions. So the reason why we cannot generate random numbers in GUIDs, it's because, as mentioned, orchestrator is deterministic. And as we know that generating random numbers in GUIDs, they're like unique, so they're not determined or the same. And the next one is accessing data source or database configuration from the orchestrator. It is not a good practice. What we can do instead is we can pass configuration into activity function. And then next is that it is not recommended to use thread actions like sleep, run, and delay, like the normal functions that we use for queue or threading. We can take advantage of the durable orchestration context instead, which has different functions and features that are useful in your orchestration. And of course, we don't want to create infinite loops. So it breaks the rule of being deterministic. So what we can do is we can use create as a new instead. And lastly is to don't use current date time, because date and time, it runs all the time, like time ticks. So it's not also deterministic. But there's a feature or a function in durable orchestration context called current E2C datetime that you can make use if you need to check the current datetime. Okay, so here's an example of workflow. So here we have queue-triggered Azure functions, and it has orchestration client, and the orchestration function triggers several activity 1, 2, and 3. And in this example, this is from Pearl site. Here is an example of publishing a video workflow in which once a video is uploaded, the starter function, client function, kickstarts the process by calling by triggering the orchestrator function. And then first, it transcodes the video, extract the thumbnail, and prepend the intro. So that previous example that I showed you, that was an example of one of the patterns, which is function chaining. So durable functions have different function patterns. First one is function chaining, fanning out and fanning in, async HTTPI, monitoring human interaction, and external events correlation. So to dig deeper into the first one is function chaining. Function chaining is a type of pattern when you chain functions in sequence, in which that every function has to run in order. So in this example, you will see that there's the function chaining example is that you have a function 1 that is called, and then it waits for the output of that first function, save it as a variable x, and then you pass that variable or output from the first function into the function 2, and then so on and so forth. So what's really happening behind the function chaining? So what really happens is that first, when the orchestration is triggered by the starter, so it starts the orchestrator, and once it's started, it schedules the activity 1 or the function 1, and once it's already scheduled, the orchestrator goes to sleep, which means that when the orchestrator goes to sleep, you're not charged for it. You're only charged for the activity 1 doing its job. So when activity 1 is completed, or the function 1 is completed, it wakes up and then call a schedule. The next function wakes up, goes to sleep again, and then activity 2 does its job, wake up again, and it's completed. So as you can see in this example, orchestrator likes to go to sleep, but sleeping is good for us because it kind of like help us not get charges for functions that are running all the time. So I think it's good that orchestrator has a sleepyhead sometimes, in this example, of course. And the next pattern is a fan in and fan out pattern, which means that you kickstart the orchestrator, and you wait for the multiple functions to be executed, all the activities here to be executed, and you aggregate the results of all the functions into one, and wait for all of them to be done. And that's it. That's the fan in, fan out example. So as you can see here is an example code in C# in which all the tasks are aggregated and weighted. Like this is an example of a backup file, backing up a copy of the file in the blob. And It uses a function called task. When all our tasks are done, then it aggregates the result or as one output. And next pattern is the HTTP async HTTP API, in which is useful to use to expose long-running processes over HTTP. So in this example, I hope you can see it well. But in this example, I created a small function, one function, in which it's called check website if check my website is available. And here I use the iterable orchestration context, and I try to check the status of my website using HTTP get method, pass in my URL, jonah.anderson.tech. And here I do an if-else condition to check if my website is getting a certain failing status code. So it throws the HTTP request exception and I get notified. If not, if all goes well, then I log the response and try to get the content. So this is like a simple example of async HTTP. This can be implemented in other advanced scenarios too. And next is the monitor pattern. The monitor pattern is the opposite of the async HTTP API, because what it does, it waits for the status for the job to be done before it does its next activity. So in this example, there is a while loop that checks on the status of a list of jobs. And once the job is completed, then it calls another activity called send alert. And that's the monitor pattern. So the next one is human interaction. This is another type of pattern that durable functions can solve. It is typical and useful, especially in approval workflows in which you require external events, external triggers. For example, approval from your supervisor, approval from QA, or someone that needs to approve. So you can set a timeout for this using the context, create timer, and you can wait for an external event. And based on the result or condition of that event, you can perform other tasks. For example, if your timeout has gone out and you didn't get any approval from someone that needs to approve it, then you can escalate it by calling another functions. And next is the aggregator a pattern, the last one in the list. So it is used to aggregate event data over a period of time, and they create it into a single addressable entity. And next is the different types or HTTP status that you can expect when you're coding or you're using durable functions. So these are the list of HTTP status. So the 200, the 202, 400, the bad one, 404 not found, and 500 internal server error. And here is an example of durable functions in Postman. And when you run your functions and through an endpoint, like for example, a function linked endpoint with HTTP start, you get different information. For example, you can get the orchestration ID, the URL of your instance, the URL where you can raise event, terminate it, purge the history, and restart your your instance URL. I will show some examples of a few examples of this on my demo if our time permits. And error handling is also important in durable functions. So when you get errors, or if you don't handle your durable functions properly, it is expected that you will be getting function failed exceptions. So there are several ways, or few ways that you can handle it. First way is you can call another function activity, and then another way is that you can make use of the available automatic retry on failure that already exists in the context, durable context, and also the typical try catch blocks. So here in this sample code, we have a wait context call activity with retry. So that means that when this function, flaky function, fails, then it will retry it by calling in by having retry options as a parameter to it. And in your retry functions that is built in durable functions, you will be able to set the retry interval. For example, in this case, it's gonna retry after 5 seconds, and the max number of attempts. So this is one of the examples on how you can handle errors in designing your durable functions. So to get started with the development of Azure durable functions, you can use, there are several ways. The easiest way is to create functions in Azure Portal. And there's you can also use Visual Code, Visual Studio, VS Code, and you would need, if you develop locally, you would need the Azure Functions core tools, and also a client or web requests, client to handle web requests, or you can also use your web browser. And Azure Storage Emulator or Explorer are good also to check on the logs of your instances and your functions. And for free learning resources, I personally like continuous learning, and I make use of the good resources that I find online. And these are the top 3 resources that I believe are worth checking for. First, of course, is Microsoft Learn. It's my top favorite. And of course, the documentation for Azure Durable Functions. So what I'm showing right now is an introduction and an overview, but there are a lot of great examples and advanced things that you can follow in the documentation. And there's also a YouTube channel that I follow. It's Mark Dockers and Gwen Peñas-Sicansa's Azure Functions University, where they teaches the basic and the advanced lessons about Azure Functions, durable functions, as well as some challenges. And finally, it's time for some demo. So let me try to change screen. Let's see. Sorry about that. Okay. All right, so here is an example demo that I would like to show. I have a simple project here that I'm currently building, and as a way to learn the basics of all the patterns. So tonight I will be presenting about a function chain example in this project, in which I'm partially building it. And what I have here is that I have a list of names that I randomly populated. It's about 100 names. And I have an output text that I want to write the names into. And here I have three chains of functions. First is that I have an activity function that reads the names.txt. And then next is, once I get the output or the list of names into a list of strings, I will be printing out or grading some outputs to each of those names. And then when it's done, it's gonna be printing that output as the third chained functions. So this simple example is not yet done. So I'm currently working on sending emails using SendGrids, as well as saving the data into blob storage. Since this is just a simple introduction demo, this should be good enough for now. So what I will do is I will be opening Postman, and also run this code or function app, which I'm running locally and debugging locally. So here I trigger the durable functions by using the start the client function, the start endpoint. And when I send this via Postman with get method, this should trigger my orchestration. So here I see that my function is doing the three tasks, chain tasks. So first is to read the names from the input text, and then greet each person with welcome to AzureLive for each name. And then it will also be printing out or saving those output to another text file. So it's done. It said hello to 100 people. And in my Postman, I can see the parts HTTP API properties here. That's the instant ID. And here you can see the status of the URL, status of that. Let's see. To see the status, we can see that it has completed, and it said hello to 100 people. Hello to the name and welcome to Azure Smile and a smiley. And that took about less than a minute for the durable functions to chain those three functions and perform those few simple tasks. And also, I have another tool here called Azure Emulator, in which here I can see the status of my instance. And I can also track here, it's like a database of all the logs. And here I can also track here the output that I got from my orchestration. And in this table, I also see the exact log of the things that was happening behind the scene. Here, it was calling the different activity the activity functions that was greeting hello to each person. So here, hello to Daniel Parsons. Welcome to AzureLive. So here you can see this is a good tool to have if you want to know what's going on behind the scenes. So let me. So that's my demo. Let me just change my screen, share my screen again. All right. So that was my demo. What really happened to those that saw? What really happened is that I had a durable client function which triggered the orchestration, and then I had first function, activity functions that reads the names from the input file. And once I get the output, I send it out to the second function, which greets every person and welcoming them to AzureLive event today. And once I get that output, I save the output result into another text file. So that was my demo, and what I used for that are these tools: C#, .NET, Visual Code, Postman, Azure when I publish it, and the storage emulator. And of course, Azure functions or durable functions. So to summarize, you learned a bit about serverless, Azure functions, basics of durable functions, and hopefully it's enough to give you the overview to jumpstart learning more about it, and also some helpful resources to get started with that. So I would like to thank you thank you Taksimike or Salamat to everyone that's tuning in or still here watching, and I hope that you learned something from me tonight. And if you need to contact me for anything, more information, you can scan this QR code and just connect with me. Thank you.
Jonah, that was an amazing session to end what has been a great day of technical content. So well done, and thank you for that.
You're welcome.
We do have some questions. There's a few from the chat and a few that me and Richard have rustled up ourselves. So just first question. So I know normal Azure functions can run in Kubernetes. Can durable functions? Can durable functions run in Kubernetes?
I don't have the answers about that, but I think it should be possible for that. I don't have the right answer, but I think it is possible.
Awesome. That
I
sounds
can,
good.
yeah.
I have to
Yes,
have a little
it's
play
not
tomorrow.
it's not really an answer, but there's we can check on it on the learning resources in the documentation. I will get back to the user, to the one that posted the question.
Awesome.
It was a hard one.
So yeah, we started off hard. Hopefully they'll get easier now. So I noticed you were running the durable functions locally. Is that just for development people, or can like me being an IT pro or someone who can just install Visual Studio Code, can they run them locally, or is it just are durable functions just for developers?
Durable functions. Of course, it's durable functions. You can also run it on your web browsers, like Azure through Azure Portal in any web browser. But it's good to have like an understanding, of course, of how serverless or function as a service works. But it's not just limited for developers. Like I'm a person that believes that everything can be learned, regardless of what level you are in the programming field. So it is possible to do it on Azure portal.
Cool. Just looking through the questions. I think there's one for you, Shabazz, if you want to ask.
Yeah. So you mentioned storing the data in blob storage. Can the data be held anywhere else?
The data, actually, you can store the data in the blob storage. So that was I used my development locally, so it's locally in my storage emulator. But you can also have it in your storage in Azure, and also in Azure Portal. If you develop through the Azure Portal, there's a way to check on the logs as well through Kudo service in Azure Portal. So there you can also debug and check on the logs, make edits, and all the things that you can do locally you can also do in the Azure Portal. So there's flexibility in where you can. So it's just not limited to installing VS Code or Visual Studio.
Cool. So you just mentioned Kudu there. The last time I've seen
Yes.
Kudu was playing with app services and stuff like that. But with app services, I can integrate them with application insights. Can I integrate application insights with function apps?
Yes, you can do that. That's one of the great monitoring features of Azure Functions. So you integrate application insights, instrumentational key in your function app. So you can monitor it that way.
Awesome. I think we got some questions from the chat as well.
We have. I think they've been answered by Gregor. There was a few questions from Rutger, and Gregor kindly answered those for you. So a bit of teamwork there.
Yeah, lots of questions. The first question I would like to answer that. So maybe I don't want to ignore that question. So if the user or the questioner can contact me directly, or you can share my information.
I'll share. Do you want me to ask you it now? Do you want to answer it now? Oh, the first question, do you mean? Sorry, the first question.
Yeah, the
asked.
first questions, yes.
Oh,
because I didn't know
sorry.
the exact answer for that, so I want to get back to the person that asked the first
So that
question.
was Richard's question.
That was actually
so,
me wanting to know that.
And it was
I
you.
love Kubernetes, you see. So I want to run everything from
Yeah.
Kubernetes because that's
you.
what I love and that's my baby. So I'm trying to run everything I can on Kubernetes because I think that's where all of the technology is going to go in the future is Kubernetes all the way for everything. Because I know you can run just
Yeah.
normal functions, but I've only just learned about durable functions and what they can really do through your talk and everything. So I'm thinking, can I use that in Kubernetes? Because they've got an orchestrator already, Kubernetes, and durable functions has an orchestrator. So I'm just thinking in my head, how does that work? So yeah, if you could find out and let me
Yes.
know, that would be amazing.
Yeah, we can connect because I'm also learning about Kubernetes. I'm pretty new in that too. And it's kind of interesting question that you have. So it kind of trigger my mind that I need to, I need to find out it right away so I can sleep tonight.
Yeah, I'm like that.
We've got another question from the chat. Gregor Sutty has asked, do Azure durable functions still have cold starts the same as Azure functions have?
I believe so because durable functions are the extension, the enhanced version, so it should be doing that.
Excellent. Nice. So I think we've got another question about durable functions and because they can sleep by the looks of it, and if it wakes up once it's hit, are you paying for anything other than the storage whilst it's not active, or do you pay for the function when it's sleeping?
I think I don't have the exact answer, but I believe that you only pay once for the function when the functions are running, but you still pay for the storage, just like other cloud services. But I really like the idea that it sleeps because, for example, in normal functions, sometimes you need to if it keeps running, then the charges incur. So it's good that you can control the workflow of the orchestration through the orchestrator features.
Yeah, that's definitely one benefit over Kubernetes, because you're just paying for all the resources all the time. So to try and keep that cost down, maybe we should just run it in durable functions. Something to think about.
Yes.
Jonah, if it's okay with you, I'd like to step away from tech for a second.
Yeah,
I've actually been
sure.
looking forward to speaking to you, because you have such an inspiring story. I read a blog around your story. It's so inspiring. I was hoping we could just speak about that for a few minutes, if that's okay. And for those
Yeah,
obviously
sure.
who don't, for those who don't know your story, could you just give us a bit of insight into it and how you got started, and really how some of the difficulties that you've had to overcome in your career and your life, and to get where you are?
Yeah, sure. I can do that. So my journey in tech started actually in the Philippines. So I am originally from the Philippines and moved to Sweden about 10 years ago. So when I was in the Philippines, I really wanted to work as a programmer. And first, I wanted to be an architect because I wanted to be different and do the things that are different. So, but my parents couldn't afford to send me to school to study engineering, like making big buildings or things like that. So I took the initiative to take the scholarship in the Philippines. And going to college in the Philippines is not free, and my parents couldn't afford it. So what I did, I took the initiative to take the scholarship. And to make the long story short, I ended up studying computer science with programming as a major. And at that time, my first programming language was Visual Basic. So I coded in tube computers and those those things, and 3.5 floppy drives and things like that. But when I was finishing college, my mother was just turning 18 then. My mother died of breast cancers, and I'm the eldest of the family. So instead of pursuing finding jobs within programming after my computer science studies, I had to work as a technical support for an American company as my first job to provide to be the breadwinner of my family. So I'm the eldest, and I took care of my younger siblings, send them to school, and I supported them. And that was my journey in the Philippines. And when I moved to Sweden, I had to learn the Swedish language. I speak Swedish too. And I really want to work with programming. So I studied, aside from computer science in the Philippines, I studied more programming by studying Agile system development and Java programming here in Sweden for 3 years before I started working as an IT consultant software developer here. And because of my experience working as a woman in tech and different things in life, it kind of like make me a strong woman. And diversity in tech, mentoring and inspiring other women to choose a career in tech is something that I really personally advocate, as well as Azure, because I love Azure. I love using Azure services. So it's kind of like one of the reasons why I'm here, because I'm passionate about it and I speak from the heart. So yeah, that's my story. And I'm really glad to be part of this event. And I thank AzureLive for choosing me as one of the speakers. I know that there were many that submitted their session, but I'm very happy and blessed to be here and to be talking to
We're
you
really
right
glad
now.
to have you here. Yeah, this was one of the
Yes.
sessions I was most looking forward to, and
Yes.
my mind's like opened about all these durable functions now. So I know tomorrow I'm going to spend a lot of time learning about that. And thanks for your resources
Yes.
that you pointed out. So, quick question: you mentioned mentoring. It's something I've always thought about, and I try to mentor people like via Twitter and stuff like that, which isn't the best. Do you have any tips on how to get into mentoring?
Mentoring is something, yeah, I have tips, but to start with, mentoring was something that I didn't really plan, but it just came it just came from like personal choice. It's because when I started my career here in Sweden as a software developer, on the side I was teaching programming to kids, and I go out to schools once a week and teach programming like Scratch and Tinker and robot programming. And I noticed that my students were all boys, and there were a few girls already. So I decided that that I will do something about it, and I believe mentoring is one of them. And if anybody here, or men or women, it doesn't matter, mentoring is very special. It's not about having someone to talk to help do it, but it's a relationship. It's a give and take relationship, because I myself as a mentor learned something from my mentee. So it's like you put your heart to it. It's just a real relationship. You build each other up. So that's my advice in mentorship. And I'm a person that, because I like to help people, it's just me. So I volunteer to help those who needs my help.
That's truly inspiring. People in the comments are saying, yeah, inspiring. That's some really good advice there. I'm going to take that to heart and
Thank you.
see what I can do.
Yeah, we all need
Thank you.
mentors.
Yes, yeah, definitely.
No, thank you very much for sharing your story as well. And that's
Yes.
I felt like it was an important piece to talk about, as well as all the techie stuff's all good
Yeah.
and fun. But I feel like your personal story, especially after I read that blog, I thought I have to speak to you about it. So thank you for sharing that with everybody.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'm inspired to inspire others with my story, and I'm pretty open and transparent about it, because my story is what made me strong, and I know that my story can inspire others too, especially women in tech.
Definitely.
Yeah, definitely. That's really cool. So I think we are pretty much to the point where we're going to cut over to the studio track, because I think they're running slightly behind. So thank you very much for taking part in
Thank you.
AzureLive. It's been amazing talking to you and hearing your story, and your session totally inspired me. So
Same.
thank you very much.
Yeah, please connect with me. I really like to connect with you. Yeah, thank you
Definitely
so
will.
much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
We moeten ze helaas al een tijdje missen bij ons op kantoor.
Our purpose is to promote digital transformation for KPMG Japan and its clients. To do that, we created Cloud Next, a multi-cloud and hybrid cloud platform. We wanted to have GitOps. We wanted to have infrastructure as code, code as configuration. We wanted to be multi-cloud, but also hybrid. And we incorporated all of that into Cloud Next. To do that, we searched all over the world. And we found quite a bit of expertise within Wortel.
Wortel is a Microsoft-focused partner from the Netherlands, helping international companies become cloud native and achieve their business goals. Wortel employs a highly skilled group of engineers and architects, among which MVPs and RD, titles only the best professionals get.
Under the Cloud Next banner, we've undertaken multiple high-impact projects that include refactoring our codebase to become modular, end-to-end tested and versioned, as well as changing the Cloud Next system to be accessible by all the KPMG member firms around the world.
In my role as senior engineer, Kit was able to rely on my knowledge of different technologies like Azure DevOps, Git, Kubernetes, Helm, Azure Arc. And based upon that knowledge, we were able to build out the foundational frameworks for the build and release pipelines.
Azure Arc is Microsoft's way of extending Azure out to run anywhere a customer needs it. And that first of all means taking Azure's management capabilities, things like Azure Policy, Azure Role-Based Access Control, and extending that to manage customers' servers or Kubernetes clusters.
The main factors to our success are the 16-hour development cycle that we have thanks to multi-region teams.
The international collaboration with Japan, Bulgaria, Australia, New Zealand, the UK and others, it's amazing, it's really fun.
Well, thank you, Vidi, for your session. We hope you can hear us, but I think not. So, well, this is not awkward at all, right?
No.
No. Well, we will save the questions then for another time.
Yeah, or maybe she can go to the chat on YouTube.
Yeah.
To the AzureLive website and find the link and go into the chat and answer the questions of the audience.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
If
hey,
you still have questions, join the chat.
What?
Exactly.
There's a new person.
Yes.
Hello.
Sorry for interrupting you.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. What are you doing here?
Well, I'm the lead of technology of this whole event, so I'm responsible for directing the three tracks, the backstage track 1, which is in the studio over here, and also the virtual track. That's what I'm doing.
So
cool.
Maybe you can tell a little bit about what you have built here, because what you don't see on the other side is there are like 15 cameras.
It's
yeah, we have
like a lot.
Yeah, we have about 15 cameras over here. And by the way, if you check the behind the scenes, you can count a lot of them. So we have vMix running, which is our directing tool where we can switch between all those cameras. We have 4 vMix machines running. 1 vMix machine that is running the studio track over here. We have a second machine which is being used for the digital track. We have a third machine which is being used as a machine for the behind the scenes channel. And last but not least, we have 1 machine which is collecting all the HDMI inputs that you see from all the cameras over here, and is sending that to the 3 other PCs, so we can use all the cameras on all the streams actually.
Cool.
Yeah, and they did a really good job. It's like if you have a chance, not now, we're still talking, but you can see a lot of stuff behind the scenes. You can see all the techie bits of they did here, and also the beautiful location.
Yep, because it is an old church.
It's an old church. It's the church by Wortel. So on normal days, people are working over here. But today it's a studio that we can use for AzureLive, which I think is amazing. It's a beautiful building with beautiful content.
Cool. Do you have any more questions about the setup, Suzanne?
No, but we do have some questions, I think. Right? Yeah.
But the notes are there at the
No.
other set.
No.
You have the notes.
I have the notes.
Ooh.
So let's go. We didn't rehearse this, so this is
Okay.
yeah. You were not prepared.
Okay.
We can all Okay. Cool.
It's all live.
So first, tabs versus spaces.
Spaces, of course.
Cats or dogs?
Dogs.
Linux or Windows.
Linux.
Visual Visual Studio or Visual Studio Code.
Visual Studio Code.
Monolith or microservice.
Microservice.
GitHub or Azure DevOps.
GitHub.
ARM, CLI or blank.
I most of the time use CLI at this moment, but Bicep is also pretty cool, I think.
Yeah, it's the next big thing, right? So what is your favorite Azure service?
That must be Azure Kubernetes service. I use that a lot on a daily basis.
I hear people shouting Sentinel.
Of course, Sentinel is also great. But
yeah, Sentinel. You know, Sentinel. It is.
Actually, by the way, I make a lot of vlogs actually about Azure Sentinel. Which,
yeah. Oh, really? Yeah. Well, good. But okay, let's imagine that Mark, our Azure CTO, quits tomorrow, and you'll be the next CTO of Azure. What would be the first service you would cancel?
Oh, that's a tricky question. I would say VMs, because I don't use them anymore with all the great PaaS services. So ditch them, and
that is,
for me, that's no problem.
Great, I don't need them anymore.
Yeah.
Ditch the stuff. That's good.
Yeah.
I hope Mark is not watching. Which is the conference which is coming up and you're looking forward to the most?
Well, Ignite is coming, which I think is, Build is coming, which I think is really cool. I'm a developer also myself, so I really like that conference. I will definitely follow a couple of sessions there. But in the Q3 of this year, we'll be organizing another event like this with a theme where Ninja Cats are involved.
Is this a scoop?
A little bit.
Ooh. Well, stay tuned to
Follow
to
the
learn
socials.
more. Yeah. Okay, cool. So what is the thing you always wanted to learn but never came around doing?
Machine learning, which is actually a thing that I think is really interesting, but I haven't found the time to master it.
So well, that's a lot of vlogs about that.
Yeah.
Oh, so I will follow you on YouTube.
Well, why don't we exchange like our vlogs and YouTubes, and then we can just
put them in the description of the video
and learn a lot from each other.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's
cool.
do that.
Yeah. Okay. So, what is the last Azure service you used?
The Azure Sentinel.
Yeah. That makes someone very happy in the background. Okay. Cool. Besides doing your day-to-day job, what is your passion project?
Well, my passion is also videography. That's why I also like my YouTube channel, so I can combine both my love for cloud and Azure and videography. So that is my other passion. And aside from that, barbecuing, that's also really nice and really fun to do.
I hear a barbecue vlog coming up, maybe.
Yeah.
And what is the best conference swag?
Yes. I think the Octocat that is here is pretty cool.
Yeah, we all love the Octocat.
There it is.
There he is. Yeah. So okay, well that was the round of questions. Thank you very much for doing like a great job. Yeah.
Yeah, but before we are going to leave you, I first want to thank the whole team over here. Maurice, who is directing one of the tracks, Rijn, who's directing one of the tracks, Chantal, everyone who's involved in this event. Thank you so much, and see you in the next one.
Yes, and also, of course, you know, the organizing companies, Mortel, Intercept.
Mortel,
yeah,
of
thank
course.
you.
Yeah.
Like, great job. Thank you, Maarten, for doing a great job, and thank you for the whole team. Also, I can shamelessly plug that we have, you can win stuff. Yes, yeah, we have these nice sweaters, nice hoodies, and you can win a hoodie. And what you have to do is go to LinkedIn. There will be a post of a photo, and if you comment below that, we will randomly give away 3 of those sweaters. Right? Yep.
Yes.
It's agreed. I already gave it away, so it's on video. So there you go. Okay. So thank you very much for watching, and don't forget to go to LinkedIn, look up the picture. We're posting it as soon as we can, and yeah, maybe you can win one of these awesome, like the first one. Yeah, hoodies. So they're like collector's item already. Yeah. So thank you for watching, and we hope to see you around. What is this? Well.
Hashtag close to stream.
Hashtag.
Mooi. Hey guys. Hoe dit het? Ja,
Nou, niet dit zoiets. Nee. Dat komt goed. En we moeten dus ook een motor maken. Ja, we moeten er toch al die dingen gaan tussen.
Ja, gaan pakken. Mag ik mijn wireless curve?
Yep.
Verreden. Ik had er al eentje gemaakt, denk ik vanaf het